Recorded Books presents Laws of Annihilation by Eriq La Salle. Narrated by Eriq La Salle and Leslie Cohen.
Part 1. Chapter 1. In Hell. It was the only way to describe the hottest summer on record. Even under the daily clamor of city life, if one listened intently, it was still possible to hear the faint echo of the devil's joyful laughter. He was the only one who could have taken any pleasure in the torturous heat, the ungodly stench, and, of course, the gorge of hatred. It felt like the cruelest summer ever. New York was taking gut punches from a punishing heat wave that showed no signs of easing. The Big Apple was in dire need of relief. It was thirsting for summer rains, cool, merciful drops that fell from somewhere at least in the proximity of heaven. Of all the East Coast cities that were being strangled by the heat, New York was choking the most. FBI Special Agent Janet Maclin drove down to the Big Apple from Washington, D.C., where it was also hot, yet much more tolerable. She suffered through the slow roast of being in Manhattan because her trip was mandatory. Of her numerous visits to the city, it was the first time she had come to New York and hated it. What she hated most was her reason for having to come. From the time she was a child, Agent Maclin had had grand dreams of becoming the first female director of the FBI. She'd entered the bureau knowing that as a woman she would have to run faster and jump higher than her male counterparts just to be considered half equal. Fueled by her dream, she outran and outjumped the best of them. Though sexism had hindered her at numerous turns, it was good old-fashioned bureaucracy that left her dream all but wilting on the vine. It didn't matter that 17 years into her career she had acquired quite the reputation as not just a rising star, but a bona fide standout. She had certainly accomplished more than all her peers and most of her superiors. Bringing down 2 major serial killers within a month of each other was just one of the many achievements on the impressive resume she had built on the journey toward her lifelong dream. Ultimately, none of it really mattered, because even though she had entered the bureau as a young attorney, she had blossomed into a talented field agent and not a bureaucrat or politician, which, throughout the history of the FBI, had been the traditional path to directorship. It was public knowledge that the long-standing current director of the Bureau was being vetted as the heavily favored vice presidential replacement after the current VP had suffered irreversible brain damage from a severe stroke just 5 months into the current administration's incumbency. Now that the director was more than likely leaving, all types of rumors were spreading. There was speculation, thin and unsubstantiated, that he was aggressively looking for a woman to succeed him. Although she knew, both logistically and realistically, she didn't stand a chance, the spark, however faint, still reignited the flames of her most desired dream. Under normal circumstances, she wasn't the type to allow herself to get caught up in things she considered highly improbable. But for once, she embraced the distraction of hope, because unfortunately, the current circumstances of her life were unfolding as anything but normal. She'd started the day with a stomach full of butterflies. By the time the receptionist ushered her into the penthouse office on Park Avenue, they had mutated into angry dragons that were currently wreaking havoc on her intestinal fortitude. She wore her favorite navy blue pantsuit with a crisp white collarless top beneath. She wasn't much on jewelry. She wore no earrings, bracelets, or rings, just a simple rose gold Lady Bolivar and a silver hamster necklace, barely peeking over the second button of her blouse. The tiny hand-shaped amulet had several names and meanings. In the Jewish faith, it was referred to as the Hand of God. But Agent Maclin didn't wear it for any religious reasons, because she was definitely not the religious type. She had worn the necklace for the last 34 years, because it was all that she had left of her mother, who had passed away when Maclin was 7 years old. Born into a proud Protestant family, her mother converted to Judaism just before marriage to hopefully establish spiritual consistency for her impending family. The irony was that although Maclin's father was raised in a conservative Jewish family, by the time she was born, he had at best grown indifferent to the faith. Maclin wasn't a woman who was easily intimidated. Yet the large office made her feel like a truculent child waiting to be reprimanded by the principal. She stuck her hands in her pants pocket in an attempt to stop them from trembling. She wasn't the most patient of women. Agent Maclin was a verb, a ball of kinetic energy who found her greatest peace when she was doing. The helpless waiting was nerve-wracking. The quiet office didn't help in any way. The silence was burdensome. She looked through the 12-foot-tall windows facing 49th Street and could see down the corridor of high-rises all the way to the west side. The inside of the building was unfazed by the scorching heat wave that was punishing everything outside. The office felt like the coolest place in New York, both thermally as well as aesthetically. She tried to distract herself by taking in all she could of the space that was unabashedly vying for a shot on the cover of Architectural Digest. Everything about it screamed of money. The address, the bone-swayed walls with coffered ceilings, customized fixtures, and intricate appointments throughout. The room even smelled rich. The scent of some high-end fragrance floated in the air like a perfect reminder of a tropical island. There was an original Picasso, as well as one of Degas' famous paintings of a ballerina. It was not surprising to her that the man she came to see had an ego wall. It was the one wall solely dedicated to the long list of his accomplishments over an extremely successful career. There were multiple degrees from Harvard and Princeton, along with his photo on the cover of Time magazine, not to mention the framed pictures of him with 3 different presidents. There were tchotchkes and even artifacts in display cases from various parts of the world, no doubt collected during his extensive travels. Despite how much she had read up on him, he still had the upper hand because he knew more consequential things about her. Agent Maclin analyzed the office in the same way she ran a crime scene. She gathered facts based on meticulous observation. Even though she had already read as much information as she could, she still gathered clues about the man who knew more about her future than she did. Maclin hated more than anything that she no longer controlled her fate. After being seated for 2 minutes, she concluded that the leather Barcelona chair she sat in was intentionally only mildly comfortable. As beautiful as the office was, it was never designed for meetings lasting longer than necessary. It was fine by her, because she certainly didn't want to be there any longer than she needed to be. She stared at a Swarovski crystal clock on the desk, irritated that she had now waited 6 long minutes past the designated time of the meeting. Just as her hands stopped trembling, one of the double doors to the office opened. The man breezed in and greeted her with an apology that she felt was filled more with etiquette than sincerity. "My apologies. My staff meeting ran longer than normal," he offered. Maclin hated the man the second she met him. She thought he looked too slick with his gelled hair, artificial tan, and $2,000 loafers. She was a bit surprised that he was younger looking than his online photos and even the magazine covers. He looked too young, she felt, to have acquired all the expertise he was renowned for.
"It's quite all right. I was just admiring the view,"
she lied. She reminded herself to smile, because her natural disposition was sometimes a bit off-putting to people. Today, more than any other, she needed not to put anyone off, and certainly not the man she came to visit. Maclin wasn't an unfriendly woman by any means, but unfortunately, she had the kind of pensive face that more often than not seemed frozen in a permafrown. Her lifelong habit of pursing her lips made her seem as though she was just 2 ticks away from a full-on scowl. Whenever she was contemplative, which was most of the time, the corners of her mouth turned downward like a grumpy fish. Her malady only added to the pile of misogyny that she waded through on a semi-regular basis at the bureau. You know, Janet, maybe if you smiled a lot more, you'd go a lot further. She once overheard two of her male colleagues laughing about how she had a terminal case of resting bitch face. Maclin extended her hand and smiled hard, as though it were the most natural thing in the world for her. She smiled like a woman who was certainly worthy of her host's empathy. He had small, manicured hands that looked better than hers ever had. There was a softness to them. His handshake had the tentativeness of a man afraid that a firm greeting might somehow jeopardize his livelihood. He was the type of man that Maclin usually easily dismissed. She had very little tolerance for men with tepid introductions. Yet, she was in no position to rebuff him, because regardless of the unimpressive measure of his hands, they still held all the power. However, the minute they shook, she knew that things weren't going to go her way, and all the smiles in the world wouldn't change that. Now she had to wade through indeterminate minutes of polite chatter before he confirmed what she already knew. The man's name was Dr. Winston Quinlan III, and he was widely regarded as one of the top 5 oncologists in the country. Maclin had traveled from D.C. to New York to see him, so that he could offer his professional opinion about how much time she had before she died. And, unfortunately, after looking at your CT scan, we weren't able to find anything that contradicted your previous 2 doctors' prognosis. Stage 4 metastatic ovarian cancer is certainly a huge challenge on its own, but now that it's spread to your pancreas and other parts of your body, I'm afraid we're terribly limited in what we can hope for. I do have to say that in some cases, although it is rare, we've seen people beat the odds and live another 3 to 5 years. Maclin stayed standing and looked at him directly.
The thing about working in law enforcement is that I've given enough bad news over the years to have learned how to take it. There's no need for you to feel that you have to give me some false sense of hope. I just need the facts, so I know what to expect and when to expect it.
Well, then, I would have to start by saying, frankly, I'm surprised that you're currently functioning as well as you are. In the next month, 2 max, things are going to get pretty bad, and then only worse from there.
Would chemo and radiation help any?
She asked. In your case, I'm afraid not. Your cancer is much too aggressive.
At the risk of sounding cliched, how long before I,
I think we're looking at 3 months. 4 tops. I'm sorry I can't give you better news. Agent Maclin looked over the doctor's shoulder and stared at the painting of the ballerina, and for the next minute was able to shut out everything else. Dr. Quinlan continued speaking, but his voice became nothing more than a steady whir of garbled apologies. Maclin looked so hard at the painting that she thought she saw it come alive. She found escape in seeing the ballerina move. She saw grace and perfection. She could even smell the hard work and hear the applause of the faceless audience. She felt the warm footlights that lit up the stage. The more Maclin looked at the painting, the more she thought about how much it was filled with life and possibilities that were no longer available to her. Chapter 2. They were identical twins, Israel and David Abramovitz. To look at one was to see the other. They moved alike, they sounded alike, they were in every perceptible way each other's mirror. The brothers were 2 Reform rabbis, 36 years old, deeply rooted in their faith. Their father and both grandfathers before them were rabbis. They came from a long line of sacrifice and philanthropy. Their grandfather on their mother's side marched and bled with Martin Luther King, Jr. He'd even shared a cell with Ralph Abernathy in Mississippi the summer that Bull Connor declared open season on the northern agitators. The twins had coal black hair and soft blue eyes. They were 5'11" and built like they knew their way around the gym. They resembled soap opera actors more than they did men of God. They contradicted the stereotypical image of Jewish holy men. They were by all accounts good men, both virtuous and humble. Like their father and grandfathers, they held on to the inherited belief that there was more light in man than darkness. They were hip, handsome, and highly respected. The mayor personally called them to help quell tensions that had been steadily escalating between the Hasidic community in Bensonhurst and Borough Park and outraged members of New York City's African-American community. The trouble had begun 2 weeks earlier when a group of angry Hasids chased a black teenager named Devin Timmons to his death after he sprayed graffiti on the side of a synagogue. When no one was indicted for the boy's death, the steady unrest left Borough Park feeling a lot like Ferguson, Missouri. Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter echoed in pockets of New York day and night. There were protests and even small riots from do-or-die Bed-Stuy all the way up to money-making Manhattan and the boogie-down Bronx. The Abramovitz brothers went to some of the black churches and spoke directly to the congregants, pleading for peace. Even though most of the violence and riots had slowed, parts of New York still walked the thinnest of tightropes. The Sinai Temple on East 73rd Street was unusually crowded. Throughout the 2-hour-long evening Shabbat service, Israel and David took turns addressing their members and invited guests. The brothers played off each other very well. Although they treated the recited scripture with the utmost reverence, they each took their turn injecting a respectable amount of humor while addressing the crowd. A half-dozen African-American preachers and community leaders sat in the sanctuary amongst regular members who quietly translated both the spoken or written Hebrew pronunciations. The sanctuary smelled of aged paper. The scent was emitted from the Siddurim, old prayer books, which rested in holders on the backs of pews. David took the lead as the service was nearing its end. For his anger endureth but a moment. In his favor is life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. As we conclude tonight's service, we would like to leave you all with something that the Torah teaches us. The brothers then recited in unison, "Grant us peace, your most precious gift, O eternal source of peace, and give us the will to proclaim its message to all the peoples of the earth. Bless our country as a safeguard of peace, its advocate amongst the nations. May contentment reign within our borders, health and happiness within our homes. Strengthen the bonds of friendship and fellowship among all the inhabitants of the world. Plant virtue in every soul, and may the love of your name hallow every name in every heart. Shabbat Shalom." After the service, along with their wives, Israel and David hosted Oneg Shabbat dinner in the open courtyard behind the temple. Platters of food were placed down the middle of the long table which seated 20. Before they ate, 3 prayers were offered. The first was the blessing of Shabbat, led by the women as 2 candles were lit. The Abramovitz brothers then offered a blessing over the wine. The guests were then asked to place their hands over their eyes as the third and final prayer was offered over bread covered in white linen. After the prayers, everyone feasted on salmon, brisket, green beans and carrots, warm challah and kugel. There was kosher red wine served, lots of wine. "The Kiddush cup represents unity under God," Israel said as he sipped from a silver cup and passed it to his brother. David sipped, then addressed all those assembled. "If I am not for myself, who is for me? If I am only for myself, what am I? If not now, when?" The brothers then told stories of when their grandfather marched with King. Although the 2 groups came together because of the racial conflict that had New Yorkers unusually tense, The brothers and their guests spoke more about their similarities than their differences. Before the night ended, they sang songs together. 2 Yiddish songs were taught, and the night ended with everyone joining hands and singing, "I've Been Up the Rough Side of the Mountain." An hour after everyone left, David and Israel stayed behind to put the finishing touches on a speech that they were to give at a rally the next day at the Harlem State Office Building. They both loved the quietness of the temple when they were the only ones there. "It's almost 11:30. We can tweak in the morning if we need to," David said. "I just want to come up with a better ending while I'm still thinking about it," Israel responded. "The ending's fine. Just leave it. Let's go home. I'll make sure everything is locked up." Being the more pedantic of the two, Israel ignored his brother and continued working on his laptop as David exited the office. Israel was so caught up in his work that he didn't notice that David had been gone for 20 minutes. Once he stopped typing on his laptop, he became quickly aware of how intensely quiet it was. Only after he heard a strange noise coming from another room did he look at the clock and realize the passage of time. "David?" When his brother didn't answer, he called out again, a little louder. "David!" He waited for a response that never came. "I just finished with the speech. Stop clowning around." The only thing that came back to him was the hollow echo of his own voice. "All right, moron. You made your point. I'm coming now." As Israel turned off his laptop and stood to leave, the lights went out. Since their office had no windows, everything immediately turned black. He reached for the beaded chain of his desk lamp, but when he tugged it, nothing happened. Israel feared darkness even more than he feared God. When he was 9 and playing a game of hide-and-go-seek with his brother, he had accidentally locked himself in an abandoned refrigerator for the worst 4 minutes of his life. David knew better than anyone Israel's paralyzing fear of the dark. The more Israel pulled on the lamp's chain with growing desperation, the more he felt like a scared 9-year-old again. The black office felt tight, like a slightly larger version of the refrigerator of his childhood. Try as he might, he couldn't slow his overactive mind. He could only think of the horrible possibilities lying in wait to take advantage of his temporary blindness. The darkness was unending, a frightening ellipsis. His lips and mouth were dry from the heavy breathing he wasn't aware that he was doing. The temple had 2 generators, so he ruled out the possibility of a blackout. The truth was, Israel had no idea what was going on, but he did know that David had never played, nor would he ever play, on his deepest fears. That bit of knowledge was the very thing that made Israel even more afraid. Similar to the time when he was 9, the darkness debilitated him. All semblance of calm was shattered under the heft of a vivid imagination. Israel was afraid that the monster of his childhood had returned. He could feel his presence all around him. The shadows were no longer innocent. The peace and quiet were no longer comforting. The air itself grew coarse and inimical. He was petrified that his nightmare had come back to smother him and take his neshom, his soul. Israel mumbled the name Malach Hamov, Yiddish for angel of death. He remembered his iPhone and used its flashlight to help him find his way out of his office and down the narrow corridor. The beam of light was unsteady in his trembling hand. The air conditioning hadn't been off for more than 5 minutes, and yet he was already dripping sweat. Although Israel hadn't had a panic attack since his tragic event as a child, it all came rushing back. The constricted lungs and unavailable breath, the heavy palpitations of a runaway heartbeat, the uncontrollable quaking. "David?" Still nothing. Just outside the main auditorium, he thought he heard something. He stopped and listened. He wasn't sure what it was, but he heard it in the distance and kept moving toward it. Whatever it was faint but steady, pulling him closer. On the other side of the auditorium, under the blanket of darkness, he heard what sounded like the low whimper of a wounded pet. As he continued fumbling his way forward, there was rustling in the corner. Israel stopped and turned when he thought he heard something behind him. "David, you know this isn't funny to me. I swear to—" He didn't finish his sentence, because he slipped on something wet on the marble floor. When he retrieved his phone, the light had dimmed considerably, but he could still make out the stream of blood in which he found himself. Just as his panic started stabbing him, the whimpering in the corner grew louder, the muffled sound of words being attempted but thwarted by something unknown. The light on his phone was barely working, but as he held it in his outstretched hand, he could just make out the sight of David on the floor in full tremors, wet with blood. David's mouth was gagged and his hands and feet had been cut off and were lying a few inches from his body. Israel's legs suddenly felt like steel girders, unbendable. He stood frozen, his body completely numbed by paralysis. He tried to scream, but all he could do was vomit. He heard movement behind him, followed by the peculiar whooshing sound of sharp steel cutting through air in search of a solid target. It was then that he felt the searing pain of his hand being separated from his arm. Someone from behind him, someone large, gagged him and smothered his woeful cries. He felt a heavy knee in his back pinning him to the floor. Suddenly the lights turned on and Israel saw blood, more than he ever imagined the human body was capable of producing. He saw the sizable pool from his severed hand inching toward and then converging with the river of blood that surrounded his dying brother. Israel grunted David's name and struggled to reach him, but he was made helpless under the knee of something behemoth. All Israel could do was lie on the floor of the temple, bleeding and praying to God, while watching his brother close his eyes for the last time. Israel and David were born 6 minutes apart. First came David, then came Israel. They left the world in the same order. Chapter 3. Maclin had to do it in person. Her father had been dead for almost 2 years now, and she was estranged from both her brothers. Including Phee and Quincy, there was less than a handful of people she felt obligated to tell. She had first met the two partners over 2 years ago, when the three of them broke the now famous Degler case, a serial killer who was butchering clergymen. Even though she couldn't technically call them friends, what she had with Quincy and Phee was the closest thing she had to friendship. Regardless of the semantics that defined their relationship, the thing that mattered most was the great amount of respect that the three of them had for each other. These were two cops who had already proven that they would die for her if necessary, just as she would for them. That alone warranted the face-to-face. Just as she exited the Lincoln Tunnel on the New Jersey side, she popped some Dilaudid to manage the roving pain that gnawed at her insides. When she'd called Phee earlier that morning to tell him she was in town and wanted to see the two of them, he'd invited her out to the house for lunch since Quincy and Elena were staying with him for the weekend. As she pulled up to the gates of the beautiful home, she thought for a second that maybe she had somehow entered the wrong address into her navigational system. Cops didn't live like kings. Then again, Maclin was well aware that Detective Freeman was by no means an average cop. Before joining the force, he'd made millions and invested well during his 8 years in the NFL. He also came from money. Though his father, Clay, was now considered a highly respected businessman and arguably the most powerful African-American in New York, he'd never quite escaped his reputation as a Harlem gangster whom many still refer to as the Black Godfather. Despite the fact that shortly after meeting Phee, Maclin had read up on his football days as well as some of the things about his father's empire, she was still caught off guard seeing the detective's wealth firsthand. Aside from the 2 cases they'd worked together, she really hadn't spent much time with Phee and Quincy. She'd socialized with them 3, maybe 4 times. As the 10-foot gate opened and she pulled in, she thought about how little she actually knew the partners. The partners' wives, Brenda and Elena, greeted her at the door with hugs and kisses as though they had known her for a while, even though it was only the 2nd time they'd officially met. From the minute she walked into the house, she found it to be tasteful, unpretentious, and warm. It was filled with art that actually made sense. The furniture was comfortable, the kind of oversized seating that sucked a person in and made them want to stay a while. And then there was the backyard, a wide open space with a garden of flowers and potted fruit trees and a sparkling pool. The high-pitched sound of a toddler's squeals echoed throughout the yard. Maclin stepped outside to see Phee manning the grill while Quincy was playing with Phee and Brenda's 1.5-year-old daughter, Delicia. Bo, the family's pot-bellied brindled French bulldog, barked and nipped at Quincy's leg as he tickled Delicia and pretended to devour her like a hungry beast. She laughed so hard that Maclin wondered if the little girl was at risk of hyperventilating. Phee walked over to greet Maclin, offering her a cold Dos Equis that she declined. Quincy said his hellos from the ground. He finally stopped tickling Delicia when Bo became overprotective and started barking much more aggressively. As soon as Quincy released Delicia, Bo ran over and started licking the little girl as if they had been absent from each other for weeks. Maclin watched the girl and dog and their limitless energy. She laughed along with Phee when Bo tackled his daughter. No matter how many times the little girl went down, she popped back up and continued to chase her 4-legged bestie. Brenda and Elena came outside with plates, utensils, and cups. As the women crossed by their men, they kissed and touched them affectionately. Maclin didn't know what to make of it all. 2 loving couples, a joyful child, a perfect house in the suburbs where evidently happiness came in abundance. Although she didn't welcome it, a tinge of envy crept in. The couples were all so very present with each other in ways that Maclin knew she was incapable of being with any lover, because vital parts of her were still trapped in bitter memories of darker yesterdays. She wondered what her existence would have been like had her fiancé, Willington, not been murdered. Now that she had prematurely reached the end of her life, she realized that it wasn't much of a life that she would be leaving behind. Maclin had no idea that Phee was so skilled on the grill. The lobster melted in her mouth with a subtle kick of spice from the homemade chipotle butter that she dipped it in. She didn't need a knife to cut the steak. Phee challenged them all to only use a fork to part the tender meat. When she did it, he winked at her and smiled. Maclin wasn't much of a drinker, but despite the painkillers that she had taken earlier, she put away 3 glasses of sangria Elena made. She needed the liquid courage, knowing that she had to tell the partners the bad news. The combination of the booze and pills gave her a nice buzz and put her exactly where she wanted to be, which was in the moment. No pain, no angst. For just a couple of hours, she let go and felt almost normal. She enjoyed being surrounded by long laughs, good food, and most of all, people who reminded her of what love used to feel like. 20 minutes after the main course had been eaten, Brenda brought out a 4-layered red velvet cake drizzled in a chocolate rum sauce.
Oh my God, when you invited me out to lunch, I definitely didn't expect all of this,
Maclin said. She thought the cake looked too good to eat until she took the first bite. Although her appetite had been waning lately, she savored the meal from start to finish. She ran her finger across the plate to get the last of the frosting. Delicia squirmed out of Fee's arms and handed Maclin her panda beanie baby before climbing up into her lap. "Wow, that's a first," Brenda laughed. She never just goes to people she doesn't know. As Maclin bounced the little girl on her lap and played with her and her bear, she thought about the child she had lost. Delicia giggled when Maclin did her best ventriloquist bit and used a squeaky voice when speaking as the bear. Bo sat nearby, gnawing on a steak bone and keeping a vigilant eye on the pair. Just as plates were being cleared and Maclin was finishing off her fourth glass of sangria, her phone rang. Then Fee's. Then Quincy's. Brenda looked at Elena, then reached over and took Delicia from Maclin. The spouses knew that when their men were together and their phones went off within 30 seconds of each other, bad news was on the other end. The fact that all 3 phones went off meant that the news was not just bad, but very bad. Chapter 4. Maclin sat in the back of Fee's black Range Rover, sipping her second cup of coffee and trying to come down from her buzz before they made it to the scene. Even though she wasn't in town on official business, somehow the mayor had tracked her down and personally requested her presence. Maclin was adamant that, since she would soon be taking a personal leave from the bureau, the most she could offer was an initial evaluation of the crime and a profile of the killer and not much else. The mayor took the offer. As they exited the George Washington Bridge on the Manhattan side, Phee and Quincy quietly sat up front with their game faces on. They were never big talkers before a new crime scene. Both cops used the travel time to clear their heads and get into their zone. They shot across to the east side, then zipped down the FDR Drive, exiting 63rd Street and heading back uptown. As soon as they turned down Lexington Avenue and 73rd Street, they saw the huge crowd of people and the media circus. Phee lowered his window, but before he could flash his badge to the patrolman who stood sentry at the corner barricade, the cop recognized him and waved him through. "Welcome to hell, Detective Freeman." There were close to 300 people gathered in front of the synagogue, of whom at least 80% were Jewish. Reform, conservative, Orthodox, Hasidic, even Mizrahi and Sephardim stood outside the building where their respected brothers had been murdered. The Reform followers in the crowd, both men and women, wore casual clothing, while those who were from the more conservative sects wore what was regarded as customary attire. First and foremost, their heads were covered in reverence to God. Despite the 100-degree heat, the Hasidic women in the crowd wore headscarves over wigs and ankle-length skirts, while their thickly bearded male counterparts were dressed in long black coats and lustrous hats made of sable tails. Payas, curled sidelocks, hung just south of their temples all the way to their jawlines and in some cases even lower. They wore prayer shawls known as talits over dark suits with fedoras and plain black slip-on shoes, since even the knotting of shoelaces was prohibited on the Sabbath. Although they were forbidden by Talmudic law to even leave their homes on the Sabbath, the murder and possibilities of more Jewish blood being spilled were among the very few allowances that permitted them to come and be in attendance. It made no difference that the assembled were separated by varying denominations. They were united by the murder of 2 of their holy men on hallowed ground, which made them all fear that it wasn't just a crime against men who were Jewish, but specifically a crime on Judaism. Many in the crowd were crying, while others were visibly angry. Most of the news teams trained their cameras on the crowd in search of the perfect shot. Nothing boosted ratings more than collective pain. As soon as Maclin, Phee, and Quincy entered the synagogue, they were greeted by one of the mayor's aides. "Agent Maclin, detectives, the mayor would like to have a word with you." The aide escorted them to a small conference room where the mayor, chief of police, chief of detectives, more commonly referred to as the chief of Dicks or chief of D's, and 2 other captains were gathered. Captain Whedon, who was Quincy and Fee's boss, was closest to the door and nodded to his men as they entered. The tension in the room was heavy, immovable. No one spoke. Maclin noticed that the three chiefs all looked as if they'd been kicked in the groin. A tall African-American woman stood with her back to the rest of the room. Her name was Rocky Henderson. New York's blue collars just called her Mayor Rocky or Mayor Rock. She was a 6'1" dark-skinned sister who was born, bred, and branded in the Boogie Down. Like most who hailed from the South Bronx in the 80s, she'd come up hard. She'd used basketball scholarships on her way out of the hood. She set records on the court at St. John's University and graduated top of her law school class. Mayor Rocky never forgot where she came from. Even though she was much more polished now, she could still outball, outdrink, outcuss, outfight, and outsmart most of those around her. Everyone in the room waited for her to speak. She stood behind velour curtains, peeking at the swelling crowd through a narrow parting. When she turned back to face the cops, her eyes were noticeably red. 2 days after I announced my candidacy and most people wrote me off, I stood in this very room and asked Israel and David Abramovitz to help me win the Jewish vote. They told me they would endorse me under one condition: that I would never forget what it felt like to be an underdog, because those were the people in the city who needed me most. Her husky voice cracked a little in the mention of their names. One by one, she locked eyes with everyone in the room. I have to do any and everything I can to hold this city together. That's my job, and I'm willing to bleed to do it. I just need all of you to understand that this thing is personal. I don't give a damn about protocol, jurisdiction, or any other bureaucratic nonsense. I'm looking at the people in this room to find whoever did this. And let me be clear. Whether you bring them back in cuffs or in a body bag, it really makes no difference to me. Just bring them in. We need this thing closed, and we need it closed with a quickness. That's the only thing that matters. While the chief of D's worked out the logistics with the two captains, Maclin, Phee, and Quincy were led into the main auditorium where the bodies were. Technically, there were two crime scenes. The first was on the main level where the brothers were actually murdered. The floor was charred 20 feet in circumference. The word Umoja was spray-painted on a nearby wall. The trio examined both the ring of scorched blood and the graffiti for a few minutes, before moving on to the second scene, which was on the dais, where the twins were tied naked to a bench, facing in opposite directions. The skin of their backs was sewn together from their shoulder to their hips. Their pale corpses looked like alabaster statues. Quincy approached Israel as Phee examined David. Agent Maclin circled the scene from 10 feet back, scouring the perimeter before moving in closer. The three had worked enough murder cases to have developed an effective routine. They normally studied a scene for about 45 minutes. They triangulated their approach, then alternated each position so that every detail of the scene was checked 3 times from 3 different perspectives. That eliminated the possibility of even the most minute of details being missed by all 3 of them. They each noticed that the twins' severed hands had been reattached to their wrists by way of stitches. The 3 of them focused on not just what they saw, but also what was missing. Despite the horrible violence that the 2 men had endured, there were no signs of blood in the immediate area. Neither on them nor in them. Not a drop. Exsanguination. Kravitz, the medical examiner, said as he placed his eyeglasses on top of his head, squeezed the bridges of his nose with his index finger and thumb, and tried to push back the massive headache that had arrived 10 minutes after the bodies were delivered. His head pounded with every beat of his heart. The big man moved slowly, his labored breathing making it sound as if he were exerting himself more than he actually was. In 2 years' time, Kravitz had gone from being overweight to full-fledged obese. At 5'9" and not an ounce of muscle, he lugged around 380-plus pounds that just wasn't good for the human body. He looked like a two-legged walrus with breasts. His flesh still wobbled a couple of seconds after he stopped moving. The twins, no longer stitched together, lay side by side on 2 stainless steel tables in the center of the morgue's examination room. As a coping mechanism, Kravitz had learned to detach himself from most of the bodies he worked on, regardless of their cause of death. He ate over corpses, enjoyed witty banter with cops like Phee, told inappropriate jokes, and on occasion even sang irreverent songs as he worked. But as he examined the rabbis, he was all business. Kravitz was Jewish, but more so by lineage than practice. He brawled with God on a daily basis. Very few things made a man question God's will and omnipotence more than repeatedly witnessing the senseless death of the innocent and righteous. Death was Kravitz's life. In his 40-plus years in the business, he had seen things that most people couldn't imagine. He saw firsthand death's indiscriminate reach, its insatiable appetite. Children and women were usually the most difficult for him. Even though he would never admit it, he was always less sympathetic to those who courted mortality with pride, greed, or apathy. But regardless of what he thought of any of them who ended up on his table, he gave them all the best autopsy that the state of New York had to offer. Kravitz's headache left him moving gingerly, as if he were afraid of having an aneurysm. He handled the twins delicately. A few years back, he had the pleasure of hearing the Abramovitz brothers speak at a fundraiser he attended. They were the type of spiritual leaders who touched him in a way that actually helped heal some of the wounds he'd endured with his many feuds with God. He'd remember thinking that if he ever got around to formalizing his faith, he would certainly want them as his spiritual mentors. Their entire blood supply has been drained from their bodies, he said.
You mean they bled out from their wounds?
Maclin asked. No, I mean that someone literally drained all the blood from their bodies, he answered. The sound of Maclin's phone interrupted them. She looked down at the number, put her phone on vibrate, and let the message go to voicemail. So what are we looking at here? Some wannabe vampire shit? Phee jumped in. Kravitz put his glasses back on. Hardly. Textbook med school stuff. Look at the 3 puncture wounds on the carotid artery. It took 3 attempts to get it right. Despite the fact that the Vic's hands were chopped off at the wrists and they would have completely bled out through the radial arteries, the killer doubled down and drained them twice. They then flushed the body with saline. I'm not exaggerating when I say the Vics don't have a drop of blood in them. Oh, shit, Quincy sighed. Unfortunately, that's not the worst part, Kravitz added. Phee, leaning against a cabinet with his arms folded, stood up straight. What's worse than that? Kravitz winced as his headache flared. The hands don't match. Come again? Quincy perked up. I ran tissue samples and some analysis on the cut patterns. Their hands were severed, then reattached to the wrong body. What kind of sick shit is that? Phee quipped. Well, when you put it all into a historical context, some of the sickest shit we've ever seen. Agent Maclin, do you know the significance of what was done to these men?
I understand what you're telling us happened to them. Is there something else I'm supposed to know?
She asked. Since you're so well-read, I was just curious about your knowledge of Jewish history. Just tell us what we need to know, Kravitz. We don't have time for guessing games, Quincy joined in. Maclin didn't like the way Kravitz looked at her. She didn't appreciate being put on the spot and having her Jewishness tested like some sort of high school pop quiz. certainly not from someone whom she'd heard on at least 2 occasions refer to himself as a cultural Jew. She didn't appreciate what looked to her like a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Kravitz directed most of his speech in Maclin's direction. The burned floor at the crime scene was more than likely used to destroy all remnants of their blood. Dr. Joseph Mengele, a.k.a. Hitler's Angel of Death, advocated that Jewish blood was poison and therefore needed to be completely purged from the earth to protect mankind. He ran all kinds of horrible experiments on the prisoners at Auschwitz. Jewish twins were his favorite. He sewed them together because he wanted to see if it was possible to create conjoined twins. He would also amputate some of their limbs and then reattach them to their sibling to test genetics and to the degree which the human body could be unnaturally manipulated. Looks like you guys have a hell of a hate crime on your hands. Maclin looked at the twins and the mutilation done to them. The more she looked at them, the angrier she got. Now that she was dying, life made even less sense to her. The brothers were known to be good men, men of integrity, godly men. Theirs was a life of purpose and grace. But despite their accomplishments, in the end, none of that really mattered, because when death decided to take them, it came with no mercy, but instead an excess of hate. Maclin thought about the fact that she was only 41 and lived a life dedicated to the pursuit of justice. Like the twins, even though she had done good things in the world such as saving lives and thwarting evil, it was obviously not enough to curry favor with the universe. She was angry that death was so undiscerning that it came as a gluttonous force with no logic. It tormented her that even the virtuous who dedicated themselves to the service of mankind were subjected to the cruel whims of God. It made no sense to her when the bad outlived the good. Maclin was a realist on the subject of death. There was no beating it, and only a few temporarily cheated it. The closer she got to her own expiration, the more she realized that her life was filled with countless regrets. She regretted that she had only been in love once, that she'd never had a child. She regretted that after the love of her life was murdered, she surrendered to years of hate and loneliness. There were many more disappointments that depressed her. She conceded that one of the last regrets she would have in life was that the cancer that was ravaging her would prevent her from killing the evil that murdered the Abramovitz brothers. Chapter 5. New York stank. Literally. The 2-week-old garbage strike, along with the current heat wave and civil unrest, was quickly turning the Big Apple into the big rotting core. The streets of the city were littered with scores of stuffed black garbage bags. Rats were emboldened by the bountiful spoils of the strike. They rummaged about as freely during the day as they did at night. Protests and marches were still going on. The Brooklyn Bridge had already been shut down twice from orchestrated sit-ins, and not even New York had enough holding cells to stockpile the hordes of angry demonstrators. Temperatures were over 100 degrees, but tempers were registering much higher than that. New York had gone from simmering to boiling. It was no longer a question of whether or not the city was going to implode. It was now just a matter of when. The 1-9 on East 67th Street was an old-school precinct, a lot like the 5th Precinct where Quincy and Phee worked. By the time the trio walked through the doors of the station, they were so damp from sweat that they looked as if they had been caught in a misting rain. Even though they were inside now, they couldn't feel much difference. There may have been lots of activity going on, but most of the occupants, civilians and cops alike, seemed to be moving in a slower gear. The heat was making everyone irritable. There was even bickering going on between the desk sergeant and 2 patrols about hogging a desk fan. The argument was pointless, because the fans at the 1-9 were a joke. They were just a visual mislead for the sake of morale. The cops were simply being teased by the thought of actual air being circulated. There was no such thing. The concept of cool air was quickly becoming an urban myth. There were rumors of encounters with it on other floors of the precinct, but they were quickly proven to be as unsubstantiated as sightings of Bigfoot. It was 109 degrees, and that wasn't even the expected high. There was no reprieve. Temperatures were still climbing. The building had good bones, a neo-Italian Renaissance structure with rusticated walls of red and sand-colored granite, but there was a lot of wear and tear. The homicide department was smaller than the one at the 5th Precinct, most likely because there were fewer murders in this particular area of Manhattan. Unfortunately, the air was dismal. The old building had a musty scent reminiscent of damp leather in a hot gymnasium. Maclin, Phee, and Quincy were requested to work the case from the local precinct for the sake of politics and expediency. It was a highly sensitive case that required them to work closely with the cops who knew the community and its influential constituents. None of them were happy about the temporary relocation, but then again, if things went right, they would only be there a couple of days, hopefully even less. People had come to expect even the impossible from them. Miracles were always wished for, but hard to come by. Good old-fashioned, thorough police work was all they had, all they knew. It was the one thing that had never failed them. As Maclin, Phee, and Quincy walked into the Midtown precinct, the place was buzzing with chatter about the synagogue murders. For the most part, the cops there looked like all cops. They were NYPD in a variety pack. They came in choices of fat, skinny, bald, hirsute, tall, short, male, female, black, white, Latin, Asian, and even a few Asholians sprinkled in for good measure. The trio hadn't even gotten deep into the building before they started feeling the stares and smirks of haters. Half the detectives there looked at them sideways. Any cop with even a thimbleful of pride resented the very thought of strangers coming into their house to do the job that they were convinced they were capable of doing. The other half looked at the three visitors with a 50-50 mix of envy and empathy. Most cops wanted the high-profile cases, but not all were prepared for the burden or potential ramifications of such a case. Even though Quincy and Phee had a great rep throughout the city as being the best closers on the force, this was the case that made everyone nervous. Every cop in New York could potentially be affected by the violent backlash of exploding racial tension throughout the city. Everybody's job would be impacted by the outcome of the Abramovitz case. The two older oscillating fans that were posted in opposite corners succeeded only in moving the warm, stale air back and forth with very little positive effect. Aside from Phee, Quincy, and Maclin, there was a total of 13 people gathered in the roll call room. Per Phee's request, everyone who had direct access to the crime scene was escorted from the synagogue in 2 vans to keep them isolated from everyone else. There were 4 detectives, 2 investigators from CSU, 4 uniforms, and 2 techs from the medical examiner's office, along with Kravitz. Phee made it a point to look directly at everyone there whom he didn't know personally. His not-so-subtle message was that anything less than full discretion would be regarded as a betrayal to the badge. Okay, so this is the deal. Nobody in this room says anything to anyone about what you saw at the synagogue. Not to your spouse, best friend, side piece, family, or even fellow cops. We got to control this thing until we break it. We can't talk to the press on this one. Not a word. Let the chief and the mouthpieces handle that. The only people who know the details of what went down with the killings are the people in this room. If there are any leaks, they came from somebody here. If the specifics get out about how they were killed, we're going to end up with a dinosaur-sized shitstorm. Even though Phee was just a visitor to the Midtown precinct, he made it clear that he, Quincy, and Maclin were in charge. And since the chief of police made them the primaries on the case, there was no such thing as jurisdiction. I'm not really sure what I saw there. I mean, what it all meant, said a young uniform who still looked like he was trying to collect himself from the horrible experience. Well, whatever it's supposed to mean. Let's just hope we're past the worst of it, Quincy said, jumping in. "What about the maintenance man who discovered the fix?" one of the detectives asked as he blotted the back of his neck with damp paper towels. "He's an illegal from Honduras. We've got ICE holding him for a couple of days just to make sure he's not a problem," Phee answered. He looked around the room to see if anyone needed more clarification on what was expected of them. "Any questions? This is the time to ask. We need to leave here knowing that all of us are on the same page." "I got a question for you." A 210-pound Irish pug with a stump of a neck raised his hand. As was the detective's habit, he was chewing on a small wad of gum. A former Golden Gloves cruiserweight who prided himself on still being a gym rat, Egan Burns had a flattened nose that looked perpetually broken. It leaned to the left, having long ago abandoned all hope of returning to the center. The slight deformity was a daily reminder of his former aspirations. "Shoot," Quincy said. "So, since this happened in our backyard and we were first on scene, do we at least get to run secondary on the case, or do you got to decide that as well?" the detective said with an obvious edge. Before Quincy could respond, Phee jumped in. "Detective Burns, right? Look, man, let's squash the petty bullshit before it even starts. The case should have been yours. We agree, but it's not. You got any issues with how the mayor and chief want this played out? Then take it down to 1 pp. You saw what happened to the Abramovitz brothers. You know what we're up against. We're not here to offer group hugs and take a bunch of selfies with our new BFFs. We've all got a hell of a job to do. It's that simple. So, you can be an asset or you can be an asshole. Choice is yours." Fee's bluntness was a test. He needed to know right away what kind of cops he was dealing with. "Well, gee, Detective Freeman, since you put it that way, I was actually hoping to be a little bit of both, because that's the only way we know how to do it here in Midtown." Burns shot back with a sardonic grin. A couple of the other cops laughed as Phee and Burns sized each other up. Phee finally broke and smiled. "We'll get along just fine. And yes, you're our second." It was 5:40 by the time the debriefing was done. Maclin went to work on her laptop and pulled up every hate group that appeared on the federal watch list. There were 37 in New York City alone. Quincy and Phee, along with Burns and his partner Bobby Skia, who was always called by both names, put their focus on the Abramovitz brothers. Even though the rabbis both had squeaky clean reputations, the Degler case had taught them all to never assume the total innocence of anyone. The 4 detectives scoured the financials and looked for any affiliations with controversial figures and groups. It was all a formality, though, a simple process of elimination. The case had hate crime written all over it. When Burns and Bobby Skia left for a dinner break, Phee called Brenda. After he hung up, he turned to Quincy and Maclin. "Hey, Brenda wants to know if we'll make it back in time for dinner. Since we're going to end up pulling an all-nighter, I say we might as well do it at my place. I mean, it's too hot to even think in here. Quincy was already going to crash in my guest house. Maclin, you can stay in one of the guest rooms."
I'd rather just keep working. I need to get as many of these profiles done as possible before I head back to D.C. tomorrow,
Maclin responded. Surprised, Phee looked at Quincy and then back at Maclin.
I already told the mayor that the most I could do would be to give my assessment of the crime scene and get the 2 of you started on profiles of the most likely candidates. I'm not going to be able to see this one through to the end.
You're kidding, right? Maclin, we need you so that we can close this thing as soon as possible, Quincy said, jumping in.
I'm sorry, but I can't,
Maclin said. What do you mean, you can't? We're not looking at some simple...
Quincy, I said I can't.
Maclin started getting defensive. If you don't run point on this with us, you know how it's going to play out. The Bureau is going to stomp all over this thing and take twice as long because of all of their bureaucratic bullshit. The 3 of us working together is the best shot to put this thing down and put it down quickly, Phee said.
Don't you think I already know that, Phee?
Well, if you know it, then why the hell are we even having this conversation, he shot back.
I said I can't, okay? I've got some personal stuff that I need to deal with.
The walls of the conference room were glass. A couple of the detectives in the squad room looked in when Maclin raised her voice. In the 2 cases that they had worked together, Quincy couldn't recall ever seeing her get emotional. Fee's famous temper would only make things worse. Quincy jumped into referee mode. Okay, look. We're all on edge here. Let's just take everything down about 3 ticks. If we only have you until tomorrow, then we got a long night ahead of us. I think Phee is right. Let's get out of this sauna and put some food in our system, then spend the rest of the night spitballing about which bad actors might look good for this. Maclin didn't give much. She just focused on her laptop as a way of avoiding Fee's stare. Come on, Janet. We're going to have to head out to Jersey at some point to get your car. Better to do it now than 3 in the morning. The drive can do us all some good. Besides, if you thought lunch was great, wait until you taste Elena's lasagna, Quincy boasted. Everything was shit for Maclin. The city smelled like shit, it was hot as shit, and she felt like shit. She was a half hour late taking her meds, and she could feel the rise of tiny skirmishes throughout her body. It was a transient pain that went organ hopping like it was on a shopping spree. It visited different parts of her with varying degrees of intensity. The pain felt like it was in her bones 1 minute, then when it got bored it camped out in her liver or kidneys, and then settled into her stomach for a party of sorts, twisting it for a while before it moved on. Maclin named her cancer Ivan, as in Ivan the Terrible. In her mind, Ivan was Jewish, specifically, of Eastern European descent, more commonly known as Ashkenazim. When she was first diagnosed, she read a piece in Smithsonian on genomes and how hereditary mutations in BRCA1 and BRCA2 genes had infected the bloodline of her people for generations, disproportionately increasing the chances of breast, ovarian, and prostate cancer. Although Maclin often self-deprecatingly thought of herself as nothing more than a casual Jew, her lack of commitment ultimately made no difference. Despite the fact that she may have never been the type to boldly claim her Jewishness, she was discovering that it certainly claimed her. She visualized Ivan as a giant barbarian, wielding an ancient axe and draped in the skins of his vanquished prey. She thought it only fitting that her disease should have some type of intimate identification. She needed to be able to call it something specific when it took hold of her and controlled her every move. When it was angry and uncooperative, she needed to be able to curse its name as she tussled with it with very little success. Ivan was a son of a bitch, but he was all hers for the remainder of her very short life. At 7:30 it was still an unpleasant 97 degrees. The city was overripe with an unrelenting funk. The air was so thick with humidity that if one breathed in too heavily through an open mouth, it was possible to actually taste the heat and stench. Maclin sat in the back seat as Phee headed up the West Side Highway toward the George Washington Bridge. The temperature seemed to slow everything down. They got stuck in traffic just 2 exits before 179th Street. The water of the Hudson River barely moved. The Saturday evening traffic seemed even worse. Fee's Rover crept along just a few feet at a time. Maclin may have been the only one in all of New York who was happy to be stuck in the congestion. The slower they moved, the better. It was easier for her to hide her sickness from Phee and Quincy. She could feel Fee's eyes in the rearview mirror stealing glances at her. She pretended not to notice. Maclin just needed to buy a little more time to let the drugs take effect so she could negotiate with Ivan. The Dilaudid kicked in right away, and she was thankful that she wasn't hurting as much as she had been just 20 minutes earlier. She was waiting for the Zofran to fight back the nausea, to help her suppress the uprising. She was just hoping that she wouldn't leave regurgitated bits of her delectable lunch all over the back seat of Fee's SUV. Chapter 6. The drive back to Fee's house was quiet. Periodically, Maclin's phone vibrated with a text or call, from the same number that she kept ignoring. The radio was turned down low, but she could still hear the voices of a host and guest on an all-talk radio station having a discussion on race in America. The guest on the show was Sheldon Grimes, an African-American community activist. Phee lowered the volume even more when Grimes started shouting over the host and seemed more interested in hearing himself pontificate than having a meaningful conversation. After Phee had had enough, he turned the radio off and drove in silence. Maclin knew Phee was still irritated with her because she wasn't going to work the case all the way through. She hated letting the two partners down because she respected them above all other cops. She hadn't quite lied to them, but she wasn't totally honest with them either. Not telling them what she'd originally gone to see them about made her feel deceitful. Now with the synagogue murders, her visit had gone all wrong. She couldn't tell them that she was dying. She refused to be a distraction at a time when they needed all their focus on stopping whoever was responsible for slaughtering the Abramovitz brothers. The minute the three of them walked through the front door of Fee's house, they heard hearty laughter coming from the kitchen. Maclin immediately recognized Brenda's and Elena's voices, but there was a third one that was loud, gravelly, and unfamiliar. As Maclin followed Phee and Quincy into the kitchen, she watched Elena and Brenda, who was holding Delicia, cross to greet their men. Leaning against the onyx countertop with a glass of wine was a 200-something-pound trans woman. "Maclin, do you remember Epiphany from my brother's funeral?" Phee asked. Yeah," she answered. "That's a good answer, sweetie, because I am not one to be easily forgotten," Epiphany laughed. After Phee kissed Brenda and Delicia, he held his daughter in one arm and greeted Epiphany with a hug. Maclin most definitely remembered her. People with personalities that were larger than life were hard to forget. Epiphany Chevalier and Fee's brother AJ had been best friends and roommates. Before AJ's murder, they were both prostitutes. Maclin thought that from the looks of things, Epiphany seemed to have completely turned her life around. She wore all white blouse, white linen pants, and even white patent leather red bottoms. Maclin noticed the Rolex Lady Datejust and diamond-studded earrings, and assumed that the Louis Vuitton clutch on the kitchen island belonged to her as well. "Phee, I just stopped by to drop off the monthly statements. Plus, I wanted to see this scrumptious little girl of yours," Epiphany said, tickling Delicia. "How's construction on the second store going?" Phee asked. "We're still 2 weeks behind my original schedule, but we'll be able to open on time. It'll be tight, but I'll make it happen," Epiphany answered. Phee turned to Maclin. "Epiphany opened a little clothing boutique about 1.5 years ago in the village, selling my brother's designs. That spot did so well, she's opening another one in Soho. What Mr. Modesty here left out is he's the silent partner who's making it all happen," Epiphany added. "Hey, obviously it's a good investment," Phee shot back. "All right, food's ready, let's eat," Elena said as she and Brenda ushered everyone into the dining room. Maclin picked at her food and forced herself to eat just enough to appear polite. But Ivan had taken her appetite on the drive home and refused to give it back. She thought it was a shame, because Quincy was right. What little she did eat was delicious. She had never had lasagna made with chunks of lobster and crab meat along with Gruyere and smoked Gouda. Maclin only had 1 glass of red because sometimes the wine and meds combined made her sleepy, which on most nights was a good thing, but tonight she definitely wanted to be sharp. Everyone listened as Epiphany told in dramatic fashion a funny story about how a couple of years ago she and AJ got booted from an audition for American Idol. As everyone laughed, Delicia, just as she had done at lunch, squirmed out of Fee's arms and made her way into Maclin's lap. Bo sat at Maclin's feet, panting as he watched her every move. "I swear, I don't know what it is about you, but she just does not take to strangers the way she takes to you," Brenda said. "She knows you're good people. Kids just have a sixth sense about those kinds of things," Phee added. The way Phee made a point to lock eyes with Maclin along with the compliment led her to assume that it was the closest thing he would give in terms of an apology for their earlier spat. It was unnecessary, but appreciated. Maybe Phee was right. Not necessarily so much about her being such a good person, as the part about kids having a sixth sense. As the little girl sat comfortably in her lap and recited all the names and biographies of all of her dolls, Maclin wondered whether children could sense death. After dinner, Phee, Quincy, and Maclin sat on the veranda with their laptops and got down to business. The spicy aroma of sweet pepper bush wafted through the air as a constant reminder of their escape from the punishing smells of New York City. Periodically, the sound of Epiphany's laughter bellowed from inside the house. There were multiple things that split Maclin's focus, and they were just the type of minor distractions that she welcomed. Lately, the victory of her days was contingent upon how she fared through her various battles, such as the tolerance of her pain, avoidance of her depressions, and even more minute things like having something close to an average sense of taste or smell. She never thought it would be a luxury to simply be able to taste a good meal. But then again, she hadn't expected some of her senses to diminish as much as they had over the last month. She had no idea how long it would last, but she quietly celebrated the simplicity of being able to smell the suburban fresh air. There were plenty of stars and the constant chirps of courting crickets that got her attention as well. Tomorrow could be a completely different story, but it was a small victory that at least her 5 senses were simultaneously working for the time being. So, I've taken 37 hate groups in New York that the Bureau's been monitoring, and I've put them into 8 sets of 4, and then the last bunch into a set of 5. They're in descending order of which ones the agency feels are the real threats and which ones are just hate talkers. The 3 of us need to go through and narrow them down even more to who we think could actually be capable of something this bad. I'm already forming a spin, but I'd like to go through everyone on the list before I share it. Quincy sat with his elbows on his knees and both of his thumbs tapping the bridge of his nose, deep in thought, while Phee researched the criminal history of each group on his laptop. Brenda carried Delicia out in her pink Dora the Explorer pajamas. After the little girl kissed her father and godfather, she scurried over to hug Maclin and kiss her goodnight as well before Brenda wrangled her back into the house. For the next 4 hours, Maclin, Phee, and Quincy meticulously went through the files of the 37 groups. Maclin thought better when she moved. She stood and walked 10 feet forward, then back 10 feet. Her phone still vibrated every now and then, but she continued to ignore the calls. The tiled deck felt cool underneath her bare feet. She was surprised at how relaxed she was, and pleased that the partners had convinced her to leave the city to come work from the house.
Okay, so I still think the most likely would be the top 4 on my list. We've got Black Muslims in Harlem, an Aryan group in Vinegar Hill, skinheads out in Canarsie, and neo-Nazis in Fort Greene. We've arrested members from all 4 of these groups on federal charges, from arson to murder. Let's start with the most obvious. The word umoja that was spray-painted at the scene.
It's a Swahili word that means unity, Phee said. Maclin nodded, then countered.
It's also one of the names that the group up in Harlem goes by.
If they're so badass, how come we never heard of them? Quincy asked.
They're relatively new to New York. Started in St. Louis almost 15 years ago after few members broke ranks from the new Black Panther Party and converted to Islam. Started off simple enough. Their philosophy was unity through community. They became more radicalized 4 years ago after their founder, Hassan Blue Ridge, was shot in the back by a cop who said he was resisting arrest after a simple traffic stop. The cop was never indicted, and 2 months later he ended up killed in an ambush by unknown assailants. A week after that, the prosecutor who wouldn't indict was killed the same way. Both were shot multiple times.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that, Phee said. Maclin pressed on.
We assumed the group disbanded until we discovered that some of the newer members relocated to New York 6 months ago and started heavy recruitment in Harlem. Their current leader is a guy by the name of Shaka Zaire Ali. Outside of a couple of petty crimes several years ago, we really don't have much on him. He just kind of popped up out of nowhere.
Are they top of the list just because the name of their group was spray-painted at the scene? Feels pretty convenient, doesn't it? Quincy asked. Phee stood up and stretched his lower back. I agree with Quincy. I can see the motivation for them killing the cop if they did it. By the same token, I could even see them doing the prosecutor. But why would they kill a couple of rabbis who were well-respected in the black community? Maclin leaned forward and set her glass of water on the grass.
I've cross-referenced all known members of Umoja and even some of their recent recruits and came up with at least a person of interest by the name of Jared Harris.
Phee perked up when he heard the name. Maclin struck a couple of keys on her laptop, then turned it around so that the partners could see the photo she pulled up. Oh, shit, Phee hissed.
You know him?
Maclin asked. Yeah, I grew up with him. We called him Spider. Both of you met him at my brother's funeral. So, why did he come up as a POI?
His sister's kid was Devin Timmons,
Maclin answered. The same Timmons who was chased to his death 2 weeks ago by a Jewish mob? Quincy jumped in. Maclin looked at Phee when she answered.
Yeah, the same. Right after his nephew's death, Jared Harris was recruited by Umoja. Maybe it's circumstantial and maybe it's not. Probably won't buy us a warrant. But if we're looking for motive, how about the oldest in the book? An eye for an eye. Maybe Spider and his new friends are just taking it one step further. They take one of ours, we take two of theirs.
Chapter 7. Maclin had worked with Phee and Quincy until just past 2 in the morning. She woke up at 5:14 but lay there for a half hour trying to convince her body it was time to move. She started the first few moments of each morning, waiting for her body to catch up with her intentions. In the last month of dawns, she couldn't help feeling like a vintage Chevy. Her engine needed warming up before any type of acceleration. Movement for her required thought, negotiation even. When she was finally able to move, she did so like a thief, careful not to alarm her pain. Her arms felt as stiff as wooden telephone poles with a radiating sensation that left her hand strength so depleted that it was impossible for her to perform even the simple task of unscrewing the cap of her pain pills that she needed to start the day. Mornings were usually the roughest for her. All she could do was stay motionless while the pain traveled from one end of her body to the other. On good days, the journey only lasted 5 minutes or less. On bad days, it took up to 30. With nothing to do but lie there, she took in the room. Maclin winced from time to time as the pain relocated itself, shifting course on its tedious expedition. She distracted herself as she stared at the pair of Pierre-Marie Bresson paintings, the glass-domed Tiffany clock on the nightstand, and the raw silk valance and drapes that hung to just an inch above the Brazilian dark wood floors. She entertained herself for a few seconds by trying to find the seams in the herringbone pattern on the wallpaper. She couldn't. Although she was just an overnight guest, the room made her feel as though she belonged. The muscles in her left arm were the first to release her fleeting paralysis. By 5:35, she was sitting up and popping pills. When she checked her phone, she saw that she had several missed calls from the same number. She didn't bother to shower because she wanted to be out of the house before Phee or anyone else woke. Maclin wasn't good with goodbyes. She found them more cumbersome than not. Just as she headed toward the front door, Bo appeared from nowhere and started barking at her. Bo, shh! Brenda emerged from the kitchen and snapped her finger. Bo stopped on cue and sat at his mistress's feet. Brenda was in a pair of gym shorts and wearing an oversized Giants jersey with her husband's number on it. The jersey hung low on her but was snug across her protruding belly. Bo's a trip. He's all bark and no bite, trust me. You're up early, Brenda said.
Yeah, I wanted to get back to the city before morning traffic started.
It's Sunday. It won't be bad. Elena and I were just having some coffee and biscuits. Come on in, join us.
Thank you, but no, I need to get back.
Oh, come on. Just one cup before you head back into the jungle.
I'm fine.
Brenda hooked her arm in Maclin's and directed her toward the kitchen. I was raised in the South, where it's sacrilege to let a guest leave your house on an empty stomach. Maclin had no choice but to like Brenda. She was just likable. As the two of them walked back into the kitchen, Elena was standing in a corner pouring coffee. She was wearing a wife beater and yoga pants. CNN quietly played on a 24-inch flat screen that was mounted high in a corner near the fridge. "Morning," Elena said. "You're up early, considering how late you all worked."
Yeah, I'm not a big sleeper. Do the two of you always get up this early on the weekends?
My little terror wakes up at 6:15 every morning. I just like to have some me time before she starts running me ragged, Brenda laughed. "How do you like your coffee?" Elena asked as she opened the cupboard and pulled out a mug that was bigger than most soup bowls.
Cream, no sugar.
As Maclin looked oddly at the large mug that Elena set in front of her, Brenda laughed. "If you haven't already guessed, we do things big around here." Maclin hadn't had a morning appetite in quite some time. She picked at the hot cheddar biscuit that Brenda set before her. Melted butter ran down the sides of the warm, puffy bread with sticky apricot jam in the center. "Forecast says it might get up to 110 degrees in this city," Elena said. "I'm definitely not missing living there," Brenda sighed. "How could you miss hell when you've got a piece of heaven?" Elena teased. Elena was right. The home was heavenly. They stood in the middle of the Tuscan-style chef's kitchen, complete with birch-paneled Sub-Zero fridge and freezer and a vintage La Cornue stove. The kitchen wasn't just a cook's playground. The large open space was designed to accommodate larger as well as intimate gatherings. Maclin looked around and thought that the kitchen was almost half the size of her entire apartment in Langley. Her domicile was like most things in her life, much more about function and sustainability than anything else. Her lifestyle wasn't the kind that included impromptu dinner guests or late-night sleepovers. It certainly didn't include early morning coffee and homemade biscuits with girlfriends and chats about children and weather. Maclin had spent so many years in obsessive pursuit of the serial killer Degler that once she, Quincy, and Phee finally killed him, it only further exposed how void her life had become of, well, living. Brenda heard sounds from the baby monitor that sat in the center of the kitchen island. She saw her daughter restlessly stirring. The sound of the little girl's voice was as loud as a baby rooster ushering the start of a new day. Delicia, in her pink PJs, stood and held the bars of her crib like a mini-convict, plotting her escape. "Well, that's my cue. The reign of terror begins," Brenda said as she sipped the last of her coffee and turned to exit. Elena intercepted her by putting a hand on her shoulder. "You stay. I'll get her." As Elena went to retrieve Delicia, Maclin took a sip of coffee. Even though her taste buds were still slowly waking up, the warm fluid felt good sliding down inside of her.
You really do have a beautiful home, Brenda.
"Thank you. You're always welcome here. Phee and Quincy always speak so highly of you."
They're the best I've ever worked with.
Brenda opened the fridge and took out some Greek yogurt along with some fresh blueberries and strawberries. After she mixed all three in a child's bowl, she poured some carrot juice into a Little Mermaid sippy cup. "You mind if I ask you a question about your work?"
Not at all. As long as it's not about the case.
No, nothing like that. I just want to know what it's like," Brenda asked as she finished preparing her daughter's breakfast. "I mean, doing what you do. Phee never talks about his work. He thinks he's protecting me from the big bad world." Maclin chewed on Brenda's words and stared at her as though she was trying to decide which early morning truths were palatable and which were not.
He is protecting you. Be thankful for that. The thing you might not understand is that the protection goes both ways. Cops deal with the kind of darkness that most people can't even fathom. The only way to survive that intact day in and year out is by knowing there's some light waiting for you at the end of your shift. Otherwise, it grinds you up so much that it owns you, and you end up lost somewhere between the shadows of who you think you are and who you really are.
Maclin sipped her coffee and got quiet as though she had inadvertently said too much. Brenda felt a little awkward. because she couldn't quite read her. As she drizzled honey on her daughter's yogurt, she wondered if she had accidentally opened a can of discomfort that struck much too close to home. Elena came into the kitchen carrying Delicia. As she handed her off, Brenda blanketed the little girl with morning kisses, which made both of them laugh. "Good morning, my little mama," Brenda said. Maclin looked at the exchange between mother and daughter and saw firsthand how they were the light that got Phee through. Phee was right to protect Brenda from even the slightest detail of the darkness they pursued case after disturbing case. Maclin saw purity in Delicia and Brenda. It was a purity that was worth protecting at all costs, even if it meant hiding certain truths from his wife. Even if it meant telling permissible lies that fathers tell their daughters, such as there were no monsters in the dark and there were happy endings aplenty because the world was a good and decent place. Although it had been very long since she had had anything in her life resembling such innocence, fortunately, she hadn't forgotten how to appreciate it. It wasn't envy that she felt, but rather an unfinished longing. She wasn't certain, but she thought for just a moment that she saw a similar longing in Elena's eyes as they both looked at Brenda, who was completely smitten by her pint-sized angel. Delicia insisted on sitting in Maclin's lap so that her new best friend could feed her from the bowl of yogurt and berries. Maclin laughed and obliged, thankful for the opportunity. Beau sat nearby, jealous of their union. Just as the night before, as soon as the two settled into each other, Delicia proved to be a more powerful palliative than the daily meds Maclin relied on. Even if only temporarily, she felt repaired by the infinite smile of Brenda and Phee's little terror. However, the side effects were somewhat bittersweet. She couldn't help but think about the child she had miscarried shortly after Willington was murdered. Although there were voids in Maclin that no other child could fill, she at least allowed herself the moments to enjoy how perfectly Delicia fit in her lap, much like a lost puzzle piece unexpectedly found. She enjoyed it so much, she ended up not leaving the house until almost 7:30. The second she crossed the George Washington Bridge, it felt like the temperature jumped 20 degrees. Again, her phone vibrated, and again she checked the incoming call and chose to ignore it. There were now 13 voice messages on her phone. At 7:45, the thermostat in her dash read 89. Even with the windows closed and the AC turned up, Maclin could sense the city simmering like an overnight stew in a crock-pot. As she drove down Broadway, she passed block after block of undeclared refuse stuffed in giant blobs of black plastic bags that ate up half of the sidewalks. She pondered which would end first, the garbage strike or the heat wave. The city could survive one at a time, but Maclin wondered how long New Yorkers would hold it together when things really started boiling over. It was only 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning, but she started seeing the first cracks of the day. Cabbies laid on their horns at the slightest provocation. She actually saw two come to blows at the intersection of 66th and Broadway, just in front of Juilliard. Even though one was bloodied from the pummeling he took, no one came to his aid. Instead, several pedestrians just stood by and filmed the fight on their phones in hopes of it becoming the day's viral sensation. Maclin was a woman of habit. She found efficiency in routine. By the time she made it to the hotel where she always stayed when she came to New York, it was just after 8:15. The Richardson was a boutique hotel near St. Mark's Place and 3rd Avenue, with small rooms and low ceilings, but the type of hospitality that made each guest feel like they were the one and only priority. By the time she parked her car and walked a half block to the hotel, she was sweating and thinking about a long, cool shower. "Janet?" Just as she reached to open the lobby door of the hotel, she heard her name called. It was the same voice that had left several voicemails for her. It was the one voice that she hoped that she would live the rest of her life, however short that might be, without ever hearing again. Chapter 8. Spider Harris hated white people. Maybe not as vehemently as did his father, grandfather, and even great-grandfather, but the racism and xenophobia that he had been weaned on all his life were deeply planted in him with bottomless roots. Such were the results of being raised under the bilious rants of lifelong racists. That loathing was a revered family heirloom that had been carefully passed down generation after generation. His father and grandfather taught him that whites were vampires, feasting on the souls of all whom they deceived. Accordingly, he had avoided them as much as possible. Spider was born and raised and worked and lived his entire life in Harlem. Even now, in his mid-40s, it was still the rare occasion that he traveled south of 110th Street. Harlem was his world, and not enough people seemed to be concerned that it was being choked under the stranglehold of gentrification. It broke his heart that far too many blacks insisted on walking through life blind and weak. Spider was woke, and he hated what he saw. Every day he mourned the slow and steady death of black consciousness. He was thankful that he had such strong men in his family who had set examples for him. Beside his family and the brothers from Umoja, nobody seemed particularly alarmed by the cryptic writing on the wall. Spider especially hated Jews. It was a new distinction for him that had started only 2 weeks before after a dozen or so Hasids out in Borough Park chased his 17-year-old nephew to his death. Not one person was charged, not even Ezra Pearl, who was caught on video leading the deadly chase. Before that tragic event, Spider's view of Jewish people had been much more complex. On one hand, he felt about them the same way he felt about all whites. They were not to be trusted. Although he would never openly admit it, as a self-proclaimed history buff, he secretly admired them for being great survivors. Spider actually envied them and how, after the Holocaust, they turned their greatest tragedy into their greatest triumph, Israel. It pissed him off to no end that African Americans had no sovereign state. There was no Israel that existed for Spider and his people. Slavery had all too brilliantly severed the umbilical cord between African Americans and their motherland. The sad truth was that at best, the vast majority of blacks felt only an obligatory connection to the dark continent. Spider saw his generation, as well as the half-dozen previous ones, as a nation of the disenfranchised. As far as he was concerned, the closest thing to a motherland were the dissected pockets of black life that were scattered around the country in the form of urban sections of the American landscape. The consolation prize for him was that atop the cultural food chain for black people was his beloved Harlem. It was the Black Holy Land. This was the one place in the world that he would fight for, bleed for, and willingly die for if it came to that. Spider woke in a warm pool of blood. He couldn't remember a damn thing. No idea where he was or how he got there. All he knew was that he hurt. The only good thing about his pain was that he felt so much of it that he knew he couldn't be dead. That was it. That was the best confirmation he had that he was still alive. His hands hurt the most, but his neck wouldn't support him enough to see why. Any attempts at movement left him feeling helpless from his total lack of control. The inside of his head felt like pounded meat. He floated in and out of his fugue, which only left him operating at about 20%. A sharp pain in the back of his skull jump-started his senses just enough that things slowly started becoming a little clearer. His body still wouldn't move, but his focus, eyesight, sense of smell, and hearing crept back at a snail's pace. The temperature in the room was at least mid-90. A softball-sized hole in the roof allowed a thin ray of morning light to shine in. Its glow was so weak that it only lit a small portion of the room. Because of his lack of mobility, the ceiling was the only thing he could see. There were large brown water stains on corroded tiles that threatened to come crashing down on him at any moment. The corners of steel rafters were covered in peeling lead paint that exposed an ugly mass of what was probably asbestos. 30 feet above the center of the pit were the broken remains of an ancient pulley system. Several groups of water pipes in varying sizes spread across the ceiling like a headless gang of metal snakes. The room was clammy from the humidity, and there was a heavy stench of sulfur that reminded him of a batch of rotted eggs. Spider lowered his eyes to the large, faded graphic that was embedded high into the brick wall. He was looking for any clue that might tell him where he was. The harder he stared at the wall, the more he could just make out the broken lettering of the name Hosinger's Meats. The building trembled a little as a train rumbled by in the distance. Although he had never been there before, Spider knew exactly where he was. Hosinger's was a major meat supplier from the early 50s through the late 80s before going out of business in 91. He'd heard horror stories about the building throughout his childhood. The name Hosinger on the wall of a well-known factory not far from passing trains told Spider two things. One, he was on the northern tip of the Bronx. Two, he was being held captive in an abandoned slaughterhouse. As the fog cleared in Spider's head, he started feeling the full measure of the pain in his hands and arms. The more conscious he became, the more aware he was of the pain in his hands. He'd never felt anything like it. Once he regained enough strength to finally lift his head to inspect himself, he saw the horrible reason. All 10 fingers had been severed at their knuckles. He screamed when he saw his missing fingers in the cauterized stubs that had been left in their place. He yelled something low and primal, a sound similar to the uncountable number of cattle that had been slaughtered in the same place years before him. His desperate screams bounced back and forth off the brick walls until all that was left of them were faded mutters. Although he had no idea how long it was, Spider yelled until everything was siphoned out of him. As he eventually quieted down, he heard movement in a nearby corner. Someone or something was in the room with him. As he listened more intently, he recognized a familiar sound that he hadn't heard in years. It brought him back to when he was a child growing up in the Grant housing projects on Morningside Avenue and 123rd Street. There were far too many nights that he went to sleep hearing the same thing he heard now. It was the unmistakable ruckus of rats fighting for food. Spider raised himself up a bit until he was resting on his elbows. His head was spinning, and it took real effort to keep his eyes open. He was still groggy from an assault that he could only vaguely remember. He couldn't make any sense of anything. He tried to think clearly, but his efforts only led to more confusion. There was a residual tinny vibration ringing in his head. The skin just above his left ear felt stretched from a swelling bump that was about the size of a golf ball. His eyes were slowly acclimating to the dark room with its faint streaks of light peeking in from the small hole up top, as well as under the door of the random cracks where the walls separated from the ceiling. The more his hearing improved, the better he could hear the increasingly violent shrieks of the brawling rats. There was a shrill screech from one of the rodents that was obviously in severe pain. A second later, Spider saw a medium-sized rat weakly hobble past him. The creature's fur was matted in blood, and it was presumably the defeated side of the battle. A couple of seconds later, a much larger rat passed within 2 feet of Spider. As he looked closely, he saw that the rat was carrying half of a familiar-looking finger. Spider's head pounded as if his skull were a half size too small for his brain. It wasn't just that the slightest movement made things worse. Even the simple act of thinking hurt. Regardless of the pain, there was no stopping the deluge of thoughts that flooded his mind. He wondered. He second-guessed. He replayed things over and over, trying to figure out how he ended up where he was. Spider knew he needed to figure shit out if he was going to survive. He should have never trusted the phone call from the stranger who said he had irrefutable video evidence of Ezra Pearl pushing Spider's nephew just before a passing car killed him. The last thing he could recall was entering Central Park on 110th Street at Bones Valley to meet the person who said they wanted to set the record straight. He could clearly recollect waiting on the same bench where, as a kid, he and his boys used to watch the best dominoes players in Harlem throwing bones. All he could remember was waiting there at the designated rendezvous shortly after sunrise. That was all. There were tangible consequences to his senses returning. Every nerve ending in his hands felt as if it had been doused with gasoline and set on fire. The rotting smell in the air made him want to throw up. As if he didn't already have enough things threatening to break him, he started hearing sounds that, despite the horrendous heat in the room, chilled him to his core. Someone in another part of the building was screaming in utter agony. Spider heard pain-filled decibels that he never even knew the human voice was capable of reaching. Each scream was preceded by the sound of something striking flesh. He counted 7 exchanges, 7 blows, and 7 cries. He wasn't exactly sure if he imagined it, but it seemed to him that each strike was louder than the one before. Even when the cries suddenly stopped, the sharp pitch of skin being struck reverberated throughout the large building. Blow, silence, blow, silence, blow, silence, and so on. Spider counted 14 blows, even after the crying had stopped. Then it was quiet. A long, empty, ominous silence that made him think of death. Chapter 9. Not saying you owed me an explanation or anything else, Janet. You said up front what you wanted and didn't want. But I just thought in addition to whatever it was that we were doing for the last 2 years that we were at least something resembling friends. 12, 13 phone calls and texts and nothing? I gotta stalk you at your hotel just to beg you for 5 minutes of your time? You know, the funny thing is, the reason I was reaching out to you had nothing to do with us. I'm here because of your case. Loescher saw him leaned against a waist-high white lacquered dresser drawer, never taking his eyes off of Maclin as he spoke to her. On the other hand, her guilt made it difficult for her to even look in his general direction. She grew more self-conscious by the second in his presence. If anyone could detect the illness she was hiding, she assumed it would be him. He would see it in her eyes, in her skin, in the almost imperceptible way her clothes were beginning to fit just a bit more loosely. Even though her body was covered, he would know that she was beginning to lose millimeters of muscle mass. No matter how subtle, her life was now in atrophy. She knew he was angry, but what she heard most in his voice was pain. It was a low, dull sound brimming with disappointment. This was completely new territory for the two of them. They had never argued before, because that type of thing was a luxury that their encounters simply couldn't afford. There were specific rules to their arrangement. Number 1 on the list was anything approximating catching feelings was strictly prohibited. They got together once every 3 weeks in the same hotel and usually in the same small room with white lacquered furniture. They ordered room service, ate naked on the floor, and occasionally talked, as long as the conversation didn't get too touchy-feely. But mainly, they fucked. Long, hard, and with varying degrees of violence. These were the Maclin rules. She was always cautious when she dealt with Loescher, because he was different from the others. He wasn't in the same pool of random men who she used for sex and remembrance. In contrast to his pseudo-counterparts, his function in her life was more than a temporary reminder of her part-time need for pleasure, and despite her fierce independence, the confirmation that a man's touch still made her feel more alive than anything else. Loescher was the only one since Willington who consistently stimulated her deeper than the flesh. He was a good man, whose only weakness that she could see was that he couldn't control his feelings for her. Even though he did his best to mask it, Maclin knew he'd broken the rules very early into their fling. It was supposed to be sex and nothing more. Unlike her, he was an adept at keeping such things in their proper perspective. Maclin knew that she was stronger than him, and obviously more proficient at steering clear of love and similar liabilities. She stood in a corner and leaned against the window, because the room was so small that there weren't many other options. The cramped box wasn't suitable for much besides sleeping and fornicating. It was all she had known with him in the room. It was a sacred space for her. The 300 square feet gave her what she needed, nothing less, and certainly not much more. Everything was about proficiency for Maclin. She appreciated the boutique hotel mainly because it was a convenient place for her and her accommodating lover, a place where she could rest her demons and indulge her kinks. She loved the thick concrete walls and the containment that came with them, both orally and physically. At almost $600 a night, it was worth every cent to her. Before her sickness came, her semi-monthly excursions to New York were what she looked forward to most. Loescher was an ER doc who had treated Maclin when she'd been injured during the Zibik case 2 years earlier. He had hazel eyes that looked like a pair of honey-colored marbles. There was a hint of an Eastern European accent that still lingered 25 years after he'd emigrated with his parents and twin sister from Prague. A small chai dangled from a gold necklace 3 inches below his neck. His hair was mud brown with thick waves that just touched the top of his shoulders. He was a CrossFit enthusiast with a thick, muscular upper body and long, lean legs. At 37, he was 4 years younger than Maclin.
You're right. I could have handled things better. But I've just got a lot going on right now. Things you wouldn't understand,
Maclin said. You could always try me.
There are things we do and things we don't do.
Because of your precious rules? Loescher asked.
Because some things are better left just the way they are.
Got it.
Look, I just came to get my stuff. I'm headed back to D.C. this afternoon. What was it about the case you wanted to tell me?
Yeah, this could all be related. The head rabbi at my sister's synagogue thinks his son is missing.
He thinks?
Well, he's pretty sure, but we don't have any hard proof.
So why exactly does he think his son is missing?
Because his son is Ezra Pearl. Maclin perked up a little at the mention of Pearl's name. Loescher saw it and felt a bit more encouraged by her reaction. Ezra and his father have dedicated the last 10 years of their lives to creating a new Holocaust museum in Brooklyn. They were both being honored last night by one of the most respected yeshivas in New York because the museum opens in a few days. Ezra was a no-show, and no one has heard from him. There's no way he would have missed one of the proudest nights of his life. Cops seem to be dragging their feet because it hasn't been 24 hours yet.
I'll make a phone call.
I was hoping you'd do more.
I'm not actually working the Abramovitz case. I'm headed back to D.C.
But I saw you on TV at the synagogue. That's how I knew you were in town.
I was just there in an advisory capacity.
When he lowered his eyes, Maclin thought about how she'd felt when she'd let Quincy and Phee down by informing them that she wouldn't be seeing the case through with them. Loescher looked similarly stung, as if by an act of betrayal. It was even more indicting because of their past intimacy. Although Loescher never said it, Maclin knew that he expected more of her. It had only been 2 days since getting the dreaded confirmation of her diagnosis, and yet the dying game already had her letting down the few people who actually mattered in a life that was woefully short on connections. His voice was her undoing. It was the one thing about him that reminded her most of Willington, who had been her truest love. There were times in the dark when Loescher fucked her that she pretended that he was her murdered fiancé. It wasn't that the two men sounded exactly alike. It was more in their shared intonation. They both lifted the end of their phrasing, which made most of their sentences sound like questions. Loescher's voice was deep and easy to lean on, even for Maclin, who wasn't used to leaning on much of anything or anyone. In the rare times that she inadvertently dropped her guard, Loescher's voice and touch reminded her of what it meant to belong and what it meant to be celebrated. They stood quietly across from each other, nothing more than intimate strangers. With just 6 feet between them, Maclin could smell him. She inhaled the subtle whiff of Creed cologne that she was fond of him wearing. It was a light, spicy musk that only complemented his natural masculine scent. The fragrance reminded her of the ocean during warm spring rains. Smelling him had always been foreplay for her. Even though the cancer had robbed her of her sexual desires, her nearness to Loescher at least reminded her of the raw connection they used to share. She was careful not to give him anything that might be misconstrued as an opening. Aside from the brief conversation regarding Ezra Pearl, Maclin's body language communicated that she was unreceptive to anything personal he might have to say. She kept her distance in more ways than one. Even though the room was small, their separation seemed best measured not in inches or feet, but acreage. It wasn't her intention, but the distance seemed to leave him subtly floundering and even shrinking bit by bit before her. Maclin could see him fighting the invisible battle of whether to stay longer or go. She assumed whatever weakness he had for her kept him there leaning against the white lacquered dresser, feeling uninvited but too embarrassed to leave. Finally, when he seemed to tire of the obvious chasm, he forced himself to stand. He headed toward the door, stuffing both hands in his pockets. "Anything that you can do as far as Ezra Pearl goes. I'm sure his family would appreciate it. So would I." Maclin didn't bother to speak, because she didn't want anything she said to be interpreted as a promise. She watched him shift his weight from his left leg to his right. He seemed to be stalling. "Are you taking care of yourself? You look a little bit under the weather."
I'm fine. Just a migraine.
He turned, opened the door, then stopped. He kept his back to her. He stood there. No words, no movement. She allowed the moment, endorsed it even. She felt it was the least she could do, knowing that she would never see him again. They heard a couple from somewhere down the hall. There was distant laughter that was muted and swallowed by a closing elevator. Even when Loescher found his voice, he still kept his back to her. "I'm sorry, Janet, that I wasn't enough to make you want to give us a real try." As he left, the hollow clanking of the closing door bounced off the walls and then through her, as though she were nothing but air. The deep quiet left her feeling alone, until she quickly realized that she was anything but. Loescher had left his scent behind as if it were a trained pet whose sole purpose was to remind her of his absence. Even as she stood by the window, she could still smell him, while his final words tumbled in her head like a damp load of laundry just beginning its cycle. After Maclin took a shower and finished packing the few clothes she brought for the trip, her cell phone rang. She sat down on the bed and answered without looking at the caller ID, but she recognized the voice immediately. "This is one of those phone calls I've been hoping to make for quite some time now." She could never remember him calling her directly. There were things that powerful men like him just didn't bother to do. The 2 or 3 times that he had called, there were seconds for her to prepare because an assistant always connected them. Maclin automatically stood because although he couldn't see her, his voice alone commanded that type of respect.
"Sir?"
was the only thing Maclin could squeeze out. When her stomach twisted and made strange gurgling sounds, she wasn't sure whether it was her nerves or the cancer. It was an understatement to say that when Percy Tuttle, the director of the FBI, called, it was definitely a big deal. "I wanted you to be one of the first to hear it directly from me instead of a news feed. In an hour, the president is going to announce that he's selected me to become vice president."
Congratulations, sir. That's incredible news.
Maclin stammered. "Thank you, Janet, but this phone call is more about your future than mine. I've had my eye on you for quite some time now. I wanted to assure you that your dedication, work ethic, and skill set have not gone unnoticed or unappreciated. I remember the first time I met you. I asked you, what made you want to work for the FBI? And without missing a beat, you said, because one day the Bureau would be ready for its first female director. Unfortunately, I can't give that to you just now, but I can give you the next best thing, a path to making that goal a reality. I've convinced my predecessor to come out of retirement and replace me during my first term. I'd like to appoint you general counsel. It'll give you 4 years to be groomed. I'm sure you'll be bored to death, but at least you'll get to learn the paper pushing and the bureaucratic crap, not to mention make the politicians more comfortable with your eventual appointment. I'll be the first to admit that this will be an unorthodox path. But both the president and I want to see you as the eventual first female director of the FBI, because we feel it's high time that things are done differently. Maclin was still breathing, but not much else. Janet, are you there? Tuttle asked.
Sir, I don't know what... yes, sir, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
I know, it's a lot. But I'm sure this is the call you've hoped for your entire career.
Of course. Why? How?
The old-fashioned way. You earned it. The president loves your record, loves your squeaky clean background, and to be totally candid, he loves the fact that you're a woman. He thinks you're just the type of progressiveness the Bureau needs going forward. I couldn't agree with him more.
I don't know what to say, sir.
Your work and rep speak for themselves. Trust me, 4 years will go by in no time. I'm not going to sugarcoat this. Things will get a little bumpy at times, the closer we get to you actually getting appointed, especially during the Senate approval process. It's just a part of the game. You shouldn't have much to worry about, though, because your record is pretty damn impressive. You'll be able to get enough bipartisan support to make it through. Everything we do from this day forth needs to be strategic as hell, starting with what's going on there in New York.
How's that, sir?
I want you to end your days as an agent on a big enough win that people will remember it even 4 years from now. I got a call from Mayor Henderson, and she practically begged me to have you run point on the rabbi murders, strategically speaking. I think if you keep working the case and manage to break it by the time your promotion to general counsel is announced in 2 weeks, that would be a huge feather in all of our caps. I'd leave with a big win, and you'd be promoted with a big one. Tuttle went on about a few of the logistical things that needed to happen, but by that time, Maclin was only half listening. Her head was swirling, and she started feeling as though her insides were in a giant vice grip. She knew immediately that Ivan the Terrible had returned right on cue. He stood beside her and whispered in her ear that not even good news could keep him away. At times, Ivan was like a spoiled child who, when ignored too long, threw a tantrum in order to get attention. He had an incredible ego and often felt the need to remind her which one of them was in control. Ivan let her know that she was not deserving of the one dream that had always mattered most to her. It was a dream dangled before her but never meant to be fully realized. It was just the sort of thing that God and fate did to remind everyone that the universe had a cruel sense of humor. Ivan was the messenger, the physical confirmation that even though she had gotten close, time was not on her side. After Maclin hung up the phone, she rushed to the shoebox-sized bathroom, fell to her knees, and kissed the porcelain god. Bent at the waist, she felt as if she was heaving out every organ. Once she emptied herself, she stood and leaned on the corner of the sink until she regained her bearings. Maclin popped some of her medication and then cupped her hands with cool water from the sink to wet her face. As she stared at her reflection in the mirror, she started laughing. It was a steady and committed laugh, the kind that gave her something solid to clutch. It was the grandest of fuck yous to Ivan. Laughter and determination were the only weapons she still had with which to fight him. Although she had conceded to losing the battle between life and death, as long as there was still breath in her body, she was resolute that her final victory would at least be going out on her own terms. She couldn't control how or when she died, but being the fighter that she'd always been, she knew no other way but to live the rest of her life in motion and not stasis, in pursuit, not retreat. Dreams, even the most improbable ones, lured both the foolish and sagacious alike with the shimmer of hope. Maclin crossed back into the bedroom, threw her suitcase on the bed, and started unpacking. Chapter 10. Quincy and Phee were at their temporary desks banging on keyboards as they researched the hate groups on their list. This political correctness bullshit is killing me. It would make a whole lot more sense if we could work this thing back at our own precinct. Shit, at least we have air conditioning there, Phee lamented. No point in bitching about it. Everybody from the Lou all the way up to the commissioner wants it run this way, so we just gotta deal with it, Quincy replied. Yeah, well, Lieutenant ain't the one sweating his balls off in his pizza oven, and I'll bet you my lunch money that the air conditioning is working just fine at 1 pp.
I'd say we run the investigation from your house. I could get used to all the home-cooked meals.
Both Quincy and Phee turned to see Maclin standing behind them. I thought you were on your way back to D.C., Phee said.
Evidently, I'm not.
Phee looked at her and nodded. Are you in?
Looks that way. I'd like to see this case closed within the week.
We'll do our best to accommodate your schedule, Quincy said with a smile.
So who are we talking to first?
Maclin asked. The black Muslims up in Harlem. Figured we'd start with them since their name was spray-painted at the scene. Glad to have you back in lead, but from what we've read on Umoja so far, I think it would be best if I run point on the interview. Let's just say they have some old-school notions on what a female's role is. The idea of a woman with authority and white at that questioning their leader might not be our best play. They're not going to want to talk to us, especially not about a pair of rabbis, trust me, Phee said. Like I told you, Detective Freeman, we ain't in the business of killing Jews, said Shaka Zaire Ali, the group's leader. Quincy jumped in. What about cops, or prosecutors for that matter? We ain't in the killing business. Not even racist cops or crooked-ass prosecutors. Look, you asked me if I knew where Spider Harris was, and I told you I don't. Now I got a rally in Brooklyn to get to. Since you ain't got no warrant, I ain't really got shit else to say to you. The Umoja headquarters was a recently refurbished storefront mosque. Having decided that Phee would run point on the interview, Maclin lay back in the cut, more or less a fringe observer. She chose to stay close to the door as though she were only half invited in. It was the first time she could ever remember attempting to make herself less significant. She couldn't take her eyes off of the group's leader. Shaka Zaire Ali looked more lion than man, with his mane of tightly coiled shoulder-length dreads and a bushy nest of a beard. He was a dark-skinned brother, a Serengeti Maasai kind of dark. He reminded Maclin of some of the behemoth linebackers she imagined Phee had played against in his days with the Giants. Most people in Harlem called Shaka BMO, a nickname for Black Moses that stuck to him because he looked so biblical. He was huge, a hill of a man just a few pounds shy of a full-fledged mountain. The beige leather wingback chair that he sat in drooped to one side, as if it were in pain under his massive weight. Not all of him could fit in the chair. Parts of him spilled out uncontainable. At 6'4", 297 pounds, there was a lot of him. His chair squeaked, or more likely cried, when he leaned back and toked on his e-cig. The second-hand oak veneered desk that he sat behind was peeling at the seams. A piece of furniture that should have been discarded long ago. It was an underdog of a desk. The entire office had an old-school 70s revolutionist vibe. There were framed posters of Malcolm, Huey, Farrakhan, Garvey, and Selassie. Gil Scott-Heron's famous track, The Revolution Will Not Be Televised, played softly over unseen speakers. The word Umoja, as well as the Arabic spelling of the word unity, was displayed on an 8-foot-wide red, black, and green banner. Phee and Quincy didn't bother to sit. They stood near the desks surrounded by 4 members of Umoja who, like Shaka, were all dressed in long, white flowing thobes over baggy cotton pants called sirwals. Each of the 5 men wore a knitted white skull cap. Okay, so you won't tell us where Spider is. Maybe you can tell us how the name of your group ended up tagged at a murder scene, Phee asked. First of all, Umoja ain't a group, brother. It's a movement. Second, you really think that if we had done it, we'd be stupid enough to sign our name to a murder scene? In our line of work, you can never underestimate the ignorance and or arrogance of criminals, Quincy said matter-of-factly. Yeah, that's funny, because I've learned to never underestimate the incompetence and or stupidity of cops, Shaka quickly shot back, causing 3 of his men to snicker. Phee smiled. That's a good one. You got jokes. I assumed this whole conversation was a fucking joke. Shaka sucked on his vapor cig. You really think a murder investigation is a joke? Quincy asked. Well, at the very least, your double standard of justice is, Detective Cavanaugh. Y'all got every cop in the city falling all over themselves because a couple of heebs got bodied up. Shaka took another toke and looked directly at Phee. Where was all this investigating last month, when Brother Devin Timmons was chased down like an animal by the same devils that you actually expect me to give 2 fucks about? So yeah, I'd have to say this shit is all a big joke. The saddest thing of all is that there are niggas like you who put others before his own people and are too ignorant to know you're the punchline. As Phee took a step closer to the desk, Shaka stood to meet the confrontation. Maclin and Quincy rested their hands on their holsters when the 4 guards shifted into a more defensive position. The old air-conditioning unit groaned in the window as though it had been wounded in battle by its hapless war with the heat. The air in the room had gotten stiff, a lot less comfortable, and damp with humidity. The sweating was contagious. It moved from body to body, baptizing them all. Phee felt his shirt sticking to him as he crossed around to the side of the desk and stood toe-to-toe with Shaka. He could see tiny beads of perspiration sliding down the sides of the man's big face like black fruit shimmering in the sun. Phee was close enough to smell the sour green apple vapor mix on his breath, along with the fading hint of breakfast lox and capers. You really want to play this out? Because I guarantee you it doesn't end well for you and your boys. The only thing you need to know about me is that if you're guilty, I'm the one that's either going to take you in or put you down. Phee threatened. Shaka stepped an inch closer. Oh, yeah? Is that right? Yeah, it is. So, if you were half as smart as you'd like to think you are, then you would realize that if you're actually telling the truth and you didn't do it, we're the only 2 cops in this city who are even entertaining the possibility that y'all are being set up. Oh, so now we're supposed to think that y'all actually give a damn about us? Shaka shot back. Not at all. Because we don't. I've just known Spider all my life, and I know he ain't a killer. Maclin kept her hand planted on the tip of her holstered weapon while sizing up whether the threat was rising or dissipating. My partner is right, Quincy said. Evidence against you right now might just be circumstantial. But how much time do you think you have before that changes? All of you are poster boys for this crime. Do the math. We've got big, black, scary Muslims who preach separatism and 2 dead rabbis who did work in Harlem. So if you know where Spider Harris is, you need to tell us so that we can get to the bottom of it all. Shaka looked from Phee to Quincy, then back to Phee. He even shot a quick glance over at Maclin. He and Phee stared at each other like 2 heavyweights waiting for the bell to sound and give them permission to knock each other's heads off. Phee was the first to speak. You can either do what's best for your ego, or you can do what's best for your organization. Shaka finally turned away and went back to his seat. Spider called me late Friday night. Said he was going to meet somebody yesterday morning who had video evidence that Ezra Pearl was responsible for his nephew's death. I asked him if he wanted me to roll with him, but he said no. Ain't nobody seen him since then. Shaka relented. Did he say a name or anything else? Phee pressed. Nah. Just that he was meeting them in the park over at Bones Valley near 110th. Yeah, I know that spot. Spider and I used to play dominoes over there when we were coming up. Phee took his card and placed it on the desk as Maclin and Quincy finally took their hands off their weapons. You hear from Spider. You tell him we gotta talk. Phee said more as a command than a request. Shaka just stared at him, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Phee took a couple of steps toward the door, then turned back to Shaka. And another thing. You ever disrespect me again, I'm going to show you just how much Harlem I still got in me. Don't get carried away with your size, brother. I've chopped down bigger. As they approached their car, Maclin asked,
Now what?
Next on the list are the skinheads in Canarsie, Quincy answered. Maclin shook her head.
Let's put somebody else on that. Give it to Burns and Skia. We need to take a look into Ezra Pearl. His name is popping up too much to be a coincidence.
The small elevator in Ezra's apartment building rattled precariously as it plodded toward the 9th floor. It was a vintage Otis with brass grating and a honey-streaked marbleized light fixture. The walls were a rich mahogany and shone as if they were polished every hour on the hour. Maclin could imagine photos of the elevator featured in some expensive coffee table book on pre-war architecture and design. She thought it would be better suited to a museum or anywhere other than still in use, as it was having obvious challenges just delivering its passengers in one piece. Maclin wasn't normally claustrophobic, but the 6-foot square interior coupled with the few bumps along the way made her feel a little nauseous. It was a tight fit with Quincy, Phee, and Solomon, the octogenarian landlord who seemed to find her discomfort humorous. They don't make them like this anymore. Don't let her fool you. She's as sturdy as they come, Solomon said as he looked at Maclin and winked. He held his yarmulke with one hand as he bent to pick up a piece of gum foil with the other. She noticed a line of fading numbers tattooed on his forearm, peeking out from underneath a half-rolled shirt sleeve. As he stood up straight, he sighed as though the litter was a personal attack on his reputation. When he caught Maclin staring at his tattoo, he just nodded his head and turned away. They were all so close to each other that they didn't have room for conversation. It was a silent, long climb. Her nearness to Quincy and Phee made her the most uncomfortable. She was afraid of the exposure. She was convinced that if the ride didn't end soon, they would see or smell it on her. They were the best detectives in all of New York. Sooner or later they would detect what was wrong with her and know the secret she had been trying to hide. The minute the landlord let them into Ezra's apartment, Maclin saw it. It greeted her in the foyer and welcomed her in. She wasn't sure if Quincy and Phee recognized it, or even if the old man who had been in Ezra's home many times saw it, but it was there. She couldn't deny the familiarity if she wanted to. Ezra's tiny apartment was just like hers, despite the different furniture and floor plan. There were no similarities whatsoever in how the sunlight brightened their respective spaces. Maclin lived in the back of her building, where very little light crept in, and Ezra lived in the front of his building, where sunlight was annoyingly abundant. She was in a modern D.C. townhouse, and he was in a typical New York City pre-war brown brick apartment building. On paper, they were in completely opposite dwellings, but Maclin saw beyond that. Like hers, Ezra's was a life of solitude. There were no plants or pets, and only a handful of personal photos. They were both minimalists whose lifelong possessions could easily be packed away or even discarded in under an hour. She felt the loneliness waiting in the apartment as though it were hoping for Ezra's return. It was there, quiet and patient. Even though it attempted to be invisible, Maclin saw it in all of its audacious glory. It was no different from what she went home to each night. After looking around for 20 minutes, none of them found anything that could shed light on Ezra's whereabouts. "When was the last time you saw Mr. Pearl?" Quincy asked the landlord. "Yesterday morning. I ran into him down in the basement when he was in his storage space. That was around 11. "Would you mind showing it to us?" Phee asked. As the old man locked up the apartment, Maclin, Phee, and Quincy headed back to the elevator. Phee read an incoming text. "Shit," he said under his breath. "What is it?" Quincy asked. Phee spoke quickly and quietly enough that the old man couldn't hear him as he trailed behind them. "It's from Uptown. The patrol that we sent to the park to canvass Spider's photo. found blood in the vicinity of where he was supposed to be having his mystery meeting. It was a typical apartment basement, complete with narrow pathways and winding trails of overhead pipes and concrete walls that were painted in the requisite phlegm green with an eggshell white trim. The basement and the rest of the building reminded Maclin of its caretaker, old but neat. The two of them were survivors of horrendous storms. The old man and the building were both still sturdy. As the four of them approached the caged storage space that tenants paid extra for, Solomon reached for his key but noticed that the door to Ezra's unit was already slightly ajar. "That's strange. Mr. Pearl never leaves this unlocked." Maclin, Phee, and Quincy, who were behind him, looked at each other and immediately stopped the old man from moving any closer.
"Sir, would you mind just staying out here, please?"
Maclin requested. Quincy and Phee followed Maclin in single file. As soon as they entered, they saw an overturned box, a smashed cell phone, and broken glass lying in the shadows. Quincy reached up and pulled the fraying string of the dangling light bulb above, and there it was, in the back near the corner, enough blood on the floor to fill a teacup.
"Crime scene,"
Maclin called out. "Shit just got even more interesting," Phee said as he surveyed the scene. Chapter 11. Ezra Pearl awoke choking, mouth full of blood. Every time he coughed, he could feel the pain in different parts of his body. As he lay motionless on the ground, he knew even without moving that things were broken in him. He was worried most about the internal damage. The aching was everywhere, throbbing, knifing random organs and muscles. He could feel each of the millions of neurons burning throughout his central nervous system, reminding him of the incredible damage done to his body. The worst of it was the unrelenting burning sensation in his eyes. Even his tears felt like lava rolling down his cheeks. It wasn't the pain or even the multiple fractures that launched him into a crying fit. It wasn't the fact that he was terrified of what additional torture awaited him. Ezra couldn't see. The horrible burning in his eyes had left him blind. He couldn't stop crying because of all the things he knew he would never behold again. He would never see his father or the other people who mattered to him most. He would never lay his eyes on the things that gave his life meaning, like his students at Yeshiva University or in Israel, where he went twice a year. There were things, some great, some inconsequential, some that he cherished and some that he took for granted. He would not be able to stand on the roof of his apartment building in Borough Park to watch the sky change to orange, then red, then purple when the sun dropped in Brooklyn. There would be no more mitzvahs or reading of the Holy Torah, none. Whether he would die that day or the next, or even if somehow he miraculously survived, Ezra had seen the last of anything he treasured, because the first thing his abductors had done was take his eyesight. His mouth was a mess. Both his upper left incisor and canine had been knocked out, leaving a gap that created a low wheezing as he gulped and sucked in air. He pricked the tip of his tongue on the edge of a broken tooth. As he lay still in the utter darkness, the back of his throat was warmed by his own blood each time he swallowed. Even though he never saw them or heard their voices, he knew right away who took him. It didn't require a degree in rocket science to figure out who would target him this way. Ezra considered himself to be a good man. He was a beloved father, a teacher, and a highly respected person in his community. He honored God and was proud to be a direct descendant of the chosen people. Those were the things that were most important to him. He certainly had no great desire to become a martyr, but if he was being victimized for protecting his people, and if that was going to cost him his life, then he just hoped it would happen without further brutalization. He could wish and pray for it, but he wondered if his hopes were ultimately in vain. There would be no reasoning with them, because they had proven long before his kidnapping that they were incapable of such things. They weren't designed for it. Reasoning required intellect and objectivity. Animals didn't reason. The more Ezra thought about it, the more doomed he realized he was, because they were even lower than animals. They were people without souls. Ezra didn't need to see them or hear their voices to confirm who they were. There was no doubt in his mind who was behind something as heinous as what they were doing to him. Ezra Pearl knew it was the blacks. He first saw them for what they really were when he was an 18-year-old freshman at yeshiva. Ezra remembered the night back in the early 90s when he and Rebecca, a nice Jewish girl from Queens, were on the subway coming home from a party in Washington Heights. As they were riding the A train around 1 a.m., it suddenly went out of service at 125th Street. Ezra and Rebecca were the only whites amongst the 24 disgruntled passengers. There were furtive glances in their direction, but nothing that lingered longer than a New York minute. After they had waited on the platform for around 20 minutes, Ezra heard some loud and obnoxious yo-boys starting to harass people just for kicks. As they approached and started making lewd gestures toward his date, Ezra stood up to the 4 of them. He was promptly sucker-punched in the face. His lip busted open and he was immediately dizzy, but he stayed on his feet. He had never been a fighter, but neither had he been a coward. He swung back, but it only made things worse. He soon found himself on the receiving end of a vicious beating. As they took turns punching him, Ezra went down and tried to protect himself as much as possible. When they couldn't sneak more blows in, they stomped him. His head bounced off the concrete platform, leaving him bleeding and concussed. Although his hearing was muddled, he still heard the distant cries of Rebecca over the laughter of the animals who showed him no mercy. When he looked in their eyes and pleaded with them to stop, all he saw staring back at him was their soullessness. Although he tried his hardest not to, Ezra cried. Besides the pain, he was scared that they would kill him that night, while all the other blacks standing on the platform did nothing. When his assailants grew bored with beating him, they walked off laughing at how the punk-ass Jew boy cried like a bitch. Ezra ended up in the hospital that night with 2 broken ribs, a concussion, and a fractured collarbone. After the incident, he refused to speak to Rebecca, much too ashamed to answer any of her calls. Although he never talked about what happened to him that night in Harlem, he still thought about it almost every day. How the animals broke him that night and made a coward of him, then left him to live his life in unamendable pieces. It was impossible for him to shake the memory of the things the blacks took from him 22 years ago. His kidnapping had to be connected to the death of Devin Timmons. Ezra was accused of being the ringleader who chased the black kid to his death after Devin and another man were spotted spraying graffiti on the side of his father's shull. As far as Ezra was concerned, he'd done nothing wrong. Even though Devin hadn't attacked him directly, Ezra still viewed his actions that day as self-defense, self-preservation even. The blacks were a constant threat in one way or another. He'd seen them deface property and pollute the ears of children with their foul language. He hated when they drove down the streets blasting their loud rap music and regularly disrespecting the Holy Sabbath. Devin Timmons had no business being in the neighborhood. Ezra was no longer just a scared 18-year-old bleeding on the platform at 125th Street. He and a couple of the other men from the shull had chased the trespasser. Ezra wanted to beat the boy the same way he had been beaten 22 years ago, but he never got the chance to. The only thing he regretted about that night was that he never got the opportunity to take back the piece of him that was stolen on the platform at 125th Street. Ezra rolled over on his stomach to stop himself from choking. Once the coughing subsided, he patted the area around him in a feeble attempt to locate his missing teeth. He just needed to put things back the way they were, and maybe it would somehow stop the nightmare. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious. The beating could have ended an hour ago or a few minutes ago. He really had no idea. Even though he couldn't see, he thought there had been 2 people in the room earlier, one the Punisher, the other the Observer. Neither one of them spoke, but in between the blows, there were times that Ezra could hear their separate breathing. Ezra lost count of how many times he blanked out from being brutalized. It felt like it went on for hours. The Punisher took breaks, then started again until finally Ezra lost consciousness. After Ezra finally gave up hope of finding his teeth, he heard movement coming from the opposite side of the room. As best he could tell, there were still at least 2 people nearby. He could feel them watching him, studying his every move as though he were a wounded lab rat. He could still smell the bleach that he had been doused with. His eyes continued to burn as he stumbled about in complete darkness. "Please, please, let me go," Ezra cried. He continued to plead for his life just as he had done the moment he was kidnapped. Someone in the room let out a clipped laugh as though the pleas were one of the most ludicrous things they had heard in a while. Then there was more silence. They were watching, just watching. His helplessness and suffering were entertainment for them. His begging fell on the deaf ears of people with no souls, no humanity. When he calmed down and finally sat still, he thanked God for the quiet. Not only did it give him time to think, but at least they weren't still torturing him. He replayed every detail in his mind, from the time of his abduction through the multiple beatings up until his present moment. No matter how minute, there had to be some bit of information that he could somehow use. Ezra was an academic, a mathematician by trade. If there was one thing that he had relied on his entire career, it was the fact that there were always solutions to be found. In his mind, he listed everything he could remember. A, the echoes of his cries told him that he was in a large cavernous space. Based on the fact that they never showed any concern over how loud he screamed, they were either somewhere private or far enough away so as not to worry about neighbors hearing. B, they hadn't killed him yet, which meant one of 2 things. Either they just wanted to torture him as long as possible, or they had other plans for him. C, Ezra had no physical defense against his captors. He was blind, injured, and naturally much weaker than the large man who had kidnapped and beaten him. However, since they were less than animals, the one advantage that he had over them was that he was smarter than they were. He just needed time. Ezra listened as the floorboards creaked under the weight of his abductors. Based on the 2 distinct pitches and the vibrations that followed each movement, he got the confirmation that not only were there 2 people in the room, but one weighed a lot more than the other. He heard faint whispering, but none of it was loud enough for him to decipher. The larger of the 2 men grabbed Ezra by his ankles and started dragging him on his back down a long corridor. His body was too fragile to be manhandled the way that it was. There was no regard whatsoever for the numerous injuries he had already suffered. His back was snagged and punctured by splinters from the rotting wood floors. "What are you doing? Please, stop, please. Where are you taking me? Just listen to me, please. I didn't do anything. Just listen to me." He was dragged a good 60 feet before his captor stopped and Ezra heard the clanking of keys followed by the unlocking of a heavy door. After he was tossed into a room like an open bag of garbage, he felt a heavy metal clasp placed tightly around his ankle, followed by the rattling of a chain. He then heard the door close and then the heavy clink of it being bolted. He raised himself up on his elbows and listened for sounds that might tell him where he was. The room was hot and silent. Ezra listened for even the tiniest bit of information. He let out a high-pitched whistle to try to gauge the size of the room based on how the echo bounced back to him. The room didn't feel nearly as big as the space where he had been tortured. Whether or not there would be any way for him to use it, he was determined to gather as much intelligence as possible until they snatched his final breath from him. He could feel his pant leg sticking to his thigh, wet from God knows what. When Ezra felt the ground around him, his hand was covered in something sticky and thicker than water. As he rubbed his fingers together, he knew right away what it was. A small puddle of blood that was already too gummy to be his. It was quiet, just the sounds of the old building settling. Chapter 12. Phee drove down 13th Avenue near 50th Street in the Jewish pocket of Borough Park. In honor of the Swedish diplomat who had saved 100,000 Hungarian Jews during the Holocaust, 13th Avenue had been renamed Raoul Wallenberg Way. More than any other place in the world, turning onto a New York City block could feel like crossing the border into a completely different country. Brooklyn was considered by many as the American epicenter of Judaism because it had a higher concentration of Jewish people than anywhere else in the United States. Parts of Bensonhurst and Borough Park out-Tel Aviv'd Tel Aviv. There were synagogues adjacent to Jewish community centers, yeshivas, clothing shops, dentists and doctors' offices, bakeries, tailors, and kosher groceries, as well as other eateries. Large Hebrew lettering appeared on awnings and signs on the various commercial buildings. In accordance with halakha, Jewish law, married Orthodox women hid their hair under various types of wigs or shadels, as they pushed baby carriages and navigated their broods while encountering the tribes of others. The streets were crowded with families and rich in customs and traditions. Maclin rode shotgun while Quincy sat in the back of their taxpayers' mobile. Blue gypsies were the standard issue vehicles for New York City detectives. It made no difference the color or even the make of the car. They were all referred to as blue because of the cops who drove them, and gypsies because they were as easy to spot as gypsy cabs looking for fares. The department had a handful of Chrysler 300s, which Phee preferred, but instead ended up with a horrid pea-soup green automobile that Buick must have been giving away for free to two of its favorite causes, underfunded police departments and PEDAL, People for the Ethical Treatment of Leprechauns. He joked about how the car handled like a bulky piece of furniture, with a chassis and suspension system that must have been built by Lego. On the bright side, it had 4 wheels and good AC. So for the time being, the three of them were rolling like ballers in their honorary Bentley. Halfway up the block, they saw a thick crowd of chanting protesters armed with placards directly across the street from Beth Israel Synagogue. "The blood of Devin Timmons is on your hands. We value the lives of our loved ones just as much as you do yours. Does Judaism condone murder?" Along with 4 uniformed cops, there were 12 Shamrin, a Jewish citizens' watch group that was sanctioned by the NYPD. They were dispersed among the 36 Hasidic men who stood across the street from the protesters guarding their house of worship. The protesters maintained a lawful distance and were well versed in the ways of conducting a legal demonstration. There were, of course, a handful of troublemakers and opportunists amongst them, but the vast majority of them were young, black, hungry foot soldiers just cutting their teeth on matters of social activism. They saw themselves as rabble-rousers in a broken system that desperately needed rousing. The police presence had been reduced due to the shortage of manpower, and because the protests had gone on for 11 days without incident. Although none of the major news outlets were present, there were still a couple of second-stringers circling the field for scraps. A 2-week-old story about a black kid being killed didn't exactly rank high on the scale of relevance or commodification. It ultimately made very little difference to the protesters that most of the news crews no longer felt that their cause was worth covering, because they had a powerful game-changer nonetheless: the Internet. The revolution would most certainly be televised, at least on YouTube. As Maclin exited the car with Phee and Quincy, she saw Losher walking toward them.
Losher, thanks for meeting us on such short notice,
Maclin said. "I'm glad you called. I'd like to help in any way that I can."
Phee, Quincy, this is Dr. Losher Salm. His sister is the executive assistant to the rabbi here. If we're going to get Ezra Pearl's father to open up to us quickly, I thought he might be helpful.
As Quincy shook Losher's hand, he looked at him hard, as though he were trying to place where he had met him before. A big voice deep with thunder boomed in front of the crowd. It had a familiar bottomless bass that was still fresh in the ears of Maclin, Quincy, and Phee from just a few hours earlier. As they flashed their badges to the patrolmen guarding the front entrance, the trio turned to hear Shaka Zaire Ali address the protesters. What does it take? When does the open season on black people in this country end? Do you think that for 1 second that if the situation was reversed and a bunch of us chased one of them to their death, we wouldn't be in jail charged with every type of murder they can come up with? Press would have been writing about it and showing it on every station there is for weeks and weeks about how a pack of animals descended upon some helpless white youth. Whenever they want to, they can chase us down like dogs, just like the cops who are supposed to serve and protect all citizens can shoot us at will, and nothing ever changes. Nothing. Jews or white Gentiles makes no difference. They're just devils by different names who won't be happy until we're all dead. That's who they are. Devils only understand two things in this world, and that's force and subjugation. Just ask any Native American, Japanese American, just ask any Palestinian. Ask the family members of the countless brothers and sisters who've been murdered at their hands in this country in just the last year alone. And all we do is bitch, moan, and cry while choking on words like injustice and accountability. When do we wake up and realize that the so-called justice system was never built with us in mind? We rally, chant, and go to funerals, and then rally and chant and go to even more funerals. And even while the tears are still warm on the cheeks of mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers and orphaned children, the cycle of violence against us is claiming its next victim. How many more do we lose before we stop chanting that we've had enough and start showing it in the only language that they truly understand? As Maclin, Quincy, and Phee entered the synagogue, Maclin saw Losher huddled in a corner of the vestibule with his twin sister. Yael was the shorter, thinner, more pious version of the two. They shared a strong resemblance, magnified even more as they stood side by side. From the way they interacted with each other, Maclin could tell that they were connected by more than just title and blood. They were each other's favorite. Although Maclin had been sleeping with Losher off and on for 2 years, she had never met any of his family or friends, and neither had she a desire to. After Yael exited through 2 large oak doors, Losher walked over to Maclin and her partners. "My sister says they're ready to see you. I know you all know this, but a word of advice before you go in. Just keep in mind, you're dealing with a very conservative culture. Even though most of them consider me to be more secular than they'd like, they're still more comfortable with me here as a liaison, since I'm the one vouching for you all. Despite the fact that they're asking for your help, they're not used to answering to outsiders. Might not always make sense to you, but they are guided by very old and deeply rooted beliefs. They even have a thing called Messiah, which is an interpretation of the Torah that dictates exactly what you're allowed to inform on a person of Jewish faith to non-Jewish authorities. Look, I'm not saying they've got anything to hide, because I wouldn't know that one way or the other. I'm just saying that these are their ways. Oh, and also keep in mind that Ezra's father is an Auschwitz survivor, as well as a war hero who fought for Israel and is now one of the most revered rabbis in all of Brooklyn. The office was hot, but not unbearable. In unison, 2 portable cooling units hummed a reverberant drone of white noise. Even though the office was a good size, Maclin had expected it to be even larger. There were 2 tall windows segmented by multiple panes. On the wall behind the old handcrafted desk hung an ancient Torah in a beautiful display case. She thought the artifact and its owner were very similar in a few ways. Although they were each in their own way frayed around the edges, they had each, against considerable odds, outlasted generations and survived the Holocaust and at least 2 wars. Rabbi Zahn Pearl wasn't exactly what Maclin thought he would be. She almost felt cheated. From the little bit that Losher had told them about the rabbi, she was expecting someone more giantly. His skin was paper white, which only accentuated the tiny islands of age spots and intersecting veins that looked like a network of purple wires just beneath the surface. She put him at no more than $1.25, and it was possible that the thick white cloud of a beard that eclipsed most of his face accounted for at least half of his weight. He was a small man of big import. If Brooklyn had been Oz, he would have been the wizard behind a fortress of velour curtains, dwarfed under the vastness of his own mythology. He sat at his desk flanked by understudies who stood by his side like obedient children in anticipation of his every move. The room was more or less evenly divided, with Loescher and the cops on one side and 4 rabbis and Yael on the other. Outside, the chants of protesters rose and fell like the cheers at a soccer match in sudden death. Loescher made the introductions. Rebbe Pearl, these are Detectives Cavanaugh and Freeman and FBI agent Janet Maclin. It didn't go unnoticed by Maclin that even though she was FBI, she was introduced last. She could tell that the rabbis in the room were surprised, that she wasn't what they were expecting. Rabbi Pearl looked at Loescher and Yael as if he were somehow disappointed in them. Yael lowered her eyes as she walked toward the exit, no longer welcome to sit at the grown folks' table. The reception was neither warm nor cold. It was just an introduction, a necessary formality. Both sides of the room teetered on a balanced scale with a few pounds of wariness on one side and a few pounds of mutual need on the other. Even though The Wizard of Oz was one of Maclin's favorite stories growing up, she couldn't remember if the wizard was supposed to remain untouchable. She was unsure whether to extend her hand as she greeted the rabbi, so she decided not to.
Despite the unfortunate circumstances, it's an honor to meet you, Rabbi Pearl.
Maclin led with. He never looked at her directly, just in her general direction. There was an odd gleam in his eyes that confused her. She couldn't tell if her presence bemused him or if it was some type of affront to his antiquated customs that in return was an affront to who she was as a modern woman. Although she was the one who greeted him, he looked past her and rested his eyes on Quincy. She heard it on the first word he spoke. His voice was as comforting as a cool glass of water. Words trickled from his mouth with a soothing ease. When he spoke, he made people want to listen. We may have lost valuable time when the police chose not to take our claims seriously, Pearl responded.
I apologize for that, but the police typically can't consider a person missing until 24 hours have passed.
Although Maclin was the one speaking to him, the rabbi continued looking at Quincy. She and Phee were designated personas non visible. She couldn't help but wonder whether this was isolated behavior reserved for outsiders, or if sexism trumped racism in such a segregated patriarchal community. There is nothing typical about my son or his disappearance. Rabbi Pearl still looked at Quincy.
When was the last time you spoke to your son?
Maclin said, pressing on. He was here yesterday morning. What time? Quincy lobbed. 7:30. He was here for about 15 minutes. Said he had some errands to run and that he would see me at 7 last night at a banquet where we were being honored.
And that was the very last communication you had with him?
Maclin asked. As Rabbi Pearl opened his mouth to address Quincy once again, Maclin cut him off.
Rabbi Pearl, I'm the one addressing you. I mean no disrespect, just as I'm sure that neither do you, but I'm the lead investigator on this case, and like you, my primary concern is the safe return of your son.
Rabbi Steiner took a step forward and started to speak, but was shut down from a subtle head turn from Rabbi Pearl. Pearl turned to Maclin and looked her in the eyes for the first time since her entrance into the office. He looked at her without speaking for a second or two, as if he was sizing her up. I'm sure you mean no disrespect, Agent Maclin. So, to answer your question, yes, that was the last time I communicated with my son.
How did he seem?
She pressed on, ignoring the unapologetic slight. He was fine, relaxed, and happy.
Did he mention where he might be going, or specifically which errands he was running?
No, he didn't, and I didn't ask.
Had your son received any direct threats after the death of Devin Timmons?
Pretty much every day, which is what we tried to tell. Rabbi Steiner, who was second in command at the synagogue, spoke out but was once again quickly silenced by the simple gesture of Rabbi Pearl raising a single finger. We certainly felt that we had received valid threats, but unfortunately, the police department didn't agree. This is a printed list of emails that we received on the synagogue's website. The same ones we showed the police last night, but were told that insults did not constitute a threat. Maclin watched Rabbi Pearl sift through the small pile of emails. His fingers, although fully functioning, were bending out of sync from what she assumed were the advancing stages of rheumatoid arthritis. The 24 pages tilted his hand downward as if they were too heavy for him. As he put on a pair of magnifying glasses masquerading as eyewear, his eyes nearly doubled in size. They were warm heather gray with charcoal pupils. Maclin thought they were gentle, and immediately understood how people could trust and unburden themselves to such eyes. There was history, deep and winding, that had helped mold the eyes that Maclin couldn't stop staring at. They had seen him through the atrocities at Auschwitz, as well as the birth of Israel. She wondered about both sides of the incalculable tragedies and triumphs that such eyes had been witness to. And although they still twinkled with a benevolent glint, she also recognized a very familiar weariness to them. Like hers, Quincy's, and Phee's, the rabbi's eyes sagged with the heaviness of having seen the worst that men had to offer. "Would you mind if we took those with us while we conduct our investigation?" Phee asked. "No, not at all," Rabbi Pearl responded, but he did not look at him.
Do you happen to know the password to your son's email?
Maclin asked. "No, I don't. Before we start considering invading his privacy, let's keep in mind that my son is the victim here, Agent Maclin."
I assure you we are not looking to invade his privacy. We are looking for any and all information that can help us to find him. Based on the evidence that we collected at your son's apartment building, we believe he was abducted. As horrible as I know that sounds, it's not all bad news.
Even before Maclin could finish her sentence, she saw water pooling in the wells of his eyes. The chants outside were now louder and more constant. "Justice for Devin! Justice for Devin! Justice!" Rabbi Pearl removed his glasses and placed them back on his desk. He wiped his eyes and squeezed the bridge of his nose between his thumb and index finger. "How can you tell me that my son was abducted, but that is not all bad news?"
Because, statistically speaking, most kidnappings don't end in murder. And even the ones that do rarely occur within the first 48 hours of abduction. This all might just buy us a little more time to find him.
In that case, why waste time on things like my son's emails when I already know who took him? Maclin shot a quick look at Quincy and Phee.
Who?
We all know. His eyes floated past Maclin and landed on Phee. The blacks took him. "Justice for Devin! Justice for Devin! Justice!" The tone of the crowd was shifting. Their voices rose in furious harmony as they grew drunk from the cheers of endless anger. The peaceful protesters started devolving into a boisterous lot, feasting on each other's rage and all the while growing hungrier for more. The distant cries of approaching sirens underscored the soundtrack of a brewing riot.
We'll start by examining the emails more closely, as well as exploring every potential angle until we get a break,
Maclin said. "I've already told you, Agent Maclin, that—" Crash! Shattered glass rained down into the office as 3 bricks in quick succession smashed through a stained glass window, one of them striking Rabbi Steiner on the back of the neck, knocking him to the ground. His eyes went white as they rolled back in their sockets. He looked possessed. As soon as he went down, his body started twitching. Instead of going to the aid of their fallen colleague, The other rabbis hovered over Rabbi Pearl, using their bodies to shield him from potential harm. Losha knelt over the bleeding Steiner and tended to his injury as Maclin, Phee, and Quincy drew their guns and crossed to the smashed window. "He's in a full seizure. I need someone to help hold him down so that he doesn't choke on his tongue," Losha barked. "Move Rabbi Pearl to the other side of the room, away from the window," Quincy said as he holstered his gun and crossed back to assist Losha. Maclin and Phee stayed at the window, taking in the escalating melee outside. "Shit. This thing is about to get completely out of control real fast. I gotta do something," Phee said as he started making his way to the door.
Phee, there's nothing you can do. Backup is on its way. You can't go out there.
Maclin tried to reason with him. "She's right, Phee," Quincy added as he continued holding Steiner down. "I can't just stay in here. At the very least, we gotta make sure that none of the protesters get inside," Phee said as he bolted out the door.
Phee!
Maclin called after him. There was lots of pushing and shoving, then scuffling. Punches flew freely. The sea of black fists swinging far outnumbered all that was white. The handful of cops were no match for the angry crowd. They were stripped of their weapons and beaten with their own batons. Blow after blow rained down on broken bones, busted lips, and swollen eyes. The crowd was a whir of black, white, and red. Once the blood started flowing, the angry youths were immediately hungry for more. The 12 members of the Jewish Citizens Watch Group, as well as the neighborhood men, were the easiest targets. They were outnumbered and outpissed. Although a couple of them ran back into the safety of the synagogue, the crowd swallowed most of them whole, kicking and punching them into submission. The first wave of backup cops arrived, and before they were even completely out of their vehicles, they were promptly greeted with pelts of rocks, bottles, and other throwables. Soon there were over 30 cops on the scene, assembled in riot formation. They stood shoulder to shoulder, shields extended, marching forward in an attempt to push the crowd back. However, the script was flipped when the police were attacked from behind. Their formation was quickly broken, and soon it was every cop for themselves. They went to work on the mob with clubs, pepper spray, and even tasers. Even though they deployed half a dozen canisters of tear gas, the crowd still managed to fight back with bottles, bricks, sticks, and anything else that could pass as improvised weaponry. They didn't scatter. Instead, they fought back, fueled with the insistence that they would be denied no more. They would be unheard no more, unseen no more. The normally peaceful Brooklyn street was now filled with smoke, glass, and blood. Maclin stared through the window and flinched when she heard 3 gunshots ring out. Her stomach knotted and her lungs felt clamped. She bit her bottom lip and drew blood. Maclin searched the crowd, looking for Phee amongst the bedlam, her eyes intently roving the carnage. 2 more shots followed, and as the protesters scattered, she was just able to catch sight of Phee, whose face was covered in blood. Maclin saw him stagger. She screamed when she saw him go down and not get up. Chapter 13. There were streams of blood slicks in the street just outside the synagogue. White sheets covered the dead bodies of 2 rioters and 1 highly respected cop. Paramedics tended to a dozen people with assorted injuries, broken bones, cut skin, taser burns, and 2 gunshot wounds. Some of the people had been taken out by the heat, felled by sunstroke and dehydration. Many sat in what little shade there was while recovering on the sidewalk amongst the debris of the violent clash. Scores of news vans descended upon the scene like a school of hungry fish. They were bottom dwellers that mined the crowd in search of the lowest common denominator. Although rivals and competitors, they collectively constructed the same singular narrative. They came under the guise of covering the news, when in actuality they were much more adept at crafting it. The reporters showed up with a typical presumption of who was cast in the roles of guilty or innocent. Their cameras were strategically trained on anyone white, bleeding, and sympathetic-looking, while conversely, they made sure to include the prerequisite footage of scary, handcuffed blacks being led away to face warranted punishment. Truth and impartiality was an outdated slogan that didn't generate the same type of ratings that the capturing of savages did. By the time Mayor Rocky arrived, for the most part order had been restored. The dead had been carried away and the wounded were being tended to. Maclin was just outside the synagogue and at the mayor's side as soon as she stepped out of her vehicle. Rocky came as quickly as she could after getting the news that one of New York's finest, whom she knew personally, had been killed in the line of duty. All the brass was there, as was customary whenever there was an officer-involved death. The battalion of cops ran 80 deep, as no fewer than 600 neighbors and spectators flooded the streets. There were a couple of isolated skirmishes between blacks and whites that amounted to nothing more than pushing and shoving with a few hurled insults. After Mayor Rocky paid respects to the assembled cops who were mourning a fallen brother in blue, Maclin urged her to seek safety in the synagogue until the situation was completely quelled. Even though Maclin pleaded with her not to, the mayor made her way to address the large gathering. Maclin stayed at her side. The two of them stood in the same spot where Shaka Zaire Ali had stood just 2 hours earlier. Maclin stood sentry, constantly scanning the crowd. It took a few tries, but Mayor Rocky finally got the restless crowd to quiet enough for her voice to be heard. We lost today. Every one of us. And if we're foolish enough to continue down this path, then we'd better be prepared to lose everything we hold dear. The cover of this morning's Post said that this was the city of hate. Even after all that happened here today and over the past couple of weeks, I still believe that the city we all love and all the citizens in it whom I care deeply for will ultimately not be defined by some cheap headline. A young black man no more than 22 heckled her from the center of the crowd. That's bullshit. You don't even care about your own people. Where were you when Devin Timmons was killed? Those nearest to him whooped and hollered in agreement. Maclin tensed, fearing that the capricious crowd would be stirred by the slightest provocation. She watched 2 cops wade through the sea of bodies in the direction of the man until Mayor Rocky waved them off. Leave him alone. He has a right to speak his mind, but if we're going to have open dialogue, it will be done with respect. For the record, you might want to check yourself on a few things, young brother. First of all New Yorkers are my people. Anybody who loves this great city, then I got nothing but love for them. So to answer your question about where was I the night Devin Timmons was killed, I was hugging and crying with the family until 4 a.m, just like I'll be doing the same with both black and white families who lost loved ones here today. Just because I don't play out everything in front of the press, don't ever presume that I'm not here for any New Yorker in need. No matter what our differences are or the difficulties ahead of us, I still believe we're bigger than hate. Maclin escorted the mayor inside the synagogue, where some of the wounded, both Jews and Gentiles, were being treated. Although bloody gauze and torn clothes littered the makeshift triage center, all was relatively calm. The more seriously wounded victims had already been dispatched to the hospital. Maclin trailed behind Mayor Rocky and her chief of staff, who was quietly bragging about how the mayor had gone viral faster than the Kardashian scandal. He told her she was trending quite well on Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, and Twitter, just a matter of minutes after addressing the crowd. Maclin heard pure delight in his voice as he told her how the numbers kept growing on the likes and retweets of her impromptu speech, which was accompanied by the handle #BiggerThanHate. He whistled an enthused pitch as he tracked how many thousands of hits she was getting on social media. We haven't had this kind of traction since you were sworn in, he beamed. So you got what you wanted? Mayor Rocky asked. Absolutely, exactly what we needed. I'm assuming you planted the kid in the crowd. You might have given me a heads up. Although she said it on the low, Maclin was close enough to hear their semi-private conversation. The chief of staff was just 2 ticks short of being giddy. We just boosted your favorability and kept you non-complicit in the process. I'd call that a grand slam. The mayor nodded her head in approval and moved past him. Maclin walked beside her. Mayor Rocky was hard to keep up with. She blew in and out of rooms with the force of a two-legged hurricane. Maclin noticed that she had big feet for a woman, yet moved with the quickness of an athlete. After checking on Rabbi Pearl, she made her way to a back room that normally functioned as a learning center for children. There, a stocky Dominican paramedic was stitching up a nasty gash on the top of Fee's head. He was seated on a small table because the miniature chairs weren't an option. Quincy stood nearby, interviewing a heat stroke victim whom Loescher was rehydrating with an IV. "How is he?" Mayor Rocky directed her question to the paramedic. "I'm good. Some idiot mistook my head for a bottle opener," Phee said. Mayor Rocky shook her head and sighed. "I know how hard-headed the Freeman men can be. That's why I'm asking the paramedic." "He's fine, ma'am. No concussion, just a head laceration," the paramedic responded. As the paramedic finished up with Phee and walked off, Quincy and Maclin approached. "Lou Pendle was a good cop. I had him on my detail my first 3 months in office. I met his wife and kids a couple of times. Now, just like that, he's gone. That's what all this craziness is doing, snatching the lives of innocent people. We lost a good cop today and 2 more citizens. This thing has already gone sideways on us. We got to stop it before the city gets completely turned upside down. So, where are we?" Mayor Rocky asked.
We've got at least 2 possible abductions. 1 black, 1 Jewish. We're still sifting through the most likely players. Shaka Zair Ali so far is the lead actor, but at best, it's circumstantial. I wish we had something more concrete, but we don't,
Maclin said. "Circumstantial or not, Shaka Zair Ali is a hate-monger who needs to be shut down. If we're not careful, he could single-handedly rip the city apart. Pretty speeches and good tags only go so far and last so long. No matter what I say or do, nothing really matters until we start making some arrests and showing the city that we're in control," Mayor Rocky rallied. "We'll pick him up on inciting, but it won't stick," Quincy said. "Supposedly he left 15 minutes before the riot actually broke out. We got 7 witnesses, including 2 of the injured, that said they saw someone on top of a roof throw the first brick that set things off. Bring Shaka in. I don't care what you have to do. Hold him as long as you can. You all have to buy me time to help keep the city together," Mayor Rocky instructed. While her chief of staff approached and whispered in her ear, the mayor looked at her watch. Her chest heaved and was followed by her releasing an elongated stream of frustrated breath. "I've got to go convince the governor that calling in the Army Reserves is a bad idea. I'll spare you all the pep talk because everybody here knows what's at stake. We got to find a break." Mayor Rocky walked toward the door, then turned back. "Phee, tell your father I send my regards, and try not to catch any more bottles with your head, okay?" Maclin walked back over in Loescher's direction as a young black patrolman, still wet from the academy, walked up to Phee and handed him a plastic bag containing a clean top to replace his white polo, which was heavily spotted with blood. When Phee removed it from the bag, he discovered a New York Jets t-shirt. "This is the best you could come up with?" Phee snipped. "Sorry, Detective. You do realize that I played for the Giants for 8 years, right?" "Yes, sir. My partner kept this in the trunk of our cruiser. I'm sorry, it was the only thing we had," the young cop said as he walked away. "Thank you. But if I were you, I'd get a new partner," Phee yelled after the cop before taking off his shirt and putting on the tee. Maclin stood next to Loescher while he disengaged the empty IV from the heat stroke victim.
I just want to thank you for everything today. I really appreciate it,
Maclin said. "No problem. Just glad I could be of help." Loescher pulled her a few feet away from the victim for privacy. "My sister would like to talk to you about Ezra Pearl, but she said she doesn't want to do it here. I'll text you her address."
Thanks,
Maclin responded. "Janet, we got something," Phee called from across the room.
I gotta get going,
she said, hesitating before actually walking away, as though there were unfinished words between them. Losha called after, "Janet, When she turned back to face him, he looked as if he had misplaced the words he had for her. I just wanted to wish you luck on the case."
Yeah.
She smiled.
We could use all we can get.
As Maclin walked away, she was very aware of how Losha's scent escorted her across the room like a faithful shadow. "So, looks like we don't have to worry about bringing Shaka Zaire Ali in," Phee said to Maclin.
And why's that?
Maclin asked. "Because he just walked into the 1-9 and said he wanted an immunity deal and a sit-down with the three of us." Chapter 14. The chair was too small for Shaka. Even though there wasn't one in the entire precinct that could have adequately accommodated his massive size, he was intentionally placed in one of the smaller seats in the building, an armless metal deal with a busted cushion. The discomfort was deliberate. Cops enjoyed every opportunity for throwing something, no matter how small, into the mix that could possibly leave suspects off kilter. Even the most minuscule bits of leverage were, after all, still leverage. The art of the interrogation was often measured by 1 ounce of shrewdness at a time. Shaka remained zen-like, seemingly unfazed by the cop's feeble attempt to shake him in any way. He sat calmly at the table looking like a circus bear invited for noon tea. Maclin, Phee, and Quincy stood in the hall looking into the room through a large observation window. Maclin looked down at her watch for the 3rd time within a minute.
DA's office won't be here with the paperwork for another 20.
"I gotta say that I'm surprised that you got the DA and the U.S. Attorney's Office to sign off on this," Quincy said.
The only way it works is if both of them are on board,
Maclin replied. "We really just gonna cut him a deal?" Quincy directed the question at Maclin.
I'm afraid we don't have much choice. If he's got information that we need, then we gotta do what we can to get it,
Maclin responded. Phee paced a few times. "I just don't want this full immunity thing to bite us in the ass. Who knows what kind of dirt is in his closet? I don't trust him any farther than I can throw his big ass."
Am I the only one who finds it strange that he's doing this without an attorney?
Maclin asked. "Doesn't surprise me. It's all about his ego. He's arrogant enough to want to show us that he doesn't need anyone to beat us," Phee shot back.
I'm just not buying it. From everything I've read about him and everything the two of you have told me, something about him is not adding up,
Maclin said. Quincy stared through the glass at Shaka, trying to detect even the thinnest of cracks in his calm demeanor. "Whatever he's got, he must be pretty certain that it's good. He knows that we need him more than he needs us. There might be a way that we can get what we came here for and still control the situation. I say we make a run at him before the suit gets here." Quincy said it much more as a statement than a suggestion.
We don't want to compromise ourselves. By breaking procedure, Shaka will only use it against us,
Maclin offered. "Oh, fuck procedure. We're making an audible. You in or out?" Phee pressed as he and Quincy walked toward the door. Shaka stared straight ahead when Quincy, Phee, and Maclin entered the room. Shaka lightly bobbed his head, groove into a beat that only he could hear. When he finally decided to acknowledge the trio, he did so with the smug look of a man who knew he had more power than his adversaries. He relished having them come to him on his terms. Shaka looked at Phee's t-shirt and smiled. "I thought you used to play for the Giants, brother." Phee ignored the jab. Quincy sat directly across from Shaka. "All right, so let's hear it." Shaka burst out laughing. "Thought the DA was supposed to be here in these situations." "What's the matter, Shaka? Don't you trust us?" Quincy smirked. "Trust is a relative thing, Detective Cavanaugh," Shaka fired back. Maclin pulled out her phone and took a step forward.
The DA should be here in 20 minutes.
"Well, I guess that doesn't give us a whole lot of time for us to get better acquainted, does it?" Shaka smirked. Maclin pressed the record feature on her phone and placed it on the table in front of Shaka. "Turn it off. I ain't with that," Shaka protested.
Doesn't work that way,
Maclin responded. It works, whichever way I say it works. We talk on my terms or I bounce, and y'all can sit around and wait for more bodies to pile up. I know for a fact that the synagogue murders, they were just a warm-up. As Maclin reached for her phone, Quincy stuck his hands in his pocket. That means you too, Detective Cavanaugh. Why don't you and Brother Phee here turn off your phones and put them on the table? As Quincy pulled out his phone, he turned off the recorder. Both he and Phee placed their phones on the table besides Maclin's. Hey, I ain't mad at y'all. It's good to know that your reps are real and that the three of you are willing to go down swinging. I like to know whose hands I'm putting my life into, Shaka added. Why don't you stop with the bullshit games and tell us what it is you know, Phee said. Relax, Phee. We all ultimately want the same thing. What the fuck are you talking about? Phee started getting heated. Maclin crossed over, leaned on the table, and looked directly at Shaka. She sniffed the air in front of him like a wolf on the hunt.
This whole plea deal is just a front, isn't it? Phee, do you remember the first thing you said when you met me?
Phee looked at her and nodded, realizing where she was going. Yeah, that you smelled like a Fed. Shaka smiled at them. That's pretty good. I was wondering which one of you would figure it out first. I'm ATF, and the three of you just crashed into my investigation. Chapter 15. I've been under for 2 years on a deep op that we started after seeing an influx of military-grade weaponry popping up in the hands of hate groups. I was recruited from gang infiltration out in Compton because nobody knows me on the East Coast. I infiltrated Umoja to build up some cred to chase the one lead we have. Maclin was off to the side on her phone. Look, we get it, brother. But the riot today? A cop got killed. I could have gone down as well, Phee said. We found out the hard way how many secret supporters these groups have. That includes cops as well as feds. I've already lost 2 friends who were agents because their covers got leaked from the inside. That's how big this thing is. We don't know how deep the dirt runs in any of the agencies. I couldn't let you know anything sooner because it took my handler the last 2 days to run the 3 of you from top to bottom. He hit me a couple of hours ago and said you all came back cleaner than rain. That's when I turned myself in. Look, I'm sorry about not being able to tell you from the jump, but the fewer people who know who I am, the better my chances are of staying alive. Besides the 3 of you, the only 2 people in my agency who knows what I'm doing are the supervisory special agent that Maclin is talking to now and the ASAC who's handling me. Shaka sat back in his chair, crossed his arms, and rested them on his wide midsection. Maclin hung up her phone after confirming with Shaka's superior. She nodded at Quincy and Phee and then turned toward Shaka.
You couldn't give us a heads up?
Maclin asked. Look, I know the position that this puts the 3 of you in, trust me. But the only thing I've got is a pocket full of tough choices and worse choices. If we're not willing to do whatever we have to stop this thing, more bodies than we can count are going to start piling up. I'm really sorry about how shit went down today. There's some blood on my hands that will never come off. But we were being auditioned.
Auditioned?
Maclin asked. Yeah. Looks like somebody is auditioning groups and rewarding the most radicalized of them with weapons. So what made you decide to trust us now? Quincy asked. Shaka's militant facade had all but disappeared. He was quite the opposite of his angry doppelganger. Phee saw the beginning cracks of the battle-weary soldier reassessing his options. I got no choice. There's a whole lot of bad shit that's about to jump off. The brothers at Umoja got people up in Harlem saying that if Spider's not returned safely, then the first thing that needs to happen is that a different Jew is shot every day he's missing. I couldn't blow my cover, so I put the word out that nothing was to happen for the next 2 days. I just tried to buy some time. If we don't hurry up and find Spider and Ezra, the streets of New York are going to bleed way more than what happened today. What kind of progress have you made in identifying who the bad actors are? Quincy asked. I got an email 3 weeks ago that said the only way I could get a sit-down was if we showed how committed we were and whether we were willing to take the fight to our enemy's front door. We were given 3 different dates and 3 different instructions: desecrate, agitate, eliminate. The email said as soon as we completed all 3 assignments, we would have an immediate face-to-face. Phee, your boy Spider, volunteered to desecrate the synagogue 2 weeks ago. I didn't know he was going to bring his nephew Devin Timmons with him. When they were chased, they got separated, and we all know what happened after that. The next morning, there were about a dozen automatic weapons left for us in a storage unit on 88th and 3rd. Just like clockwork, right after the riots today, we got more weapons. And something even worse.
What was that?
Maclin asked. Shaka hesitated. For the first time, he looked timid, as if he were being weighed down by an anvil of regret. He lowered his head, avoiding their stares. When he finally spoke, the words tumbled out of his mouth in clunky blocks of information. A 50-gallon tank of a chemical compound called Zyklon B. I looked it up, and it's, shit, man, it's the same nerve gas that they used in the showers in the German death camps. Oh, shit. Phee blew the words out more than he spoke them. Maclin drooped her head. Quincy opened his mouth, but only silence and air spilled out. There have been rumors for years that neo-Nazis peddled this stuff on the black market, but we always thought it was just urban myth. The email said that if we did something big with the nerve gas, we'd get 10 weapons for every Jew we killed, Shaka said. The room was silent for several seconds. No one quite knew what to say. Phee leaned against the wall and closed his eyes, taking some of the necessary weight off of his uncertain legs. So, when is all of this supposed to go down? Quincy found his voice. In 2 days. Maclin wasn't quite sure whether it was the cancer or Shaka's words that left her having to fight the urge to vomit. The room swayed, leaving her feeling as if she had just stepped off of a dizzying ride at an amusement park. She gripped the edge of the table until the spinning slowed, then subsided.
Nothing in your investigation has come up with any names or possible leads?
She asked. No. Just that they'd been reaching out to different radical groups, both black and white. Everything comes through an email with a spoofed IP address that's been rerouted to Russia. We haven't been able to hack the origin yet. These sick motherfuckers are on some serious Holocaust bullshit. I agree with you. But what if it's even worse than that? Phee posited. What could be worse? Quincy asked. Think about what's happening throughout the city. Shaka just told us how people in Harlem are making serious threats against the Jewish community. We also know that whoever we're chasing is giving guns to both sides. What if the reason they're using groups like Umoja to do their dirty work is to start a full-on race war? It makes sense now. Spider's and Ezra's abductions are going to be used as the gasoline that starts the fire. The more immediate question we need to focus on right now is, what happens when you can't deliver bodies in 2 days? Phee asked. I can guarantee you, brother, you're not going to like my answer. Well, let's hear it anyway, Quincy insisted. For some strange reason, when Shaka finally stood, he seemed slightly smaller. His shoulders were hunched forward, and there was a bend in his knees as if he were carrying an unbearable load. They said that they would start sending body parts of random brothers and sisters every hour on the hour, starting with one of our own. I think you're right about Spider and Ezra being used to start the war. Shaka pulled out his cell phone and showed them all a photo of Spider's battered face and fingerless hands. Phee sucked in an audible breath and clenched his jaws until the muscles made it look like he had a rock in each cheek. What the? Phee grabbed the phone. As Phee continued to torture himself by staring at the image, Shaka directed his words at Maclin and Quincy. They said that if we don't do what we're supposed to, when we're supposed to, then they'll be sending Spider back to us in 88 pieces. Chapter 16. As Spider looked at both his butchered hands, at the 10 useless stubs where his fingers used to be, he couldn't help but cry. He had always been taught by his father and grandfather that real men never cried, especially those who saw themselves as warriors. Spider was 9 the last time he shed tears. He gave up that childish habit after his mother was beaten into a coma by a white cop for stealing hamburger meat to feed her family. He ran out of tears and prayers in the 2 weeks she clung to life before leaving him to go meet her maker. It was right after her funeral that he gave up crying, as well as the myth of God. Weak black boys grew up to become weak black men. Warriors raised warriors. Those were the inculcated lessons of his youth. Even though it tore him up inside, Spider thought that the most fitting tribute at his father's funeral 7 years earlier was that he honored him with no tears. He hoped that he'd made his old man proud in the afterlife, if in fact there was one. As he became an adult, he flip-flopped regularly on the question of God's existence. On the one hand, he hoped there was such a thing, but on the other, if God turned out to be white, then his father was fucked and so was he. He wondered whether his hero was somewhere looking down at him or even up at him, and whether he was disappointed at the fact that there, in the bowels of the abandoned building, Spider sobbed like a frightened child. After the crying stopped, he could feel sleep tugging at him to surrender. His eyelids drooped mercilessly with fatigue. Spider didn't go peacefully. He fought the slumber war as long as he could until he was defeated. He didn't know how long he was out, but the whisper of a familiar voice gently shook him. Spider heard his father call his name. When he looked over at one of the darkened corners, he saw him huddled there in the shadows facing the opposite direction. He was lying on his side in the fetal position, gently rocking himself. Even though he whispered his son's name a few times, Spider couldn't answer because his voice was lost somewhere in the bewilderment of it all. As absurd as it was, his father was there nonetheless. In Spider's moment of despair, his hero had returned to him to remind him that he was the son of a warrior. There was no time for tears and cowering. Each time he heard his name, he felt himself getting a little stronger. Spider crawled over to his father, who was still facing the wall while rocking back and forth. Nothing made sense anymore. The room was no longer the room. They were suddenly in the green, lush field of Central Park's sheep meadow. All around them, white people were picnicking, flying kites, and reveling in the sun without a care in the world. His father lay on the ground, blanketless in the cool grass, reading to Spider from Ellison's The Invisible Man. They were the only 2 people of color there. They ate cold roast beef sandwiches from Blimpie and chased them down with lukewarm Mountain Dews. No matter what you do in life, Spider, don't ever let them make you feel that you're invisible. People find a way to knock you down, you find a way to get back up even stronger. That's what a warrior does. Spider listened to his father read to him until they both fell asleep. The echo of a door slamming woke him. When Spider opened his eyes and saw that he was still imprisoned in the slaughterhouse, he knew that he had only been dreaming of his father. He was disoriented from his deep sleep. The room was a black sea of impenetrable heat. The air was as dense as a cotton cloud, pressing down on him until he felt as if he was suffocating. He coughed when he got a whiff of himself. He smelled foul and inhuman, a combination of wet dog and burned funk. Spider could feel the lightlessness gulping him whole, as if he were prey in the throat of a hungry shark. He heard the clanking of a door's bolt just down the hall, followed by someone walking away. As he pressed his ear up against the brittle plaster of the dividing wall, he listened to the heavy retreating footsteps that slipped through the cracks and compromises of the decaying building. They weren't the thudding strides of an average man. The floorboards whined under the girth and weight of someone big. Each step lost a bit of its boom until the fading sound was completely muted in the distance. Spider forced himself to try to remember more specifics about his abduction. He had a vague recollection of feeling drugged, then thrown over the shoulders of a large man. His memory still wasn't much, but for whatever it was worth, it was creeping back in ruins like the rest of him. The best he could do was wrestle with the stingy bits of detail in tracing how he had ended up in his current situation. He sniffed harder. The room was tangy and smelled of wood rot and mildew. Even though he was still groggy, he could sense right away that something was different. He could feel that he was no longer alone in the room. If his mind wasn't still playing tricks on him, he thought he saw the silhouette of a man's form in a sliver of light. He stayed as still as possible, despite the fact that he grew more and more anxious. The warrior in him was still asleep. His panic was starting to strangle him. The sweat that pooled beneath him cooled his lower back. He tried to slow his breathing, but the effort only made him more afraid that whoever was in the room with him would hear how loud his heart was beating. He wondered what they would do to him next. What else would they take? Toes so that he couldn't run? Eyes so that he couldn't see? His tongue so that he couldn't scream? What about larger limbs? What about his life? He had questions for the person in the room with him, but he didn't call out because his throat was swollen shut with fear. The faint scent of bleach snuck into the room somehow. The rustling in the corner was now more obvious. When Spider looked in the direction of the noise, he could just make out the blurred outline of a man lying on the floor. Once they became aware of each other's presence, neither one of them moved or made even the slightest of sounds. He had no idea how long they played the silence game. The old building periodically creaked and groaned as its lumber swelled in the heat. Spider heard the one thing that began to lessen his fright. It was a welcome sound because it came with no threat. The familiarity brought with it a certain sense of ease. It was something that he knew firsthand. Spider was no longer afraid, because whoever was in the room with him began sobbing, just as he had done earlier. Chapter 17. Maclin couldn't shake the horrible images of the violence done to Spider's hands. It pained her to see the devastating blow dealt to Phee. She waited nervously for the detonation. In the 2 years that she'd known him, she'd quickly learned that his go-to was to greet negativity with his temper. Properly provoked, he could easily go from 0 to 60. She was certain that the mutilation of his childhood friend would send him to the dark, deep end. But instead, he just sagged in the corner, broken-hearted. Maclin saw glimpses of vulnerability in him that made her feel like a nosy neighbor intruding at the most inopportune time. Quincy hugged Phee and whispered something in his ear while Maclin and Shaka stood awkwardly by. Maclin saw how the effects of the case made even the strongest of men teeter. A few minutes later, when an attorney from the DA's office knocked on the interview door, Maclin met him in the hall with a bag of lies. She told the chubby shark with the thinning hair and unpolished wingtips that the information Shaka was offering wasn't worthy of immunity. She saw his jaw tighten and thought his knockoff designer suit suddenly looked a size too big after his deflation. Maclin watched a bead of sweat get swallowed by 2 rolls of fat where his chin should have been. He complained about his time being wasted, then stormed off, mumbling his indignation. She crossed to a nearby water fountain and swallowed 2 of her pills while she glugged at the small arc of water. Even though it wasn't cold, it cooled her as it went down. She didn't know exactly how much she drank, but it felt like a gallon. She tried to will the expediency of the medicine coursing through her body. Maclin was angry with herself that she hadn't made better efforts to keep herself hydrated. Her system was too vulnerable to neglect in any way. After a brief addiction to Vicodin 2 years earlier, she'd steered clear of taking medicine, not even so much as aspirin. She was now dependent on drugs not for recreation, but for general function. The only thing that mattered to her was staying vertical and moving forward. Even though her body was in steady decline, her mind still had valuable contributions to make. The pills made her feel relevant. They at least lulled her into a fragile truce, not just with her nausea, but also with Ivan and the havoc he was capable of wreaking. She looked at a text on her phone and walked back toward the room with renewed purpose. When she re-entered the room, the air was still laden with defeat. She knew that in her brief absence no progress had been made, no miraculous solutions born. Each man hovered in his own space in deep contemplation while wrestling with himself in hopes of finding valid suggestions. She was certain there was some tasteless joke to be made on how long it takes 4 alphas in one room to stop a holocaust and prevent a full-on race war. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Phee broke the silence. Let's give them what they want. It's the only play we got. No one quite knew how to respond. His words were delivered with such indifference that they immediately felt orphaned from him as soon as they fell from his lips. Although he said them, he did so with little to no proprietorship. Phee gave up very little in terms of expression. His voice was hollow and his gaze was downcast as if he wasn't quite ready for direct eye contact. Shaka was completely dumbfounded. What the hell are you talking about? We can't kill innocent people. I never said anything about killing anybody. Whoever is behind all of this wants to know that you did what you were ordered to do. If that gets you a meeting with them and saves lives, then that's what we give them. It's like you said earlier. All we got is a pocket full of bad choices and worse choices. Quincy stepped forward and nodded to his partner. Go ahead. Run the play for us. Phee finally looked up at the 3 of them and spoke. With everything that's been happening lately, the city would implode from a hate crime of this scale, right? I mean, there's no way we can handle that, right? Of course not. But I'm still not following you, brother, Shaka said. The mayor and all the way up to the governor are going to do whatever they can to avoid full-on civil upheaval, maybe even if that means media suppression for a day or two to try to get ahead of the situation. Maclin nodded at Quincy as the 2 of them started understanding Fee's plan at the same time. Shaka spoke up. I see where you're going, but that's a very big maybe. Quincy joined in. But he's talking about suppressing a supposed crime and using it to our advantage. Maclin was constantly impressed with how the 2 partners thought outside the box. Even though they often clashed with her more conservative approach, there was no denying that they all made each other better cops. Phee continued explaining the plan to Shaka. Brother, we're in the golden age of fake news. Doesn't take much for rumors and supposition to spread like wildfire. We stage a crime scene and then anonymously leak just enough info to a couple of alt-right sites and let the conspiracy theories blow up enough to get you a face-to-face. Once they start bitching about how a Democratic mayor and governor ordered the liberal press to cover up a potential massacre, the word will get back to who we need it to get back to. As far as the legitimate press goes, we don't confirm anything. If we're lucky, maybe we get 48 hours before the truth comes out that there really was no crime. We just gotta hope whoever we're after keeps responding as quickly as they have been. So the question is, will the mayor go for it? This could put her in all kinds of vulnerable positions, Quincy pondered aloud. The weight of the question silenced the room. The 4 of them were momentarily left feeling as though they had been thrown a lifeboat with possible leaks in it. Phee pulled his phone out and started dialing. We'll find out soon enough. My father knows her better than anyone. He'll tell us the best way to go at her. By the time Phee got off the phone, there was a new energy in the room. Although the game plan was dependent upon several variables all aligning at the right time, it was still something. Even the most anemic hope was exponentially better than no hope at all. Maclin spoke up.
I got a text from Loescher's sister. Says she wants to speak with me one-on-one. Said it was important.
Mayor doesn't get back from Albany for another hour and a half, so Now might be the best time to do that. Quincy and I should put Shaka in lockup on a bullshit obstruction just to cover our tracks. He can post bail in a couple of hours. Hopefully by then, we've got the mayor on board, and we'll have an even clearer game plan. Yo, Phee, let me holler at you for a quick sec, Shaka said, pulling Phee off to the side. Even though they spoke a little quieter than normal, Maclin could still overhear their heavy voices. Look, we both know the risks that go with the job, brother, and I'm cool with that. But we're dealing with some next-level shit here. All I'm asking is that every step along the way that we make sure we're swinging as smart as we can on this, because I'm the first one who gets burned if we don't. I know you're putting your ass on the line, but we got your back. I got your back. And that's bond, brother. Shaka nodded at him in appreciation. On the shit that really counts, there ain't a whole lot of difference between you and me. At the end of the day, I'm trying to make it back to my wife and little girl just like you. The two men gave each other a fist pound and hood hug. Maclin sent a text as Quincy walked her to the door.
I'm hoping Yael might be able to give us some better insight into Ezra and Rabbi Pearl. I'm sure your gut is telling you that there's more going on there than what the old man led on to. I shouldn't be gone more than an hour.
She wasn't certain, but she thought she caught Quincy staring at her after she finished sending her text. It was subtle, but just enough to make her feel a bit self-conscious. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we get something useful there, Quincy said, still stealing glances at her. Just as Maclin opened the door, Quincy blurted out, Phee and I've been wondering, are you okay? When she turned to him, she saw obvious concern in his eyes.
Yeah, why?
You look a little pale, and you just haven't really been yourself. I know you said you were dealing with some personal stuff, and we certainly don't mean to pry, but, we're just concerned. She refused to turn away like she had something to hide, even though there was plenty that she didn't need her partners knowing under the current circumstances.
I guess the thought of genocide has a way of wearing on me,
Maclin covered. Behind them, Phee continued talking to Shaka. Maclin glanced back at Quincy to see if she could read any more suspicion in his look. Yeah, I'm sure we're all going to be a lot worse for wear after this one.
You and Phee don't have to worry about me. I'm all right.
Good. Okay, go see what you can get on Ezra. I know we're grasping at straws here, but if we don't hurry up and find him and Spider, this city's going to burn, he said before walking back over to join Phee and Shaka. Chapter 18. Despite the fact that he could no longer see, Ezra felt someone's eyes on him, examining him. He could hear them breathing. He was a prisoner 2 times over, not just by the confines of his cell, but also by the imprisonment of his blindness. There was nothing he could do about the inescapable blackness. It was his now, despite the unwanted ownership. The pain in Ezra's eyes was pitiless. It felt as if fragments of glass were slicing him deep from cornea to retina. It made no difference how much he blinked or teared. Nothing he did soothed or washed away the chemical burn. The aching buried itself so deeply in him that no matter what he did, it only reminded him of how inseparable they really were. Someone was still watching him. He moved his head in every direction, scanning the room with useless eyes. He could feel them hiding there in the silence, casually deciding his fate. Whatever their intent, Ezra accepted the daunting fact that he was at their mercy. He stayed motionless and tried to will himself into being unseeable. Broken as he was, there was no defense he could mount other than invisibility. For once in his life, he wanted to be nothingness, as transparent as the breaths he sucked in and released. Ezra prayed to God that he would keep still. He managed to ignore the sweat that itched as it rolled down both sides of his face. It was difficult, but he didn't move when what he assumed was a large rat sprinted across one of his legs. His nose was singed from the bleach that had been used to blind him. His eyes were still on fire. Tears slid down his cheeks like tiny toboggans trying to outrun the avalanche that threatened to overtake him. Try as he might, there was no escaping the deluge. It was what he felt as the inevitability of his tragic ending that undid him. It shattered his fantasy of being able to disappear into the warm air around him. That was when the hopelessness took over. The thought that his life would end in such a violent and insignificant way made something inside of him burst. The crying came without warning or dignity. He had no control over it. It was the ugly kind of cry that was full of facial contortions, snot, and girlish timbers. Ezra cried even more than he had when he was 18 and was beaten on the platform at 125th Street. He cried so long that the muscles in his face became sore as his skin tightened across his cheeks. It wasn't until he emptied it all out that he finally spoke. "I know you're here. What do you want me to do? Beg? Just tell me. Say something. Please. Are you going to kill me? This is all just a game to you, isn't it? Why don't you say something?" His words were stillborn. They fell lifeless to the floor, dying in the ether as unceremoniously as fumigated flies. All he could do was listen. Even in the silence, he still heard someone watching him. Although he did his best not to show it, Ezra was growing increasingly unnerved by the muteness of it all. Then finally, "I ain't the one you gotta worry about. I'm locked in here just like you," a man's voice spoke. As soon as he heard the man, Ezra knew he was black and not to be trusted. "Who are you? What are we doing here?" Spider asked. "You tell me. You know who I am, where I live. Is this just a part of the game?" "What game? What the hell are you talking about? I'm just trying to figure this shit out." Be smarter than them. That's how you beat them. Ezra put that thought on replay. He had to keep telling himself to lead with his head and not his fear. As he moved to wipe the sweat that streaked down his forehead, he realized that his fingers were slightly stuck together with drying blood from a gash on the palm of his hand. He couldn't quite keep up with the number of injuries he had accumulated. When he finally moved his legs, he realized that one of them was shackled. "How did you end up in here?" Ezra said, pretending to go along with the man's claim. "I got no idea. One minute I was in the park waiting to meet someone, and then the next I woke up here." That was exactly how Ezra felt. One minute he was in the basement rummaging through his storage space. The next, he woke up blind and clueless as to where he was. "What is this place?" Ezra asked. "Sign on the wall says Hausinger's. It's an abandoned slaughterhouse up in the Bronx." "Who are you?" "My name's Jared Harris, but everybody calls me Spider. What's yours?" What the hell? Give them only what they already know, Ezra thought. "Ezra Pearl," he said. Ezra never thought that real people gasped. They did it in books and old movies, but even then they were mostly women sprawled across divans sipping absinthe just before receiving news that was so shocking it literally made them inhale a large gulp of dramatic air. It was possible that he had forgotten, but he couldn't remember it as being something he ever experienced in real life. Although he couldn't see him, Ezra heard the man suck in air in such a way that it could only be classified as a good old-fashioned gasp. Somewhere in the distance, the faint sound of a train's horn could be heard. When the man spoke again, his voice hovered just slightly above an angry whisper. All Ezra heard him say was, "Oh, shit." Chapter 19. The entire city smelled like rotting cabbage. The simple act of breathing was an assault on the senses. As soon as Maclin exited the precinct, she was hit with the unpleasantness of the stagnant heat. In the 2 hours that she had been inside, it had only gotten worse, like a horrible sequel to an already bad movie. As she crossed the street to her Chevy Tahoe, All she could smell was the acrid scent of burning rubber, as if the tires of the parked cars were actually melting. The inside of her vehicle reminded her of the one and only hot yoga class she'd taken and hated simply because it was too damn hot. She had to suffer through the furnace-like air that blew on her from the air conditioner before it eventually cooled and made her world a bit more tolerable. When Maclin looked in the rearview mirror, she saw the paleness that Quincy had spoken of. She wondered if the investigation, which on one hand had filled her with energy and determination, was also exacerbating her decline. The specter of death left Maclin questioning pretty much everything. She turned the radio off after feeling inundated with non-stop reports of scattered outbreaks of violence and vandalism spreading throughout the boroughs. She didn't need the second-hand accounts of what she was witnessing firsthand. By the time she made it to Brooklyn, she counted 5 interracial arguments, 3 shoving matches, and 2 full-on fistfights. The seams of the city were fraying like thinning twine. Maclin saw it all unfolding in real time, the bitter tally of animus festering. New York was coming undone. Sides were now being chosen and battle lines drawn. She didn't know which was the greater threat, the violent-minded scrappers or the do-nothing enablers. There had been very few instances in Maclin's life when she had been truly afraid. But by the time she arrived in Loescher's sister's neighborhood, she was petrified by the rage and apathy that were intent on devouring all of New York. Maclin lamented that the days of hate were now upon them. She made it to Borough Park in less than 20 minutes. As she turned onto Yael's street, the first thing she noticed were the flowering dogwoods that ran from one end of the block to the other. The 3 things that stood out to her most were how beautiful the brownstones were, how spotless the block was, and how there was not one person outside. As soon as she exited her SUV, she was mugged by the 114-degree temperature. Her eyes looked upward as though she were asking for relief that she knew wouldn't come. There were puffy cotton clouds suppressing the heat, keeping air trapped. The patches of sky were a bright July blue encircling a golden dot of sun whose sole purpose seemed to be to punish the citizens of New York. The thickening air necessitated calculation and effort even for the thoughtless act of breathing. She'd only walked a few feet before she felt sweat slithering across her skin as it meandered on parts of her body that she seldom thought about. She dawdled more than she walked, slowed in part by the cumbrous heat. Maclin could feel various eyes on her from behind slightly parted window shears in the buildings on both sides of the street. Just as she reached the top of the stairs to Yael's brownstone, she noticed the tiny prayer scroll tacked to the inside of the doorframe. In fact, there were mezuzahs adorning every doorway on the block. Yael opened the front door before Maclin had a chance to knock. She greeted her with a curious look and an uncommitted smile. "Thank you for coming over, Agent Maclin." When Yael reached out and grabbed Maclin's hand to lead her into her home, Maclin felt scrutinized under the unblinking stare of her lover's sister. Even as Yael closed the door behind them, Maclin could still feel that she was being inspected. Having never been in one, Maclin didn't know what to expect in regard to the home life of Orthodox Judaism. The brownstone was inviting and even smelled of freshly baked bread. It wasn't particularly large, but it was airy enough to make it feel more spacious than it actually was. There wasn't a lot of furniture, which was seemingly more by choice than circumstance. Maclin noted that the few pieces that were in the home were more expensive and had better craftsmanship than the bare essentials that she had in her own apartment. The house was cluttered with coloring books, dolls, puzzles, toys, and even small furniture complete with pink plastic tea sets. It was a place that had been surrendered to the reign of small children. There were no fewer than 30 photos, either hanging on walls or perched atop cabinets and other pieces of furniture with flat surfaces. There were color photos as well as sepia-toned and even vintage black and whites in a variety of beautiful wood, metal, or ceramic frames. The one that stood out immediately to Maclin was a picture of Loescher, with longer hair than she'd ever seen him wear. He was standing next to a pregnant Yael who was being hugged, presumably by her husband. Rabbi Pearl, along with his son Ezra, were also in the photo that was taken in front of Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Museum in Israel. Maclin thought the overall feel of the home was that of a living museum honoring not just the cherished moments of more current times, but also a pictorial history of ancestors several generations deep. Everywhere she turned, she was reminded that the primary purpose of the home was the celebration of family, both past and present. She saw something hanging on the living room wall that she hadn't seen or even thought about in years. It was a framed ketubah, which was a Jewish wedding contract. It reminded Maclin of when she was a child and her mother would hold her in her arms and read a similar type of contract aloud in Hebrew. Although she had long forgotten the words and their correct pronunciation, the happy memories of their private lessons came rushing back. As Maclin followed Yael into the kitchen, the scent of warm bread grew stronger. 4-year-old twin girls, followed by their 2-year-old sister, came racing toward them, screeching for no apparent reason. Yael feigned being startled, which sent the 3 girls into an even louder fit of laughter. The girls were each dressed in not identical but very similar navy blue jumpers and white knee socks. Despite the blistering heat outside, they each wore a long-sleeved cotton blouse with a rounded collar. Maclin thought they looked more appropriately dressed for a cool autumn day than for the current heat wave that was baking the city. Yael made the introduction. The twins are Hannah and Miriam, and the youngest is Shoshana. Girls, say hello to Miss Maclin. Hello, the twins belted out in near unison as Shoshana, who was the shyest of them all, hid behind her sisters, staring suspiciously at the stranger. Shoshana, are you going to say hello? Yael pressed her. Overwhelmed by the pressure of having all eyes on her, the little girl turned and ran down the hall, followed by her giggling sisters. Welcome to the house of who knows what comes next. Yael laughed as she crossed to the small kitchen island where she resumed separating a hardened wheat flour ball into pebble-sized morsels. Maclin just stared at her. I'm making farfel. Have you ever had it? Yael asked.
No, I can't say that I have.
It's a noodle dish that we usually only have for Passover, but my husband has been craving it for the last week, so I wanted to surprise him. As Yael poured an extra glass of kosher Syrah, Maclin raised her hand and declined.
I would love to, but I'm still working.
How about half a glass, then? I promise not to report you, Yael said with slightly forced laughter. The more Maclin looked at the woman, the more she realized that Yael was trying to mask her nervousness. Maclin still felt as though she were being dissected. Whether it was just her imagination or not, she felt as though Yael was trying to look through her. Under more normal circumstances, Maclin would have taken at least half a glass, if for no other reason than to disarm her host. But she thought about how the sangria at Fee's house mixed with her medication had caused her to feel a little more sleepy than usual. She graciously declined.
Thank you, but I'm not much of a wine drinker,
she lied. As Yael poured more for herself, she stared at Maclin's necklace. I noticed your hamsa earlier. It's beautiful. Do you wear it for religious purposes?
No.
Are you a religious woman?
By religious, do you mean, am I a religious Jew?
That wasn't the question, but now that you bring it up.
I wear it to honor my mother, who gave it to me when I was a child.
Is your mother Jewish?
Was, by way of conversion. She passed away when I was 7.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
And what about your father?
Are you asking me whether he is still alive or whether he's Jewish?
Both.
No, he passed away almost 2 years ago. My father was half Jewish and half indifferent.
And you? What are your views on God, Agent Maclin?
Cautiously optimistic. And please, call me Janet.
Yael smiled and raised her glass in a toast, then walked toward the doorway, listening for her children. Excuse me for a second. I need to check on the girls. You learn the hard way that when they're too quiet for you to hear them, that's when you need to be the most afraid. As Yael exited the kitchen, Maclin took in the space. There was a single red brick wall filled with more framed photos of the three little girls. Crayon artwork hung on the refrigerator door from plastic magnets in the shape of Disney-themed characters. A herd of stuffed animals were corralled in a small pen in the corner, as if it were an improvised petting zoo. Maclin had never been in the home of a devout Jewish family, Hasidic or otherwise. As she scanned the kitchen, she was a bit surprised by how much it differed from some of the preconceptions she'd entered with. Even though she was expecting all things Jewish, there wasn't a surfeit of menorahs or other religious symbols. The shelves and cupboards weren't overflowing with Manischewitz products like matzo and sweet wine. There were glass canisters of nuts, dried fruit, and honey-glazed sesame sticks neatly arranged on the counter. Aside from a couple of Shabbos candles and kosher cookbooks on a small metal rack, the kitchen was not much different from any other family kitchen she had been in. Maclin concluded that the kitchen was horizontally divided in half. Anything below 4 feet fell under the chaotic realm of 3 rambunctious children, but everything above had the obvious touch of an organized and domesticate woman. Although they were both intelligent, professional women, Maclin thought about how different she and Yael were. Maclin was married to her job. Her cases were her children. Each time she solved one, the triumph of good over evil was the closest she ever got to being religious. Yael, on the other hand, was blissfully heavy on family and faith, the two things that Maclin was light on. After Yael breezed back into the kitchen, she sipped her wine and started kneading more dough for the farfel as though she had never been interrupted. Their coloring and their books should buy us all of 10 minutes before they start fighting. She took another sip and savored the liquid courage, slowly going down as she completed her kneading. She turned on the faucet to wash her hands. I just have to be clear with you up front that there are some things that I can't tell you, at least not directly. I don't know if my brother told you, but I am bound by a code of Mashire, which is...
I know,
Maclin said.
It prohibits you from informing on a person of the Jewish faith to a non-Jewish authority, although technically I am Jewish.
Yael smiled at Maclin. Anyone who has to lead with technically I'm Jewish is missing the point. She took yet another sip of wine before continuing. I've known Ezra Pearl since we were kids. He was always the class clown, the funniest kid I knew. Something changed him in his freshman year of college.
Changed him how?
Maclin asked. He just became bitter, angry even. I never knew what it was, but he became as different as night and day. Even when he got married a few years later to someone I knew, she left him shortly after the birth of their son because she said she was afraid his dark soul would corrupt their child. In our culture, it's very rare for a woman to leave her husband, especially if he's the son of a rebbe. The more Yael talked, the more courage she seemed to gain from the momentum of the conversation, though Maclin had the distinct feeling that she was still skating around what she really wanted to talk about.
So how do you think this might be connected to his abduction?
Maclin tried to steer her. I'm just... I don't know. Yael finished her glass of wine and walked over to the other side of the island to sit next to Maclin. Ezra and I are both adjunct professors over at Yeshiva. I teach Judaic history. One of my favorite eras to study is the Roman Empire. I've always found it fascinating. Most people don't know this, but back in the times during the Roman occupation of the Middle East, there was an extremist splinter group of Jewish zealots who belonged to a secret order of assassins. This group of rebels was called the Sicarii, which was the name they took on from the ancient daggers they used to kill the Roman soldiers. They attacked their enemies wherever they could, but mainly on the roads outside of Judea as well as in crowded marketplaces or at rallies. They'd slip in and out of the crowds, kill their targets, then disappear. The Romans branded them one of history's first terrorist groups. The odd thing about the Sicarii was that they didn't just target Roman soldiers. They even killed other Jews who they didn't feel were radical enough. As Yael poured herself another glass, Maclin noticed how the bottle trembled ever so slightly in her hand. She waited patiently for the woman to continue. There have been whispers in our community for the past 6 months that there might be a neo-faction of the Sicarii. I had always assumed it was nothing more than rumor, but the day before Ezra went missing, I overheard him on the phone asking someone that if in fact Sicarii was real, then what did he need to do to join?
So do you have any idea who he was talking to?
No, I don't, and to be honest, even if I did, I don't know that I would be at liberty to tell you. For the record, I'm simply a professor who invited a friend of my brother's over for a glass of wine and a bit of Jewish history.
But...
From the way Yael stared at her, Maclin knew not to press for more.
I'm appreciative of the invite,
Maclin offered. You're welcome, and I'm assuming that I can count on your full discretion.
Absolutely.
I'm afraid that's all I feel comfortable saying at this point.
I understand.
The two women looked at each other in awkward silence for several seconds. Would you mind if I switched gears and asked you a personal question? Yael asked.
If it's about your brother and me, I would prefer not.
No, understandable. You know, the funny thing is, from the time Losher and I were kids, everyone was convinced that I would be the doctor because they all said God had given me a very rare gift.
What gift would that be?
Yael reached out and grasped both of Maclin's hands, staring at her the same way she had when Maclin first arrived. I wasn't being rude earlier when I was staring at you. It's just that when I look at people hard enough, I can see things in them. Sometimes I can feel them. I don't always understand this thing that I have, but I've just learned to trust it. Maclin tried to hide her discomfort as she took her hands from Yael, who continued staring at her and speaking just above a whisper. I don't mean to make you nervous in any way.
No, you're not. I just really should be getting back to the precinct.
As Maclin crossed through the kitchen doorway, Yael blurted out, My brother, the brilliant doctor, doesn't know, does he?
No, what?
Maclin asked as she turned around. That you're ill? Very ill.
I really need to get back. If you think of anything else that might help our investigation, please let me know,
Maclin said as she walked toward the front door without looking back. Yael followed closely behind. You have to find Ezra, Agent Maclin, and quickly. If the Sicarii is real and he's a part of it, there could be horrible consequences should any violence befall him. Chapter 20. Ezra felt as if he were drowning. He was having challenges breathing under the combination of stifling heat and blackness, two oppressive forces competing with each other for dominance of the room. They both looped in tormenting replay, and then there was the maddening silence. Even though Spider and Ezra sat just 20 feet apart from each other, it felt more like miles. Each ignored the other one while awaiting his uncertain fate. Spider's hand throbbed, but he was determined not to let his pain defeat him. With each passing moment he grew more resolved to be the warrior his father raised him to be. The one good thing about the quiet was that it began to calm him. Now that his fear had lessened its hold, Spider's anger started tugging at him. It was the thing that redirected his anxiety and replaced his feelings of weakness with sheer will. The thought of revenge was empowering, to say the least. As he sat on the floor with his back against the wall, Spider told himself over and over that not only would he survive, but he would have his retribution. No matter what, there would be blood for blood. All the devils would pay, not just his captors, but Ezra Pearl as well. Ezra wondered if it would have been more merciful if they had gouged his eyes out and been done with it. The burning was so unforgiving, so constant, that he wanted them gone. What good were eyes that didn't see? They were as dead as stones. nothing more than useless orbs whose only function was to remind him of his torment. He listened for the man named Spider, but heard nothing, not even the soft rustling of movement. Even though they were both prisoners, Ezra still had strong apprehensions about his cellmate. The black man was not to be trusted. None of them were. No matter the situation, they were deceptive by nature. It had been hours since they had last spoken to each other. Once Ezra had shared his name, there was an obvious shift in Spider's reaction to him. There was an immediate tension. Ezra knew Spider was near because he could smell him. The stench of his sweat wasn't quite human. It made perfect sense that the black man smelled like something feral. Not only could he smell him, but Ezra could also feel him thinking, plotting. Periodically, he heard a slight shift in the man's breathing pattern, the steady exhalation of someone lost deep in thought. Ezra had no idea what it was, but he knew Spider was planning something. His captors had already proven their brutality. The threat of gruesome possibilities at their hands terrified Ezra. He was just beginning to find a small reprieve in temporarily being locked in a room away from them. Now he had to reconcile the fact that only a few feet away from him, reeking like a wild animal, was a different threat that happened to be named Spider. Chapter 21. Relative to the madness that had seized the city, Maclin's drive back to Manhattan was uneventful, or at least it appeared that way on the surface. The momentary reprieve by no means alleviated her mounting concerns. The air was still septic, permeated by piles of rubbish and festering hate. She saw one possible skirmish that could have easily been nothing more than a couple of young Brooklynites roughhousing. In a city of growing assumptions, she tried to keep an objective eye. It was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore the darkening clouds hovering over New York, filled with the threat of anarchy. She saw it in the restless faces of the pedestrians, as well as those in the cars around her. She even felt it growing in herself like an unwanted pregnancy. Fear was swelling, a shape-shifting specter spreading like an ever-growing shadow. The more she looked, the more she saw evidence of the Great Divide. As she was leaving Brooklyn, she noticed groups of blacks and groups of whites carrying on their day in segregated clusters like a snippet of Mississippi circa 1959. Imperceptible lines were being drawn, sharp lines with jagged edges. After crossing the bridge back into lower Manhattan, Maclin could feel the tension even more. As she pulled up to a red light at the corner of Essex and Canal, she glanced at a text from Phee. "The mayor wants to see us at our office in 40 minutes. Swing by the precinct and pick us up." When she looked up, she was greeted with threatening stares from a group of black teenagers hanging in front of a bodega. She gave them a cursory once-over, quickly assessing them in true cop fashion. Once she summed them up, she looked straight ahead, avoiding direct eye contact with them even though she could feel their undivided attention on her. The tallest of the boys, who didn't look to be any more than 17, sported long Knicks basketball shorts, a pair of Jordans, and a Biggie Smalls tank top. His skin was cinnamon brown and shone in the sun under a mist of sweat. He sported an old-school afro that was 3 to 4 inches high. He was long, lean, and at least a year or two from filling out his wiry frame. When he stepped off the curb and stood 6 inches in front of her car, Maclin knew she was being tested. If she looked away, she was labeling herself a weak mark. If she stared back at him, she was directly challenging him in front of his boys. Both reactions had potentially dangerous repercussions. Maclin looked at him, but made sure she didn't linger. Her face was blank, showing neither fear nor entitlement. The depth of contempt staring back at her left her feeling injured. She wondered why a boy so young was filled with so much disdain towards someone he had never met. Even though they were strangers in the purest sense, he looked at her as if they had a history of animosity between them. It was as though they were members of rival gangs or feuding clans raised on generational hatred. She could feel that he despised her long before ever setting eyes on her. This was now what New York was becoming, a city teeming with random hate that was inching closer and closer to full contagion. Just before the light turned green, 3 more boys stepped in front of her car, preventing Maclin from moving. She no longer heard the New York traffic or city clamor. All of her focus was on the 4 potential threats and her preparedness for however deep their bad intentions might run. The thing that alarmed her the most was the emptiness in their eyes. She found it tragic that, when she looked at them, she saw 4 boys hurtling towards manhood, seemingly void of basic compassion. They eyed her as if she were inconsequential, something worthy of loathing, but not much else. Though their stares were filled with rage, Maclin neither feared nor pitied them. Instead, she wondered how her mere presence was now somehow partly accountable for the tragic cycle wherein the boys played the typecast roles of self-deprecating bit players in a long-running farce. That was the moment that an interesting paradox dawned on her. They were strangers, and yet co-conspirators. Their chance encounter had been years in the making. It was born of a history nurtured by suppositions and falsehoods. She embraced the unspoken truth that they were all equally guilty of the same offense: presumption. If reason was to prevail, it was that murky acknowledgement that had to at least be her starting point. The boys were now just an inch in front of her vehicle, daring her to touch them. Maclin considered the very real possibility that they were only an inch away from full escalation, from bloodshed, and maybe even worse. Although her right hand was in her lap just inches from the 9mm on her hip, reaching for it was something she refused to let be an option. She raised both of her open palms in front of the steering wheel. She continued looking straight ahead in the direction of the first boy, whom she had designated as the leader. When she finally looked him in the eye, she did so with more empathy than anything else. She capitulated just enough so that he could walk away feeling empowered, which was what she thought was the very thing he wanted most, needed. Even though there were no words exchanged, volumes were spoken between the two, and precious requisites were both given and taken. When he finally waved her on, Maclin nodded and then pulled off, never looking back. There was something about the encounter that Maclin just couldn't shake. As she thought about the current tensions in the city and its surging tribalism, the boy's aggression left her taking stock of things, namely, how little her life had previously been affected by the racial chasm in the country. She'd grown up in a white neighborhood, she'd attended white schools, and now she worked in a disproportionately white field. Just like the strangers she passed on the street, most people of color in her life were nothing more than pedestrians. Temporaries who only rarely rose to the rank of anything close to cultural intercourse. They were blurs at best, but more often than not, they were simply invisible to her. Phee was the only African American whom she'd actually spent real time with. She respected the hell out of him as both a cop and a man. She even secretly harbored a harmless schoolgirl crush on him. He was the exception, the one black friend she had. She was far too pragmatic to ever be mistaken for a racist, nor was she fashionably consumed with the banality of white guilt. She was pretty much a loner who kept people of all colors at arm's length. Oddly, after being confronted by the skinny black boy, she thought about how the world that she had created for herself professionally, as well as what little personal life she had, was conspicuously lacking in diversity. For the most part, the extent of Maclin's racial miscellany consisted of random encounters, certainly nothing remotely approaching immersion. Just like that of most of her white colleagues, her ascension didn't require much in the way of cultural inclusiveness. She had risen to the top of her field, and yet she could count her association with minorities on one finger. Maclin had spent so much of her career smashing glass ceilings that she'd somehow become oblivious to the walls of racism, which, although scaled, was still in need of complete dismantling. She found herself more preoccupied with thoughts on race in the last 2 days than she had her entire life. Not having to think about such things on a regular basis was in and of itself a privilege, one that was not afforded the angry boy, or even Phee for that matter. On her way back to the precinct, she got another text from Phee, saying that the mayor had to push their meeting back 2 hours. After she parked in front of the station, she sat still in the cool sanctuary of her Tahoe, despite the pile of work that waited for her upstairs. As she sat in stillness, her mind went from one random thought to another. She ran the mental gamut from the most pressing to long-forgotten tidbits that no longer mattered. Her reveries ranged from the current case to the murder of her fiancé to the sour green apple and peanut butter snacks her mother made her as a child. She thought about her time at the academy as well as her teen years in high school. There had been something in the stare of the angry boy that even made her think of having read Ellison's Invisible Man in the 11th grade. She remembered being absorbed in the writing for the most part, although the book ultimately left her feeling as if she was missing something. The young boy made her feel like she finally knew what it was. The last thing she wanted to do was romanticize the notion that all the recent events in her life had awakened in her a deeper consciousness, but she did genuinely feel a greater hunger for an understanding of how easily the city was being ripped apart. As Maclin pictured the hardened image of the boy's face all ripe with bitter indictment, it dawned on her that the heart of his confrontation was his refusal to be counted among the invisible. When she looked past the swag and forced bravado, she understood that what he really wanted most, actually what he demanded, was to be seen. Chapter 22. Ezra had the shits. He barely got his pants down in time. The length of his shackles was only 10 feet, allowing him to move only so far from where he had posted up after being locked in the room. His cramping stomach was a result of the severe dehydration that was wreaking havoc on every part of him. First came the vomiting, then a few hours later, the runs. His body was suffering from the collective damage both inside and out. He crawled back to his original spot, but there was no putting distance between him and the stench that hovered in the room. He had endured spider's sickness, so as far as he was concerned, one good turn deserved another. As he leaned back against the wall, he heard a sound that caught his attention. He didn't know exactly where it was coming from. There was no way of telling how deep in the building's cavity it was emanating. It was faint, but constant. There was the low, distant echo of water dripping. He timed the drops in his head and counted them falling in intervals of 6 seconds. Not that he needed it, but the sound of water reminded him even more of how thirsty he was. He couldn't quite remember the last time he'd had something to drink. His throat was so dry that he was all but certain that if he coughed, clouds of dust would literally float out of his mouth. 3 to 5 days. That was on the high end of how long the human body could survive without water. He remembered that from high school biology. It could actually go weeks without food, but only days without water. Each drip was a reminder of every precious second that was steadily evaporating. According to Spider, the building had been abandoned for years, so it was highly unlikely that there was still a water supply. Not only was it the hottest summer on record, it was also the driest, which eliminated the possibility of there being any type of runoff from rain. The sound hadn't been there earlier, when he'd listened for hours for every bit of info he could gather about his new environment. Ezra wondered if it was all being orchestrated. It was possible that it was nothing more than some perverse strategy intended as another form of psychological torture. Plop, 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 plop. He and Spider still weren't speaking, so he had no distractions. He had nothing to do but focus on his pain and yearning. Even though it ultimately did nothing to relieve his thirst, He periodically tasted his sweat as it rolled down his face, one salty bead after another. He made sure to breathe through his nose so as not to dry his mouth any more than it already was. Ezra was growing more and more lethargic from his lack of water. Headaches came and went. He wondered how long it would take for the sound of the dripping water to drive him completely mad. Plop, 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 plop. His captors were winning. They had already defeated his body. Even though there were additional victories for them to claim, Ezra kept telling himself that he had a fighting chance as long as he was thinking clearly. As difficult as it was for him to admit, he was no good on his own. Whether he trusted him or not, if he stood any real chance of survival, he would need an ally in Spider. 3 days and not a crumb of food or a drop of water. Spider's stomach alternated between grumbling and full-fledged roars. He adjusted his body position as if that might somehow stop his hunger pangs. He couldn't tell which was worse, the thirst or the hunger. His insides twisted tightly from the ongoing duel within. Some of his organs felt swollen. Not that he knew which one specifically. He just knew that his guts were sore and inflated with nothing in them but contaminated air. Somewhere outside the room he heard the rhythmic tapping of water dripping. Plop, 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 plop. He started having the strangest cravings, things he hadn't thought about in ages. Spider was a 20-year pescatarian who would proudly tell anyone who asked how he no longer fucked with swine or red meat. Maybe it was just because he was locked in the belly of an old slaughterhouse and hadn't eaten in days, but he kept having vivid images of ribs and hot links the way his father used to grill them when he was a kid. The hunger and thirst scared Spider, the implications even more than the physical toll they were taking. The fact that he and the Jew hadn't been given anything to eat or drink raised a very troubling question. Why bother to give prisoners the basic needs to stay alive if the game plan was to kill them all along? Spider didn't know how much longer he had before he became too weak to be either defensive or offensive. Even though everything in him was depleted, he still managed to throw up bile twice more. Time wasn't exactly on his side. He looked over at Ezra, who was sitting in a ray of light and appeared to be licking sweat off of his upper lip. Spider thought he looked pathetic and despised everything about him. Ezra's eyes were still puffy, surrounded by pink skin from some kind of chemical burn. Spider didn't know all that they had done to the man, but he hated them for taking his eyes, because when he killed the Jew, he wanted to be the last thing that he saw. Even if it took the last ounce of strength he had, Spider was sending Ezra Pearl to hell, or wherever his people went when the world was done with them. Chapter 23.
Langley doesn't have anything on any group calling themselves Sicarii. Maybe it's just a startup. If they were real players on the stage of radicals, we would have something on them. Maybe Ezra was lured the same way Spider was.
Maclin speculated as she continued drumming the keys on her laptop, her fingertips damp with effort. She could type quicker than she could think. She worked the desktop and her iPad at the same time, while Quincy and Phee sifted through piles of files on hyper-radical Jewish organizations. Unlike Maclin, the two detectives were unapologetically old school. They both connected to cases more from the feel of files in their hands. Phee answered his phone and had a brief conversation. After he hung up, he pushed back in his chair and stood up in frustration. That was Shaka. He said Harlem is getting restless. He doesn't know how long he's going to be able to keep a lid on things if we don't hurry up and find Spider and Ezra. This thing is getting harder and harder to get some traction on. Just when we think we're making a little sense of it, we got to switch up and go left. Fee's tone straddled the fence between sarcasm and confusion. The sister didn't give you anything else? Quincy asked.
No, she was afraid she was saying too much as it was. It may not be much, but it's more than what we had.
Though there was nothing accusatory in his tone, Maclin imagined it nonetheless. The implied disappointment that she couldn't get more concrete info from the sister of her sometime lover made her a little more defensive than she intended to be.
I already ran Ezra's phone on the day before and the day of his disappearance. Besides his father and a couple of calls from the synagogue, there was only one other call that came in. Unfortunately, it was from a burner,
she said. They needed a break, and they needed it quickly. Every minute that Spider and Ezra were missing brought the city closer to its own destruction. New York was running out of time, and so was Maclin. The hollow toll of fading time was a constant echo ringing in the back of her mind. Everything for her needed to happen now. The uncertainty of tomorrow crept toward her void of promise, bringing with it nothing more than an unrenewable warranty nearing its expiration. One of her many torments was that she was no longer in control. Maclin loved being in control. Although she believed in God, she struggled with the theory that no matter what choices she made in life, it was all somehow a part of a narrative that had been pre-scripted by an invisible yet omnipotent author. One thing that she couldn't deny was that it had started, the re-examination of long-held convictions. She no longer had the luxury of ignoring that the only true guarantee in life was the incommutable sentence of death. She was on the final legs of her goodbye tour. The last of things had already started for her. It was her last case. It was the last time she would work with the two men whom she admired most in the world. There were people and sights that she would never see again. There were feelings that she would never experience again. No matter how slowly she tried to read the pages, there was no extending the final chapter of her life. As much as possible, she was determined to at least close the book on her terms, doing what she was born to do. She had no idea how close she would get to fulfilling what she saw as her destiny. She was now running on the fumes of possibility, being promoted to her dream position, even though she knew it was a job she would never be able to actually take. She had to lower the bar on the height of her dreams. She would never serve as the director of the FBI, but maybe, just maybe, she would at least accomplish what had never been done in being the first woman named to that position. Her name would forever be in the annals of history. She would at least be remembered for that. She could take that to the grave with her. Maclin threw herself into the many tasks at hand to keep as active as possible. She loved the work because it was the closest thing to making her feel whole. She savored it all, the repetition, the boring minutiae, the interminable research, and the haystacks worth of files. She was invigorated even though the overwhelming tedium of sorting through such a complicated case. Television and the movies got it all wrong. There was nothing flashy about good police work. It was neither glamorous nor sexy. It was monotonous and nitpicking. The immersion in work at least afforded her the luxury of temporary amnesty. There were fleeting moments, albeit thin and non-redeemable, when Maclin wasn't consumed with thoughts of sickness and death, but just a good cop doing what she loved. She needed the work and all that it demanded of her, attention, intelligence, and tenaciousness. Cops soared or sank by their ability to dissect, digest, and disseminate information. Maclin took her time reading and rereading every detail. She sat at her desk for hours, surrounded by Phee and Quincy, the three of them working meticulously in search of the thinnest of needles amongst large bales of hay. The case was too important, too horrific, to risk missing anything. The thought of her taking an L to the grave terrified her. Maclin had nothing left save her legacy. The air in the precinct didn't move. It just hung around the room, dense, lazy, and unemployable. It no longer had a function other than misery. She saw the frustration in her partner's faces when no breaks revealed themselves, even after scanning every bit of info multiple times. The more frustrated they got, the more determined they became. The three of them worked with a manic obsession with stopping the evil that was being inflicted upon New York. They were all of the same opinion. The entire city was at stake. They needed to find Spider. They needed to find Ezra Pearl. They needed to stop the madness that had already been set in motion. The synagogue murders, as well as the abductions, were the kind of case that scarred not just everyone involved, but countless others who fell under the purview of collateral damage. Hate was never a spectator sport. No one could escape its affliction unchanged, undented. The last time either of them had been in the mayor's office was over 2 years ago, shortly after closing the Degler case. As soon as they were ushered in by an aide, Maclin heard Phee say under his breath, "Damn, sister brought some flavor up in here." It wasn't just the administration that had changed. The whole look and vibe were different. Under the previous mayor, the office had felt staid, predictable, bureaucratic. Now, under Mayor Rocky, the office was filled with vibrant art from the likes of Romare Bearden and Kerry James Marshall, as well as black and white photos from Roy de Carava, along with Shona sculptures and a couple of bronze pieces from Robert Graham. An ivory-colored Japanese silk and multi-patterned kente cloth was used as a coffee table runner and sofa throw, respectively. The mayor utilized her background as an art history minor to transform the city's most powerful office into something warm and homey. It was both a very comfortable room to talk politics and policy, and the kind of place that made a person, no matter their station in life, feel welcomed. "You have got to be kidding me," Mayor Rocky fumed. "About which part? Shaka or our plan?" Phee asked. "How about all of it? People were killed today, and you're telling me the ATF was involved? They sent him to my city to do some shit like this, and they don't even give me a professional courtesy of a heads up?" Maclin watched the vein throbbing in the mayor's neck. The room was by no means comfortable anymore. Mayor Rocky had a big voice that filled every crevice of the office and left no room for doubting just how pissed she was. Maclin thought she saw glasses rattle on a nearby credenza. Phee didn't back down. "Look, I agree with you, but it was a tough call on their part. We're fighting this thing and we don't even know who the enemy is. Shaka says protocol was broken because these people are plugged in everywhere." Mayor Rocky stopped pacing and looked at Phee as if she were seeing him for the first time. When he saw her anger turning into confusion, he took a step toward her. "Yeah, cops, feds, maybe even people here at City Hall. Trust me. I hate how things went down today as much as you do, but whatever we've seen, it's just scratching the surface of what's to come. I know it's a heavy price to pay, but Shaka playing it the way he did has given us the closest thing we've got to catching these assholes." Phee called himself, "Excuse my French." Mayor Rocky leaned against the front of her desk and folded her arms. "Agent Maclin, you've been quiet on this."
Because I agree with Detective Freeman.
Quincy jumped in. "We're all on the same page, ma'am." The mayor shook her head in frustration, as if they weren't seeing the bigger picture. "We've had 9 bomb threats at both mosques and synagogues in the last 3 weeks, and you all really think staging some fake extermination at one of their sites is our only viable option? That's a pretty vile option to me."
We agree, but it's still the best we've got. We have to do something quick and bold. One of our working theories is that the abduction of Ezra Pearl and Spider will be exploited to incite a race war, the likes of which would rip apart New York, and even beyond,
Maclin said. Maclin noticed how the invisible weight hefted upon the mayor's shoulder caused her to slouch a little. "Have the 3 of you thought about the fact that if this thing goes sideways, we'd lose the city?"
Yes, we have,
Maclin answered.
Considering the current racial climate in this country, if we don't try this, there's a good chance that we'll lose even more. There are no easy answers, but we feel this gives us a solid shot at getting Shaka inside.
Well, what about the other angle, the Sicarii group?
We just got this info about 2 hours ago, and I'm having my colleagues at the FBI look into it. But we have no way of knowing if it will yield anything. And even if we do get something, it might not be enough and it might not be in time. You have to trust me, ma'am. We're looking at this from every possible side, but we have a small window to halfway control this thing.
I need some time to think about this. We don't have time, Phee said sharply. If it gets out that I signed off on staging some scene from the Holocaust, as well as suppressing the press, I'm done. I say let's save lives and think about our jobs later, Phee retorted with an unapologetic edge. At 6'1", when Mayor Rocky stood up, she was almost eye to eye with Phee. She had no problem squaring off with any man, Phee included. She waited before she spoke, knowing that the awkward silence reminded everyone in the room who held the power. Like I said, I need more time to think about it. Phee didn't back down. If we get stuck on bureaucracy here, a lot of innocent people will die, and that will be on everybody in this room. We gotta all be willing to do whatever we need to, as long as we stop this thing. And if there are consequences, we deal with them later. No disrespect, but saving lives should be the only thing that matters. Mayor Rocky's eyes had fire in them. The harder she stared through Phee, the more she struggled to restrain her initial instincts. Even though her voice was relatively calm, it was clear to all just how furious she was. Let me guess. You called your father before this meeting, and you all decided that challenging my priorities would guilt me into going along with this? So that we're clear on a couple of things. Don't ever think you can overstep your bounds with me because of my relationship with your father. I wasn't... She stopped him with a look. Don't ever try to play me, Phee. I assure you, I am not the one. Even though the mayor was addressing Phee, Maclin had the distinct feeling that her warning was directed at all three of them. Phee wasn't the wilting type, but he did take it down several notches. I know you're not. I apologize, and I promise it won't ever happen again. Quincy used the brief silence as an opportunity to jump in. With all due respect, ma'am, you put us on this thing because you felt we could close. Take the cuffs off and let us do what we do. Maclin had worked with Quincy and Phee enough to know when to lay back and let them play their roles. Phee was the provocateur, the hot-headed one with a talent for pushing people's buttons. He was certainly not above using guilt or shaming the mayor into action. Quincy was the calm after the storm, the voice of reason and assurance. Mayor Rocky looked at the three of them expressionless, playing her hand close to her vest. She turned back to her minibar, poured herself some Japanese whiskey, and looked out the window as if they were no longer in the room. She was good at taking her time. She kept her back to them as she swirled her drink and stared into the glass, as if the answers to difficult questions might be floating amongst the smoky brown liquid. When she finally got around to speaking, her voice was a bit dull. It sounded like an imposter had snuck into the room and was doing a weak impression of her. The voice lacked her usual confidence, and even hit very subtle notes of fear. This thing wants to swallow us whole, along with everything that we love and honor. We are just one mistake away from New York being turned inside out. So, whatever you see as my hesitation is not about protecting my job. It goes way deeper than that. Are we clear? Phee opened his mouth to speak, but Maclin went off script and cut him off.
Yes, very much so.
She walked over to Mayor Rocky and stood by her side. It was a simple gesture that suggested an intimacy of friendship. Maclin spoke in a temperate tone, less as a cop and more as one woman confiding in another.
The only way we're going to stop this madness is to be bolder and more aggressive than they are. We're going to have to risk more than them because we have more at stake. This only works if we all trust in each other. The only thing more dangerous than someone willing to kill for a cause is someone willing to die for one. The three of us will die if we have to stop them, if that's what it takes to protect you and this entire city.
Maclin stood erect, offering up some type of reassurances Mayor Rocky needed. There was no wavering. The mayor looked at Maclin hard, moved by her dedication. The two women were quiet, staring at each other for a while before Mayor Rocky finally relented and nodded her consent. Let's just hope it doesn't come to that. I need the three of you to go save my city.
Yes, ma'am.
Maclin squeezed the back of the mayor's hand. As the trio headed for the door, Mayor Rocky called after them. Phee, for the record, what exactly did your father say to you? Phee smiled like a child caught in the cookie jar. He said if I tried to play you, you would chew me a new one, but then you would listen to your heart. The mayor sipped her whiskey and turned back toward the window. Chapter 24. The entire block surrounding the Brooklyn Congregation B'nai B'rith Community Center had been evacuated. The normally quiet Jewish neighborhood now looked like something out of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Yellow flashing lights from Con Edison trucks and a few other emergency vehicles lit the night. Police barricades lined the perimeter as 20 or so cops kept a restless crowd at bay. Maclin stood discreetly behind the corner of the building, scanning the hordes of looky-loos. She searched the faces and body language with the slim hope that something, anything, would stand out. The only conclusion that she came to was that the vast majority of New Yorkers looked suspicious in one way or another. She couldn't help but wonder if somewhere, hidden amongst the crowd, was the very evil they were pursuing. The front entrance of the center was tented off, obscuring all interior activity. There were sporadic glimpses of workers in white hazmat jumpsuits emerging, then quickly disappearing, resembling a band of shy ghosts. The night heat didn't help. Agitated neighbors shouted at the cops, demanding details on what was going on. Maclin lay back in the cut and kept an eye on all the activity at the halfway point between the building and the crowd. Finally, at around 10:30, a police sergeant, accompanied by a younger cop, addressed the gathering with a bullhorn. Folks, everything is fine. It was just a gas leak that we didn't want to take any chances with. Con Ed has everything under control. We appreciate your patience. We should have all this wrapped up within the next hour. Even as people in the crowd continued shouting questions, the sergeant abruptly turned without answering and walked off with his underling. I don't get it, Sarge. I've worked gas leaks before, and there's definitely something weird about this one. And what's up with that lady Fed? What's really going on here? I know you know. The only thing you need to know, Hitchens, is that we're here to keep our mouths shut and do our jobs and control the crowds. Oh, come on, Sarge, you can tell me. The young officer was cut off by Maclin's voice directly behind them.
You should listen to your sergeant.
As the two cops turned to face her, she kept her eyes glued to the young cop, deliberately making him feel uncomfortable under her scrutiny.
Officer Hitchens, am I right?
Yes, ma'am. His sphincter tightened a little.
Well, Officer Hitchens, like your sergeant said, you're here to do your job. Let's make sure that's your only priority, okay?
Yes, ma'am. She nodded at the sergeant, then walked to the rear of the building. Because Quincy and Phee had somewhat of a rock star status in New York from all the high-profile murder cases they had closed, the trio decided it was best that the two partners stay clear of the center, since the scene was supposedly a random gas leak and not a murder investigation. Maclin was the eyes and ears on the ground, the conductor of the ruse, as it were. As she reached the cordoned-off area of the courtyard, far from the prying eyes of the crowd, where not even police were allowed, she took out her phone and started taking photos of the secret activity. She nodded at Kravitz and snapped 2 photos and a short video of him directing 2 of his workers dressed in hazmat suits to wheel a couple of gurneys with stuffed body bags out through an alley.
All right, let's wrap it up,
she said.
By the way, Kravitz, Phee says you have a couple of Ranger tickets coming your way for doing this.
Kravitz waved, mumbled something incoherent, and waddled off. Oh, this is good. This is really good, Quincy said as he and Phee looked at the photos and videos on Maclin's phone after she returned to the station.
So who do we start with?
Maclin asked. Quincy handed the phone back to her. First thing we got to do is raise the question of whether the gas leak was really a cover-up for something worse. Our best bet is to play an alt-right conspiracy card. We leak the video to a Breitbart wannabe like 180 USA that would love to implicate the mayor in a major cover-up. Nothing will get people screaming conspiracy theories quicker and louder. Shaka posted bail an hour ago. We got to figure out a way to keep a close eye on his back, because once this shit starts rolling, this can happen pretty quickly, Phee added.
I'll have our New York office send over an RFID kit,
Maclin responded. You mean like the tiny chips they put in pets? Quincy asked.
Same principle, except ours actually has GPS monitoring for up to 2 miles. One of the bonuses of being a Fed is that we get better toys. It's put in with a needle. It's pretty simple but effective.
All right. I'll call Shaka and see if we can meet him somewhere on our way home. Quincy and Elena are staying with us until the heat lets up. You should come back with us, Phee suggested.
No, I couldn't,
she answered instinctively. Why not? You could leave your car here and ride with us, Phee looked at her.
Well,
Oh, come on. You know it's 100 times more comfortable than your hotel, and we can continue to brainstorm. Besides, you'll help me score some bonus points with my daughter. Come on home with us, Maclin. She heard an echo on the word home. Whether real or imagined, it rang loudest in his speech. The truth was, she was hungry for inclusion. It had been years since she felt any connection to even the simplest routines of something resembling a family structure. Her father was dead, and she wasn't close to her brothers. She had grown used to the aloneness, the sole citizenship on an island of an existence. Maclin loved Quincy and Phee because they reminded her that she was needed. They made her feel that she belonged.
Yeah, sure,
she relented.
Drop me by my hotel so I can pick up some clothes.
They met up with Shaka just past midnight on the Jersey side of the George Washington Bridge. They parked in an empty lot of an abandoned diner. Shaka climbed in the back seat of Phee's Rover next to Maclin. How'd it go? He asked. Phee looked back over his shoulder from the driver's seat. We'll find out soon enough. We sent out the leaks. If all goes right, the shit should hit the fan first thing in the morning. We got to be prepped for any and everything now. Agent Maclin's got a tracker for you. Whoa. If they contact me to meet, I'm not going in with a bug, Shaka protested. If they're smart enough to stay off all of our grids, then we can't underestimate how cautious they are. We already thought of that. We can track you with an RFID chip, Quincy joined in. Maclin opened a small black case and donned a latex glove as she pulled out a tiny metal capsule and a large needle. Shaka looked at her uncomfortably. What the hell is that? Oh, it's just the chip, Maclin responded. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about that big-ass needle. Maclin loaded the chip in the syringe.
That's how we put the chip in.
Oh, hell no, Shaka protested. What's the problem? We got to know your whereabouts at all times, Quincy said. Yeah, I get that part, but I don't do needles. You got to be shitting us, right? Phee chuckled. Yo, it ain't funny. I've always had this thing with needles. Maclin chimed in.
It'll only sting for 2 seconds and then it's done. I just need to insert it into the skin in between your thumb and index finger. Just trust me, okay?
Maclin grabbed Shaka's left hand and was a bit surprised by how substantial it was. It was a heavy hand, weighted with might and possibilities. The knuckles were marred from old adversities and victories. The palm was mercilessly calloused. She assumed from life and toil. As she stared at it, she saw deep, uninterrupted imprints. Like his namesake, he had the hands of a warrior. Maclin felt a twinge of envy from the inherent power embedded in such hands. She wasn't sure he fully appreciated what he had. With hands like his, she would have no fears, certainly not of needles or Ivan, and possibly not even of death itself. If she had such hands, she knew she could fight anything. What could she possibly fear with hands big enough to box with God? All right. Look, just don't look at me when she does it, okay? Shaka half demanded, half pleaded to Phee and Quincy. All right, cool. Phee cut his eyes at Quincy and stifled a laugh. As Maclin brought the needle closer, Shaka closed his eyes tightly and contorted his face as though she were about to perform an amputation. She caught Fee's eyes in the rearview mirror and fought off a giggle attack from Phee silently mocking Shaka. The big man flinched much more than was necessary when she inserted the needle.
Okay, we're all done. See? Told you it wasn't that bad,
Maclin said. Hey, Quincy, why don't you look in the glove compartment and see if we have a Band-Aid to put on our brave little man's boo-boo? Phee teased. Quincy laughed. Maclin held it together. Fuck you, Phee, Shaka roared. When all this is finally over, I never want to hear about this damn needle thing again, okay? Hey, can't make any promises there, Shaka. I mean, it ain't every day you get to see a 300-pound brother whining like a little schoolgirl who scraped her knees at recess. Maclin finally caved in and started laughing. Even though it was Shaka's habit to play the role of the indignant tough guy, he too eventually joined in the chorus of cackles directed at him. It was a much-needed release from the horrors of the past couple of days and the even greater threats that awaited them. They were like 4 giddy teenagers, drunk from silly banter. Maclin laughed so hard that she felt tears rolling from the corners of her eyes. Her stomach hurt, not from her illness, but rather from one of the best prescriptions of all. Maclin looked around the vehicle and couldn't help but think that they were the preamble of a bar joke. So 2 black men, an Irish-Italian-American, and a Jewish woman were all sitting in a car, and they were the best line of defense in more ways than one. And although it was unspoken, their laughter and union were a collective act of insurrection in the face of hate. They sat in Fee's truck for another 45 minutes, hypothesizing, strategizing, and laughing boldly. Chapter 25. She couldn't believe how hard she slept in Fee's guest room. Harder than she had in quite some time. After they'd gotten back to the house at 2 a.m, she, along with Phee and Quincy, had hit the proverbial wall. It didn't happen often, but she actually managed to fall asleep without her mind engaging in combat with itself. When Maclin awoke, she felt renewed. She felt energy coursing through her body. She got out of bed with no hesitation or need of pharmaceutical assistance. It had been a while since she had felt so alive. She threw on her clothes and raced downstairs to catch the sunrise. There was a small gazebo in the garden at the edge of Fee's property that sat on a knoll facing east. The garden was filled with potted fruit trees, columbine, Russian sage, and at least 10 varieties of daylilies. Because the sun had yet to rise, most of the flowers were still sleeping. Maclin wanted to start her day there, welcoming the infinite possibilities that accompanied each dawn. She longed to bask in the first rays of sunrise and be inspired. She wanted her face warmed with hope and appreciation for even the most infinitesimal reminders of life. Maclin thought about God and wondered if, after all this time, he still found beauty in things as simple as the dawning of another day. Her low-heeled pump sank a little in the soft grass, damp from the early morning dew that cooled the sides of her feet. As she reached the edge of the garden and approached the gazebo, she was surprised to find Quincy there under the dim skies, his face aglow from the light of his laptop. He was so preoccupied with his work that Maclin's arrival seemed to startle him.
I see I'm not the only early bird,
Maclin said. Quincy jumped a bit and quickly closed his laptop. Morning, he recovered.
What are you working on this early in the morning?
She asked. Nothing much, just another case I was looking into before we caught this case.
You mind if I sit out here?
Oh, no, of course not, he answered. As Maclin sat, she noticed that Quincy seemed to intentionally place the laptop off to the side as far away from her as possible. It was the first time she could ever remember him not looking directly at her when he spoke to her. Cops tried not to cop each other, and certainly not their partners. Conversations needed to be just that, not a constant assessment bordering on interrogation. The gift and curse of good cops such as Maclin, Quincy, and Phee was that they were always in various stages of copness. The morning light wasn't yet perfect. It was still unfolding and swallowing the shadows bit by bit as the sky was getting bluer by the moment. When Maclin finally caught Quincy's eyes, she wasn't certain, but it looked as if he may have been crying or at the very least been on the brink. Even though something felt slightly off to her in his behavior, she looked away from him as a gesture of immunity from prying.
This place is amazing,
she offered. Yeah, it is. During the summer, Elena and I come out almost every other weekend. It's like a staycation. Phee and Brenda actually thought they had to convince us to come stay more until the heat wave breaks, but we said, hell yeah, before they could even finish the suggestion. This spot right here, first thing in the morning, is hands down my favorite. Not a bad way to start a day, he responded. The two of them grew silent as the sun peeped out over the horizon, revealing itself inch by inch, like a timid child gaining confidence. Neither of them spoke, because they both seemed to share the same thought, that not all moments were quantifiable. They quietly enjoyed their front-row seats to a private showing of the world awakening before them. Two privileged beings no more than the size of specks under an infinite sky that changed color multiple times, yellow, orange, plum, red, then finally blue. Although it was a sun of humble beginnings, Maclin knew that within the hour they would begin to feel its might.